Good evening and welcome to Comcast Game of the Week 1985, Game 3 in our series. Tonight we feature Sterling Heights Stevenson and Warren Woods Tower, the clash of the Titans. Before we get to that, though, we're going to take a look at the current standings as of September 30th. We'll talk to both coaches, Rick Bye and Dennis Sabozin, and also we'll go to Port Huron's McMorran Arena for a special treat.
On the south side of Detroit City, I'm working all night on the line. With the black smokestacks in the Cadillac stack, one of them will never be mine. We're gonna make it out of the city. Got an American dream that's true. Want a big red car and a big white house and a blue-eyed girl like you. You can spend all of my money, honey. Nah, 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 you better go. It's alright. I'm living in the city, I-T-Y, taking hard times in the city. Living in the city, I-T-Y, out there ain't no dream. Living in the city, I-T-Y, walking hard times in the city. Living in the city, I-T-Y, know what I mean. Times are tough in the motor city, where the bright lights used to shine. Got two rules looking down on one-way streets, staring out on a dead-end sign. You're gonna be somebody, it's the last thing I ever do. Got a pretty place, good money can't bring, ain't nothing I won't do for you. If you can spend all of my money, honey, nah, 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 you better ask her. It's alright. I'm living in the city, I-T-Y, taking hard times in the city. Outside of Detroit City, I'm working all night on the line. With the black smokestacks in the Cadillac stack, one of them will never be mine.
Good evening, everyone. We're here at Stevenson High School, where tonight you're going to see the game between the Woods Tower Titans and the Stevenson Titans. Sterling Heights Stevenson, coached by Rick Bye, is 3-0. And Rick, you have to be happy with the start that you've gotten so far this season.
Yeah, we started off with a controversial situation at the beginning of the year. We prepared for Pontiac Northern for actually 9 months and then found out 2 days prior to the game that their contract dispute was followed by a teacher's strike, which meant that they didn't let Pontiac play. So we picked up Waterford Mott in the Silverdome. Now that was a fun experience for the kids, but realistically it didn't help us too much because it was really an easy ball game for us. So you like to have a couple tough ball games before you get into the league schedule. Now we really felt that once we got up to Clarkston that we were in for a tough ball game, which we were. Now the score didn't indicate so. We beat them 33-7, but they were a very physical team, proven by the fact that they really beat a couple of our kids up. Now, they beat a lot of us up, but we had 2 kids that didn't play last week.
Okay, tonight we're going to take a look at Greg Shattuck, your quarterback. Last year he had Tony Garbarino, so Greg didn't get a lot of work with the first unit. What can you tell us about him, and what does he bring to your offense that's different?
Well, as far as Greg goes, you've got a kid there that in this league, you don't have much of an opportunity to play your number 2 quarterback. The games are all pretty tight, the teams are all very equal, so you don't really blow many people out and you don't really get blown out too much. So Greg subsequently didn't have a chance to play much last year. We worked hard on getting him some early season experience. We scrimmaged a lot, we hit a lot, tried to do a lot of things with the throwing and the option game, and Greg has an advantage of being a starter on the basketball team, which puts him in a leadership role, which we like. He's a point guard, and so he's in a decision-making role all the time, which is a natural for our quarterback. And it's a different situation, but the mental aspect is still there. Now, he's doing a great job. He's connected on 50% of his passes for over 300 yards, and right now our running game is one of the things that's carrying us. Some of our timing is not right on our passing game yet, but we feel that missing the first game, some of our timing will come along better. But he's doing a great job. He's got quickness and intelligence, and he runs the show for us.
Okay, you mentioned the running game there where it's been carrying you lately. You have to feel good coming back with players that have a lot of experience, and I know the teams in the league fear your backfield very much.
Well, I have to say that our backfield is probably the best as far as all 3 positions and a big receiver that we've had in years. With Paul Tiburcio, rushed for over 500 yards last year. He's gotten bigger and stronger. He's 190 pounds now, and he's gotten faster also. And he knows where we want things to hit. And Pat Hilton is an overachiever. He's gotten up to 185 pounds, benches over 300 pounds, and runs well. And he's a kid that you don't hear much, but he just gets the job done. Our big play threat is Chris Mills. He's gotten up to 180 pounds now. He's 6'2", and he caught 31 last year, and he's already got 10 this year, receptions for over 200 yards. So as far as the three kids we've got back there, we feel real adequate in the backfield, overly secure, I guess you could say, in past years. We don't have great depth back there, but the three kids that we have are pretty secure right now.
Okay. In watching your game last week against Ford, an outstanding defensive effort. They scored on one play, 80-yard touchdown. The defense seemed to be coming around pretty well, and other coaches were impressed. What can you tell us about them?
Well, we spent a lot of time on defense, and I've got a full-time defensive coordinator who doesn't do anything offensively, Jerry LaJeunesse. And with the system that we've got, it's based on technique and reading, and we do some stunning when we get in a jam, but our kids, for the most part, are very, very highly disciplined. And the mistake that we had last week on that 80-yard run, it was easy for us in the film room to find about 8 mistakes by individuals. And I think part of that is due to the fact that they hadn't threatened us, and our kids really took a break. I mean, in that you can't make excuses for them, but it was something that we hope doesn't happen again. But we certainly found the reasons for the mistake and tried to take care of it this week.
Okay, you got a Dennis Sabozin team that's coming off a disappointing loss, not a real good showing for them. They're at 2-1. You know, how do you feel about that? They're obviously going to bounce back. It's a big game for them.
Well, we played Dennis 2 years ago coming off a loss, his loss, and his kids came out like a house of fire, and that's had us concerned all week long. I don't know what the mental state of his team will be. I know that they still realize that they're in non-league games, non-divisional games, so there's still plenty of hope for them. He has a way of getting his kids really fired up, and most people do, to come over and play us. So we really don't know what to expect right now.
Okay, tonight's game, the Stevenson Titans and the Warren Woods Tower Titans will be back to take a look at Warren Woods right after this. We're here now at Warren Woods Tower to talk to head coach Dennis Sabozin. Dennis, your team's now 2-1 off a tough loss to Eisenhower, and back-to-back weeks against a couple top teams in the conference. Tonight at Stevenson, what are you going to have to do offensively to offset that fantastic defense they have?
Well, they have an outstanding defense. Not only are they quick, they're very big, and we're going to try something this year which we haven't done before. We're going to try and get outside of them, and it's sort of like playing in the forest. When you play Stevenson, all those guys look like big oak trees out there.
He had a couple of injuries last week, among one of them Scott Smykowski, who's one of his big defensive end linebacker type player. With him back in the lineup, that's going to create even more problems for you.
Well, we saw Scott in the scrimmage, and I think he played in that scrimmage as well as any outside linebacker has played, and he's a great football player and probably have a great football future, and we're still going to try our best. We're going to go at him.
Okay, last week against Eisenhower's defense, it was very active. You had a hard time getting outside. What are you going to change this week?
Well, the defense is different. I think the defense is going to dictate what we can do. We feel we have good angles against Stevenson, and we're going to try and block people down and get to the outside of them.
Okay. Tommy Brown had a pretty decent game last week. He's coming off a pretty good passing performance. How do you feel he's going to be a key to the game?
Well, I think Tom is a key to our offense every game. Last week he was 11 for 24, which is pretty good because we had some passes dropped. And I think in high school football, if you can complete nearly 50% of your passes, you're doing quite well.
Okay, last week Wilson had a tough time getting outside on Eisenhower. You know, is that who you're going to be going to, or what are you going to change a little bit of that?
Well, we're probably going to have Brown and Wilson both trying to get outside, and I think the reason we feel we can get outside is because of the different defenses that Eisenhower and Stevenson both use.
Okay. Defensively, you didn't have a real good game last week against Eisenhower. Was it just a down week for you, or was there some changes that need to be made?
Well, I don't think we're not going to make any changes defensively. We just hope that we could do what we're supposed to do. We really feel after the Eisenhower game that Some of our kids didn't play the way they practiced, and I think in order to play well, you have to practice well, and we've had a good week of practice.
In speaking with Coach Byatt, Stevenson, he said that he's kind of worried about picking you up off a loss, and in fact, the last time he did, his team was defeated. What do you feel about that?
Well, you know, that loss is behind us now, and I think his 3 wins are behind us, and, you know, we're looking forward to the game that we have to play this week. I don't know if the loss last week is going to help us. I always think practice is better after coming off a win, so we'd much rather be winning than looking ahead to a big game after a loss.
Okay, his quarterback, Greg Shattuck, is going to be starting his 4th game as a senior now, and Greg's had a good season so far. Is that going to change anything from last year's offense? They had Tony Garbarino at the helm.
Well, I think Tony may be more effective at this stage of his senior year because he had played as a junior, where Shattuck is starting for the first time, and you know, the position of quarterback is very hard to play without experience, but I would feel that he's getting better each week. I know he's a very fine athlete, and we expect to have a hard time with him.
Okay, he's got some great running backs over there, too. Defensively, how are you going to counteract Mills and Hilton and Tiburcio?
That's a good question. Tiburcio runs like a little tank. Last year he had a great day against us, and we're just going to do our best to try and stop them. They have a lot of offensive weapons with Mills as a receiver and also as a runner, and Hilton and Shattuck and Tiburcio, and they also have a tight end that is really getting into the offensive picture this year. So they have a whole lot of offensive weapons, and we're just going to try and do what we can best against them and hopefully take away some of their running game and let them throw the ball.
Okay, we'd like to thank Dennis Sabozen for joining us here at Warren Woods Tower. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the nice ball game, the Stevenson Titans and the Warren Woods Tower Titans on Comcast Cablevision.
Today on Comcast, it's a matchup between 2 of the MAC's finest coaches, Rick Bye of Sterling Heights Stevenson and Dennis Sabozen of Warren Woods Tower. The Stevenson Titans come into tonight's contest with a 3-0 record, leading the national division of the MAC. The Warren Woods Tower Titans come in 2-1 after last week's 14-7 loss to Eisenhower. It's a battle of the Titans tonight on the Comcast Game of the Week 85.
A big crowd is on hand here at Stevenson Stadium tonight. Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Andrews, along with Jack Crumley and Terry Brown, here to bring you Game 3 on the Comcast Game of the Week 85. Jack, let's take a look at the current standings.
Well, here's a look, first of all, at the national division, and Stevenson is on top there. They have 3-0 record. They are not divisional games, so they are on top overall standings.
And what about in the American division?
American division, we still have Warren Woods Towers in the American division, 2-1, and they are not divisional standings, of course.
What do you expect out of this game tonight?
Well, Warren Woods Tower is coming off of a loss, and the last time they came off a loss to play Stevenson, they defeated Stevenson for their only loss of the season. So Warren Woods Tower has to bounce back from a pretty disappointing performance last week against Eisenhower. Stevenson's aware of that, and they're very aware of what's going to happen tonight. Dennis Sabozen team is always prepared to play.
Can you see a letdown, perhaps, in Stevenson tonight?
I can't see a letdown because they've been shooting for this game this season. They recorded 3 games at the beginning of the season that they had to win. This is one, Eisenhower's another, and Cousino's another. So they are shooting for this. This is their first big game of the season.
The big question, though, Jack, can Stevenson be upset?
I can see that happening if Tommy Brown has a good night and the Woods Tower defense can hold down Pat Hilton and Chris Mills.
Terry, we talked last week on the phone a little bit about this game coming up. It seems to be a good matchup.
Well, it is indeed. The clash of the Titans, in this case, both Warren Woods Tower and Stevenson, having the Titans as a name. We saw Woods Tower lose last week to Eisenhower 14-7, and my impression is that they were a little bit flat, and I think they're really going to be up for this game. They're really going to be out to knock off Stevenson, which is an arch rival. We've got a great evening for a game.
You'll be down on the sidelines talking with the coaches as they come off the field and during halftime and things of this nature, giving us a feel of what's going on the sideline. Do you expect a lot of nerves down there?
Well, certainly. There's always a lot of nerves on the sideline, especially in a game like this featuring two schools that have a long-standing rivalry.
And will you be working both sides tonight or just one side here?
We'll see where we can get to.
Okay, very good. So Jack, Terry, and I will be back with the kickoff of tonight's game right after this. Here at Stevenson High School, Mark Andrews along with Jack Crumley. And Jack, taking a look at the two teams, we've got a terrific quarterback matchup coming up tonight.
We certainly do. Stevenson 3-0. Greg Shattuck will be behind the controls for the Stevenson offense. Although he's a senior and did not play very much because he was behind Tony Garbarino last year, he's had some great production so far in the early season games. Rick Bye is extremely happy with him, and they're going to go with Shattuck the rest of the season. On the other hand, Warren Woods Tower has Tommy Brown, a senior, started all 9 games last year as a junior, made great progress throughout the season. Stevenson came within 1 game of getting the MAC title. That game was a Stevenson game where the Titans beat Warren Woods on Comcast near the end of the season. Tommy Brown has had some great games. Last week he was a little bit shaky against Eisenhower, but the way he has played in the past, we can certainly expect Tom Brown to come back with fire in his eyes tonight. This is going to be an excellent ball game for Warren Woods Tower to try and get back into the groove off of last week's loss to Eisenhower.
And of course, Rick Bye was telling me prior to the game that he would rather play on the road than play at home. He said there are a lot of distractions when his club plays at the stadium.
I was here last week when they played Ford, and I couldn't even find a seat for the third quarter. This place was so packed and so many people and so loud that you certainly must believe that the road team would feel more comfortable being here.
But how does Warren Woods Tower feel coming in here, do you think?
Warren Woods Tower has a couple of things to worry about tonight. Defensively, Denny Zabozin said last week was probably defensively one of their worst games in quite a while. Tonight, they cannot afford to have any kind of lapse at all on defense. With the explosive big play talent that Stevenson has in Chris Mills and Pat Hilton, and the inside running of Paul Tavercio. Tavercio had an excellent game last year against Tower. So the defense for Warren Woods is definitely going to be a key. The other key will be that can they hold the defensive pressure of Stevenson away from Tom Brown so he'll have time to throw.
A lot of interesting questions coming up here tonight. You were down on the field prior to the game. What's the atmosphere of both teams?
The atmosphere, Stevenson's very optimistic. I don't see them being uptight. I don't see them having a worry about Warren Woods Tower coming in off a loss. The players are confident. They've had a good week of practice. They have so many players on their team. At practice on Wednesday, they have the defense on one end of the field, the offense on the other, and they get 2 hours of specific practice on exactly what they need to work on. Warren Woods Tower is coming off of that loss. They did play extremely well in their first 2 wins, defeating Lance Cruz, shutting them out, and defeating Garden City 28-6. So Woods Tower had an off week last week, only lost by 7 to a very strong Utica Eisenhower team, a team that's going to challenge Stevenson for this National Division title. So we're going to see a very good matchup.
And Warren Woods Tower could pull off an upset tonight. And talking to Rick Bye prior to the game, he said, I'm real nervous about this one. He really feared a letdown.
Exactly the way he felt last week or Wednesday when we talked to him for the pregame show. Rick was very aware of Woods Tower coming in off of that loss. And like we said in the pregame show, 2 years ago, Warren Woods Tower had a loss, came into Stevenson, defeated the Titans, and went 8-1. So Woods Tower is certainly looking to rebound from last week's play. They have just as many big play people as Stevenson does, and more so in the wide receiver area where they got Bobby Prokrifka and Randy Heidick. So they're going to be throwing the ball a lot more this week, I think, than they did last week.
Okay, there you see the Warren Woods Tower Club running over to their bench. Stevenson is already out, getting set to start things off. The referee for tonight's game is Ted Pizak, the umpire John Menk. Dorrance Dunham is the back judge. Sam Williams, the field judge. Dennis Waddell is the head linesman.
Dorrance Dunham, one of our favorites. He's out here constantly, been around the league in a long, long time.
Dorrance, I don't want to show his age, but Dorrance Dunham was refereeing freshman basketball when I started my career at Fraser High School in 1967, many years ago. You can see the field, the Warren Woods Tower group in the upper left of your screen. The Stevenson folks getting their last-minute instructions.
There's a look at number 20, Pat Hilton. You'll see a lot of him tonight. I believe it was the second game of the season. He had 172 yards rushing. Pat Hilton's a big play guy. He had a great game last year against Warren Woods Tower on Comcast. And if you key on Pat Hilton, there's Chris Mills. So Woods Tower just really has their work cut out for him defensively.
Rick Bye was saying to me prior to the game that he expects Tower to throw the ball probably 40 times tonight.
Well, it'll be a reverse of last week where Tower was extremely conservative. They ran a lot. They ran the lead option and tried to get Tommy Brown loose. Dennis Abozen explained that it's a lot different defense this week in Stevenson from Eisenhower. So, yeah, I would expect to see the ball up in the air a lot more.
What type of offense will we see from Stevenson?
Stevenson's going to try and run Pat Hilton off tackle, and he pops to the outside very quickly. So they have to keep their eye on him there. You can't just lay back and look for the run, though, because Greg Shattuck can throw the ball. They have Mark Hudson. We haven't talked about him yet tonight. 6'5", excellent receiver, being looked at by a lot of major colleges, and he can go get the ball, and he can get it in the crowd.
Woods Tower will be kicking off, and Stevenson on the receiving end. Deep is Pat Hilton and number 32, Chris Mills.
The two names that we keep talking about, and of course your most dangerous people are back there.
And there you see number 27 coming into your picture, Randy Hyduk, getting set to kick off for Woods Town. We're just about set here at Stevenson. Mark Andrews along with Jack Crumley and Terry Brown down on the sidelines. Happy that you're with us for this Comcast game number 3. Here on the Comcast cable system, Randy Hyduk approaches the ball, puts his foot in it. We're underway here at Stevenson. High end over end kick. It goes into the end zone, so Stevenson will have it 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Nice kick there by Hyduk. He really got his foot into it.
Yeah, there's not much wind here tonight. Hyduk is one of the better kickers in the league, which we do have some really good kickers this season. Stevenson's Phil Newman and John Langlow set that state record a couple weeks ago over at Utica, and of course Kevin Nickel at Utica Ford. There's some, or at Utica Eisenhower, I'm sorry, some really good kickers in the league, and Hyduk is above with one of them.
Greg Shattuck will be calling the signals. Number 7, there you see him. The give is to Hilton. First play, he goes across the 22, up to about the 22-yard line before he's brought down there. Middle of the line, in on the stop, number 60, Frank D'Angelo, a linebacker making the stop. D'Angelo, a 5'10", 155-pound senior on this Warren Woods Tower team. So a pickup of 2. It's 2nd and 8 from the 22. Just underway here in the first quarter at Stevenson. Shattuck checks over his line. He's got one wide out on the near side. Shattuck back to pass on 2nd down. Over in the flat, incomplete. Pass was intended for Chris Mills, number 32. Underthrew him a little bit there, Jack.
Well, it's cold. It's a cold night, not so much temperature-wise, but your hands, as we were out on the field and we've experienced before the game started, hands get real tight, and Greg Shattuck, first throw of the game, we'll have to see if he can come off of that. Mills was open for a 1st down, 3rd and long. We might see him do it again.
3rd and 8
look at it.
From the 22. Here it is again.
Just a quick out, and Shattuck throws it into the ground. Mills can't come up with it. Randy Hyduk was right there.
Shattuck calling the signals. Back to pass once again. Goes to the right side. Incomplete. Ball underthrown once again. Pass was intended for Mark Hudden, or Hudden, number 81. So it's a 4th down situation now.
There's a look at Rick Bye on the sideline discussing things with Shattuck there. He had a receiver open. Might be a little bit of nerves. Shattuck, of course, is a senior, but he did not start last year. So he may be a little nervous, maybe just a little tight. First drive of the game. Good defensive stand for Tower, though.
Chris Mills back to punt for Stevenson. The deep man is Tom Dembinski, number 40 for Tower.
Might have to see a timeout here unless the officials are holding up the game for some reason.
The official did just that. So that gives Mills some time. He's standing back at his own 5-yard line. Nice high kick. It's coming down around the 48-yard line. Takes the Stevenson bounce down to the 35, and they're going to down it right around the 31-yard line. where it'll be 1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower, and this is their first look at their offense. A 45-yard punt there by Mills. A nice punt, Jack.
Well, he got a nice bounce there. He kicked it away from the receiver, which was good. When the ball did land, Heidick did not have a chance to get under it and make a fair catch, which he probably should have done, but he didn't have enough time to get there. Got about 15 yards on the roll. Here's our first look at the Woods Tower offense. Stevenson had a big game defensively last week, so we'll have to see what Tom Brown can do. And Mashuda running inside, Wilson running outside.
Tom Brown is the quarterback, number 15. Randy Wilson, number 22. Dan Mashuda, number 33, in the backfield. They split him down the middle. As Brown calls the signals, the give is, he fakes. Nice play action pass. Goes over to number 85, Scott Oliverio. And he gets up to about the 48-yard line. And a big first down for Tower right off the bat. Nice play action pass, Jack. Here we are.
Sure was. Good play action to Mashuda inside. A real quick pass to Oliverio. Oliverio did not see much action as a wide receiver last week. He did play some defense. We saw a lot of Al Fong, Prokrifka, Heidick, and the other player that we saw last week was Dave Sillick. But Oliverio showing he can go get it in a real quick pass. Good timing pass by Woods Tower.
Tower has it at their own 48-yard line. 10-12 left to go here in the first quarter. Just underway, no score. Tower and Stevenson, the pitch. Back to Randy Wilson. Wilson turns the corner on the left side, and he crosses the midfield stripe and gets down to about the 48-yard line in Stevenson territory before he's brought down at that time. Tom Brown in on the stop for Stevenson.
Well, like Dennis Zabosin talked about in the pregame show, they're going to try and run outside more this week than they did against Eisenhower, basically because Stevenson's defense dictates that. What we want to watch tonight, number 99, Scott Smykowski. He's back in the lineup for Stevenson. He was out last week. Number 58, Ed Anderson, is having a banner year so far defensively.
Tower with one wide out on the near side. The give this time is to Mashuda. Mashuda goes right up the middle. He gets up close to the 45-yard line before he's brought down there. Picks up a couple on the play. Call it 3rd down and a long 4 from the 46-yard line.
Well, Woods Tower showed that they would come out throwing the ball on first down. Good play to run their first time they got the ball. Now they've run twice in a row. They're in a 3rd-4 situation. We may see the option, Tommy Brown trying to keep the ball himself, looking for that first down, or he may be throwing.
I like
Sillick
that play action the last time. We'll see what happens here. There you see Tom Brown, number 15. The give is to Wilson. He goes off right tackle, and he gets across close to the first down yardage, but he's going to be a little bit short. Gets down to about the 44, 43-yard line. It's going to be 4th down and 1. And so the punting unit for Woods Tower comes on the field now. That's Randy Heiduch, number 27. Scott Dalding going back for Stevenson.
Scott had a little trouble last week, fumbled a couple of them. He was able to get them back. We'll see what he can do this week.
Heiduch with an end-over-end kick. Really takes a Woods Tower bounce, goes all the way down to the end zone. A beautiful punt by Randy Heiduch. So Stevenson takes over. 1st and 10 at the 20, and we haven't seen any of their return teams yet, Jack.
No. Well, like we were saying, Daldine, he does bring back the punts for him all the time. Last week, he had a little trouble catching him, and it is cool tonight, so we'll have to see what we can happen, but it looks like Rick Bye is going to stick with him.
This is the first real cool evening of the football season.
Yeah, last couple weeks have been extremely hot, which have been draining to the team, so it'll be better for Woods Tower, especially since they have less players in Stevenson tonight, but we'll have to see if they can hold on to the ball.
Greg Shattuck calling the signals for Stevenson, wearing number 7. The give is Pat Hilton, number 20. Nice run. Tom Brown on the stop for Woods Tower. He gets up to about the 35-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson. Nice run. Here it is again.
Last week, Tiburcio did not play against Henry Ford High School, and big run up the middle, and Dennis Zabosin was worried about him. He had a good game against them last year. Tiburcio took a helmet on the ankle against Clarkston, did not play last week, so he's fresh.
1st and 10 for Stevenson. It's their first break of the game. Shattuck once again goes right up the middle and is met by the entire front line from Woods Tower. Tom Terenzi in on the stop for the Woods Tower Titans. There's Rick By on the sidelines. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 from the 35. As you were mentioning, Jack, they like to go right up the middle.
They like to use Paul Tabercia. He's a good, tough runner. He's low to the ground. He has good balance, and he's definitely a plus for him at the fullback position.
Shattuck pitches back this time. And Chris Mills with the ball. And the Woods Tower defense just eating him alive. To John Diem in on the stop, number 70.
Yeah, John Diem made a real nice play there, got through the line. Mills is always dangerous when you get the ball in his hands, especially on a pitch, because it gives him more time to try and pick out his blocking. They had Hilton out in a wide receiver spot, and Mills will throw a halfback pass, and Mills will quick kick. He's a very versatile player, so we have to watch him tonight. Mark Hudson's back in, so look out here, 3rd and long.
Hudson, the wide out at the top of your screen. 3rd down and 10. Big play here for Stevenson. Shattuck back in the pocket, has a lot of time, fires the home run ball, and it's caught by Mills. He's down to the 20, and he's on his way. Touchdown, Stevenson.
That's the same play that Stevenson ran last year to sew up the game that they played against Warren Woods Tower. They had a 4-point lead going into the last drive of the game. There was 2 minutes left. They ran that same play to the opposite side of the field. It worked last year. Here's a look at it. Hudson makes a good curl pattern. There's a look at Hudson, number 81. Mills goes up and out the sidelines. He's all by himself. Thursday morning, I was watching films with quarterback Tom Brown and Dennis Zabozin. We watched that play from last year. They were worried that they would bite on it again, and they did again, and this time it works for another touchdown for Stevenson.
Phil Newman on to attempt the extra point, and the kick is good. That makes the score Stevenson 7, Woods Tower nothing, with 6:07 left to go here in the first quarter.
Well, you like to stay with things that work for you. Last year when they ran that play, there was about a minute left in the game. Woods Tower was hoping to get their hands on the ball one more time to try and upset Stevenson. The coaches said this play is going to work. It was all through the press box. We told the viewers on the air before the play went off what was coming up, because there was a timeout. Ran the play, it was a touchdown. Ran it, same result today. Unbelievable. Mills was wide open down the sideline. You can't let somebody with that kind of speed get away from you.
Phil Newman getting his troops ready prior to the kickoff here. Once again, 6:07 left to go in the first. Stevenson out in front, 7-0. Phil Newman getting set to kick off for Stevenson. Deep for Warren Woods Tower, Tom Benzinski, Dembinski, and John Cookie. John Cooney, that is. Cooney, number 68. Dembinski, is that right?
Dembinski.
Okay, Dembinski, close enough. It looks like a C instead of a K. There we go. Newman puts his foot in the ball. Line drive kick goes into the end zone. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower at their own 20. This is the battle of the kickers tonight so far, Jack.
Yeah, we're not going to see too many returns with these two guys kicking off. Basically, the Tower Titans here now have to regroup, not let that touchdown affect them. There's still 6 minutes left in the first quarter, all kinds of time. Try and grind out a drive here, but they're going to have to throw, and I think they're going to have to throw on first down like they did the first time they got the ball. Keep surprising Stevenson and use things that they're not expecting.
Well, we were told to be ready for Zabozin tonight, so maybe we'll see it. Here we go, 1st and 10, the ball at the 20. Tom Brown is the quarterback. Randy Wilson, Dan Lachute at the running back spots. In motion, that's Randy Hyduke going to the top of your screen. Brown back to pass. Fires one down the left side. That was an excuse me, I got to get rid of this pass. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 20.
Well, not sure if, I think it's Pokrivka out there, not sure if he was supposed to go up the sideline or if he'd made a hook and Tommy just read him wrong. He definitely got rid of the ball, wanted to make sure it wasn't intercepted, but there they are throwing at first down, something they have to do.
They need some yardage quickly here. 2nd and 10, the ball at the 20. Stevenson and Warren Woods Tower here at Stevenson. Tower coming up on the ball. Got the back split. Brown back in the pocket once again. Looks right. Fires one over the middle. Incomplete. The pass was intended for Dave Sillick, number 80. So it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 20 for Tower.
Sillick was open. He made a good turn-in route underneath where I believe it was Heidick cleared out the zone, and Sillick was open. Tommy threw it behind him. He did have enough yardage for the first down. Now it's 3rd and 10. Going to have to be careful of a sack here. Stevenson may blitz. Here's a look at it. Tommy Brown back, looks for Sillick on an inside pattern, and he threw it behind him.
They've got wideouts on both sides of the field. Backs once again split. Tom Brown checking over his line, calling the signals. Goes back into the pocket immediately. Goes the right side, incomplete. And the intended receiver was number 85, Scott Oliverio. So the Warren Woods Tower team in a 4th down situation now.
Well, Tommy looks a little tight tonight. That ball he could have laid up a little and let Oliverio go get it. He had a lot of room to work with going towards the sideline. He had the first down. Tom just needed to lay it up a little bit, and he just didn't do it.
Randy Heiduch back to punt for Tower. That's a nice kick away. It's going deep. Scott Daldine getting it for Stevenson. Gets it up to the 40, 45-yard line, brought down around the 48. Frank D'Angelo in on the stop for Warren Woods Tower. So the Stevenson Titans will have it 1st and 10 at their own 48-yard line.
Big defensive series here for Woods Tower. Stevenson's at midfield, and they're dangerous anytime they get anywhere in this area where they can run plays, or it doesn't really matter. They don't have to be afraid to run plays like deep in your own end zone.
Chris Mills, the wide out on the far side. One running back. Shattuck. The give is to Paul Tiburcio. Tiburcio goes right side, gets up to about the 40, down to around the 39-yard line before he's brought down there. Tom Brown, number 15, on the stop for Warren Woods Tower, so it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson. Here it is again.
Paul Tiburcio is so strong. Watch him run over Tom Brown at the end of this run. Tommy Brown, 6'4". Paul Tiburcio is about 5'9", 5'10", 185 pounds, put together extremely well. Paul, I saw him at the halftime of last week's game, and he was itching to get in the game at that point. He could barely even walk.
1st and 10 from the 40. Greg Shattuck calling the signals for Stevenson. The give is to Hilton. Hilton gets across the 35 down to around the 33-yard line. Pickup of about 7 on the play. Jim Schwartz, number 5, in on the stop.
Real good tackle by Jim Schwartz there. Came up, met Pat Hilton, stuck him and brought him down. Hilton's so dangerous. They like to use Hudson in motion, as you saw in that play, and use him as a blocker into the hole they're going to. Hilton loves to follow Hudson. Hudson's 6'5", can block extremely well. We've yet to hear a lot of Matt Suttis so far, number 75, the big lineman for Woods Tower, who's definitely an all-conference pick.
2nd and 3. Ball in the middle of the field. The give is to Hilton once again. He runs into a lot of traffic. Doesn't pick up anything. John Deem in on the stop. The tackle, number 70. So it'll be 3rd down and 3 for Stevenson. That was a big play, stopping Hilton the 2nd time.
Trevor Smith bringing in the play there to Shattuck, and 3rd and short. Stevenson in the position they're in right now, maybe looking at a 1st down, but I think they're going to go to the end zone.
Shattuck checking things out. He's got Hilton on the near side.
Strange formation for Stevenson.
Along
here
with Paul Tiburcio. The pitch back to Mills. He tries to turn the corner, but he is thrown back immediately.
That's not what I told you to do!
Tom Dubinsky in on the stop.
There's a look at Chris Mills. They tried to run a deep sweep to the short side of the field with all their power to the short side of the field. And so Woods Tower had a lot of people over there. All they had to do was really contain it and run them down the line of scrimmage, which is what they do. We don't have a name for number 81 there for Woods Tower, but Dembinski was also in on the tackle. We'll try and get a name for you on number 81.
4th down situation now for Stevenson. Chris Mills, the punter.
Little confusion as to what they were going to do there. Mills is in the ball game looking to punt. Newman is their field goal kicker. It would be a try of 50 yards, so we'll have to see on a cold night, of course. And not a lot of wind.
No wind at all.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if Rick By changes his mind there.
Well, it must be a tough decision at this point. because you're sort of close enough but far enough. 258.
I would be inclined to go for it myself. 4th and 4, the way his defense plays, it's only on the 35-yard line. If they don't make it, you know, hey, Woods still has to go 65, 70 yards. There's a look at Newman, the kicker on the side, and nobody's calling for him, so we're not going to see a field goal. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Stevenson go for the first down here.
Or perhaps fake it at that point. 4th down and 3. There you see our score. Stevenson 7, Woods Tower nothing here in the first quarter with 2:58 left to go. Rick Bye out there talking with his kicker, Chris Mills. There you see Rick. Looks like a manager out on the mound checking for the relief pitcher to see if he's ready.
I think he yelled Shattuck. Yes, he's going to go for it. 4th down, he's going to go for it. I like it.
You're a gambler, Jack. I know that.
Yeah.
So Greg Shattuck is back in.
Well, it's time for big play people, so look out for Pat Hilton or Chris Mills if they run. If they're going to throw, we're going to look at Hudson. Matt Suddeth on the other side will be definitely trying to put some pressure on Shattuck. And Frank D'Angelo has played very well so far, so we'll have to look for the outside linebacker to be involved in this play.
Here we go. The wideout on the far side, Mike Woodward. Chris Mills back to punt. We'll see what happens.
Shattuck's the short man where he normally
It is
isn't.
to Shattuck. He's going to
Option.
run with it. Pitches back to Mills. Mills has the first down as he gets down to the 25-yard line before he's brought down there. Nice play.
A nice play and a safe play. No throwing the ball up in the air for grabs. Keeping it on the ground. A little bit of a pitch. Shattuck had the opportunity to either run himself or give it to Mills. Mills got to the outside. There was only one Warren Woods player there. He had to make a decision to either go after the quarterback or take Mills. Either way, if the pitch is made the proper way, he's not going to be able to stop it. Good call by Rick Bye, and I like 4th and 4 going for it.
1st and 10 for Stevenson. Wide out on the near side is Chris Mills.
They may go right to the end zone here.
Shattuck, the give is to Paul Tiburcio, and he gets close to the 20-yard line. Pickup of about 5. So it'll be 2nd and 5 for Stevenson.
Tiburcio running with reckless abandon there, leaping over the couple of downed linemen there. And Tiburcio is a key so far in the Stevenson offense because he is keeping Warren Woods Tower defense honest as to whether or not they're going to go inside or outside. Tiburcio's picked up some good yardage inside.
Ball on the far side of the field. Greg Shattuck calling the signals for Stevenson. Goes back in the pocket, looks to the left side, fires one over the middle, complete to Mills, and he is hit right around the 11-yard line. Chris Mills picks up the first down. He was brought down by number 50, who's not identified in our program this evening.
There's another look at it. Shattuck rolls out to his left side. Mills is open. He's brought down there by Heidick. And Stevenson's on the move again, threatening to make it 14-0 in the first quarter. Something that I'm sure Woods Tower did not want to do is fall behind big early.
1st and 10 from the 11. 2 wideouts on the far side. Chris Mills and Marty Campbell. Shattuck pitches over to Hilton, going the right side. He gets inside the 10, in for the touchdown, but the penalty markers are down.
Paul Tiburcio had a questionable block there, and that flag may be on Paul.
We'll have to wait for the preliminary indication.
Tiburcio was the man out in front.
referee.
We'll take a look at him. Number 39, Tiburcio leads Hilton around the end. The one player that has a chance to get him is Tom Brown. Here's Tiburcio. He's about to hit Brown, and it may
little
be a
clip
call.
there.
I don't know if I'd call that a clip, but the flag is down, and that's what the call is going to be. It's pretty questionable as far as I'm concerned. Should have been a touchdown.
So now that changes things, and it becomes 1st down 19.
I don't even think he touched him there myself. Tom Brown did turn to try and make the tackle at the same time, too, so it's kind of hard to penalize a player for the position that Paul Tiburcio was in. But they did it, and Stevenson's going to have to score again.
Make it 1st and 20. Greg Shattuck calling the signals. Goes back into the pocket again. Throws to the left side. Incomplete. The pass intended for Chris Mills once again. Jim Schwartz, the safety, on the coverage on Mills.
Single coverage on a player like Chris Mills is certainly hard to do. Shattuck Again, opens to his right, rolls out to his left, and looks for Mills in the corner of the end zone. Ball is just a little bit overthrown. Schwartz was right there, so if it was on the money, Jimmy would have had a chance of knocking it down. Big defensive play coming up here for Woods Tower. They'd really like to get a sack to make sure they get him out of field goal range.
2nd and 20. A minute 13 left to go here in the first quarter. Stevenson with a 7-0 lead over Warren Woods Tower here at Stevenson. Little mix-up in the signals. And a little too much. Stevenson calls timeout. That's their second. And Rick Bye walks out to talk with Greg Shattuck.
Now, Marty Campbell there was the player that was running from the right side of the offense to the left side. Don't know if the play was called wrong or if there was some confusion in the huddle, but Rick Bye is going to go out there and not waste this scoring opportunity. Make sure they know exactly what they're going to be doing here to ensure that there's no mistakes. Even though it's 2nd and 19 here, I would not find it out of the ordinary to see a sweep with Hilton or Mills behind Tiburcio, especially if they can spread the offense out with a couple of receivers wide. As close as they are to the end zone, they still can throw on 3rd and 4th down if they choose to, so I would be inclined to think we're going to see a run, especially a wide run right here.
Yeah, they've got all the room on this side of the field to work with here, too. Woods Tower's playing a good defensive ball game, putting up a little, but they're not as porous as we expected.
They've been on the field a long time so far in this half. They've only been able to pick up 1 first down offensively, I believe, so of course that leads to their defense being on the field for quite a bit of time. Stevenson is a slightly bigger club, which in the end could wear down Woods Tower also, so we'll have to see if they can handle the pressure of being on the field so often against a bigger Stevenson team, not only in numbers but in size.
Rick Bye coming away from the huddle, so we're just about set to go again. Once again, the situation 2nd and 20. The ball at the Tower 21. They have 2 wideouts on the near side. Shattuck back to pass once again on 2nd down, and he is nailed immediately. Number 75, Matt Sutton in on the stop. What a great sack there.
Well, there's the first time we talk about the very good all-conference candidate, number 75, Matt Sutton, plays off the block of number 78, Trevor Smith, and gets to the quarterback quickly. Shattuck, the only problem there, Shattuck opening to his right, rolling to his left, doesn't have time to react to Sutton coming at him. Sutton got there quickly and was able to record the sack, just what Warren Woods Tower needed.
3rd down and 29, the ball at the 30-yard line. Wideouts on both sides of the field, going with the pro set. Shattuck back to pass once again, throws it to the left side, down for Mills, too far once again. Once again, Jim Schwartz on the coverage down there, along with Randy Heidick. So now it's 4th and 29.
We had a safety blitz there. Kenny Williams coming up the middle, and Pat Hilton saw him and picked him up, saved the play for Shattuck to have the opportunity to throw to Mills, as you see him walk off the field, number 32, Chris Mills. But Williams put the pressure on. Hilton picked him up. Shattuck threw it a little bit too long.
Bill Newman on to attempt the field goal, 52 yards. If it goes,
47.
Pat McAleer will be holding. Has problems, an aborted play. The rush is on.
Fumble.
A fumble on the field. And Tower comes up with a ball in great field position as number 5, Jim Schwartz, comes in on the aborted play, and things have turned into Warren Woods Tower's favor, Jack.
You can see him celebrating on the sideline. We'll get a look at it, I'm sure. Number 8, Pat McAleer, the backup quarterback. He's a junior, couldn't handle the snap. Newman didn't have the opportunity to kick it. Schwartz throws Newman away and tries to get the ball, takes it right out of the hands of McAleer. Ball is dead immediately, and we're going to run out of time here in the first quarter.
And they're not going to get this play off as the first quarter ends, but what a quarter it was for Warren Woods Tower in the last 30 seconds, picking up that fumble recovery. And so they'll have it 1st and 10 on the Stevenson 48. So that's the end of the first quarter. The score, Stevenson 7, Warren Woods Tower nothing. Back here at Stevenson Stadium, Mark Andrews along with Jack Crumley and Terry Brown down on the field, ready to get the second quarter underway. Warren Woods Tower 1st and 10 at the 48.
And they race out of the huddle, anticipating maybe a pass here because they want to get right to it.
Tom Brown is the quarterback for Woods Tower. Goes to the air immediately, throws it too high for Hajduk, and boy, did he get nailed after that pass went over his head. Putting the hit on him was number 25, Ken Marnin. But boy, he really stuck Hajduk on that incomplete pass.
Yeah, Tommy Brown a little quick to fire it out there, and was over Hajduk's head. Hajduk's not the tallest of receivers, and Tommy's still having a little bit of trouble getting his throwing arm going here. Woods Tower's in good field position though, and Wilson's been able to get to the outside on that one opportunity that they tried, so we'll look for Randy here.
2nd and 10 from the 48. Brown, quarterback keeper, 45, 40, and he gets down to around the 38-yard line before his momentum was stopped. They're going to mark it around the 37-yard line, good enough for a Tower first down.
Stood up there, Mark Provencher stood him up, but here's that quarterback draw. Tommy Brown likes to run it. They ran it twice against Eisenhower. Wilson gets in the middle, doesn't really get a block for him. Brown picks his way through there. Mark Provencher, second-year starter as a defensive back, made the tackle.
1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower. The ball at the 38, ball on the near side of the field.
Big play for Tower.
Wide out on the far side is Randy Hajduk, number 27. On the near side, number 82, Bob Pokrivka. Tom Brown fires one over the middle, incomplete. The pass was intended for Scott Oliverio, so it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 38.
John Marsetti was in there to hit Tom Brown right as he was trying to get the ball away, which made Tom Brown throw the ball short of his intended receiver. So Marsetti was able to get inside and then mess up his rhythm there.
The ball at the 38-yard line.
Dave Sillican, he had a couple of catches last week for Tower against Eisenhower.
Split out wide to the right. Some movement. The give is to number 22, Randy Wilson. Wilson gets across the 35 down to around right about the 35-yard line.
Looked like Wilson had a lot of room to the outside, Mark. There's a look at the flag, and there's telling you about no wind here, and there's a look at it. But Wilson certainly looked like he had a lot of room to get to the outside on that play, decided to cut it up inside the tackle, and there was 3 Stevenson players there to make the play. You got to keep your eyes open here for Randy Hajduk. Tom Brown seems to like to go to Hajduk in situations where they definitely need a reception.
3rd and 7 from the 35. Hajduk split out wide to the right. Brown back in the pocket, being rushed. Fires one, intercepted.
Mark Provencher.
Provencher to the 50, down to about the 42-yard line, where he is brought down there. John Martini in on the stop. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson from the 42-yard line.
Well, a miscalculation there. We're going to take a look at it. Tom Brown throws the ball to the outside. You'll see number 82, Bob Pokrivka, on the inside. Nobody's there except Mark Provencher, and he picks it off on the run. Luckily, Tower was able to get over there to the side. Martini, cowpoke wrestling him down.
Here we go, 1st and 10 for Stevenson. The ball at the 43-yard line. Greg Shattuck. The give is to Tiburcio, and he gets up to about the 40-yard line before he's brought down there.
Well, you can see Tiburcio just waiting to jump out of his shoes there, and made you think that he was getting the ball, almost an illegal procedure penalty. Very excited to try and get into that line of scrimmage as quick as possible.
Matt Sudduth on the stop. It is now 2nd and 8 from the 41-yard line.
Boy, how the tide turns so quickly. Woods Tower threatening for the first time offensively in the game, and once again their defense is reeling at the 40-yard line. They have to stop Stevenson on this thrust here.
9:40 left to go, second quarter. Shattuck, long count. Looking to fire one over the middle, too far, almost intercepted. Hajduk was right there, just couldn't hold on to the ball. The pass was intended for number 81, Mark Hudson.
Could have been a audible. They ran that a couple times last week against Ford with Key Lee in the middle for Ford. He was jumping in and out like he was going to blitz. A couple of times they tried to hit Hudson on that quick two-stepper. That's what they tried to do there. Hudson fell down. The ball went incomplete. Nobody really near it.
3rd and 8 from the 41. Stevenson against Tower here at Stevenson. 7-0, Stevenson with the lead. They have one wide out on the near side. That's Chris Mills. Shattuck goes back in the pocket looking for Mills. Fires one over. And Mills, I don't know. He decided not to go after it.
I think it was for Mills. Hudson was curling, actually kind of like the same route that they scored the touchdown on. Hudson's on the tight end spot. Mills will turn in and run a curl-in pattern. Hudson's going out around him. If Greg Shattuck had let that pattern develop a little bit longer, I think Hudson would have been alone down the sideline.
Chris Mills back to punt for Stevenson. Deep for
Tom
Warren Woods.
Dembinski must make sure he doesn't make a mistake here. He's inside his 5-yard line. He doesn't really want to catch it down there.
Mills barely gets the kick away. It bounces around the 10. Will it get to the end zone? No way, Jose. It is down around the 8-yard line, where Warren Woods Tower will take over 1st and 10.
Number 61, Roger Petratoni, almost got to that punt. The back that was in there to protect the kicker, Mills, did not pick him up, and he almost got the punt block.
1st and 10 from their own 8 is Warren Woods Tower. Uniforms look a little bit like the Lions out there, Jack.
So far, Tommy Brown needs to get his passing game going a little bit here. He's been unable to be successful. On 1st down, they have thrown a lot, so we can look here where Krifka's going to draw a single coverage here on the outside. So on their own 8-yard line, we'll see if they're going to gamble.
Brown. The quarterback keeper, and he eats it right around the 7-yard line. It looks like a loss of about 1 on the play.
Scott Smykowski, number 99, was in there. Stevenson spent a good half hour on Wednesday running the option against their defense. Smykowski, 6'5", and probably the best candidate for defensive all-conference player that Stevenson has. He sat out last week's game with a deep thigh bruise from a helmet he got against Clarkston. So Smykowski is also wanting to get back into the flow of things.
The clock is running with 8:20 to go here in the 1st half. Tom Brown might be changing things at the line. The give was
Wilson
Varsity on the stop. Wilson on the carry.
Wilson, the ball carrier. Marsetti with the tackle.
No gain. 3rd and 11. .7:45 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Mark Andrews along with Jack Crumley and Terry Brown here at Stevenson. As they come out of the huddle, coming to the near side is Bob Pokrivka. Got him split in the backfield once again. Brown on the keeper, back around the goal line, fires one out. Incomplete. The pass was intended for number 85, Scott Oliverio. And he took quite a lick there too, Jack.
Oliverio heard footsteps. I think he had a very good opportunity coming up with that pass. Tom Brown on kind of a bootleg pass here and has to get into a little impromptu situation and fires it out over the middle. The ball is there. And now Oliverio could not come up with it. Heidick right at the edge of his end zone.
Nice snap. No real rush.
Oh, he
gets
killed
the kick
it.
away. What a bounce. It's down to the 30. Takes a Warren Woods Tower roll, and it goes all the way down to the 13-yard line, where it's down there.
78-yard punt by Randy Heidick. He boomed it and got a good roll, and he deserved it the way he kicked it. Daldine never had a chance of getting the ball, and Heidick certainly does his job in moving Woods Tower from a deep hole and putting Stevenson in a deep hole.
Daldine, I don't think, was within 15 yards of it. It went right over his head.
Yeah, Heidick certainly did his job.
So it's 1st and 10 for Stevenson. and they thought they might get the ball with good field position. But au contraire, 1st and 10 from, let's call it the 13. Greg Shattuck, the quarterback for Stevenson. Pitches back to Hilton. Hilton turns the corner. He gets up to around the 15, 16-yard line before he's brought down there by Tom Brown, number 15.
Bercio once again was out in front and trying to give a little bit of a interference for Hilton. Referees are talking. Do we have a flag down? No, we do have a flag down, so we'll have to see what happens here. Stevenson could be pushed back farther or gain a little bit here and get a first down. Here's a look at the referee.
There's referee Ted Pizak.
Number 62.
A personal foul against Stevenson. Offsetting penalties. So as they say, same-o, same-o. And we'll do it all over again.
Okay, well, it must have been dead ball then. It was not dead ball. That's why they're going back to the first down and 10. Here's a good look at the defensive squad for Stevenson. I don't know if you can. There's Jerry Lajeunesse in the white jacket, defensive coordinator. And he's very vocal, loves to get his players up, and an integral part of Rick By's staff.
1st and 10 for Stevenson. Shattuck. Matt Sudduth in on the stop. Tiburcio on the carry for Stevenson. There he is, number 39.
This time he stood up. That's what Woods Tower has to do. Make sure that they don't let Tiburcio sneak through there. Every time he makes one of those 8, 10, 12-yard runs, he picks Stevenson up offensively.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10.
Warren Woods Tower could definitely benefit from a turnover like an interception right here.
Chris Mills split to the near side. Shattuck pitches back to Hilton. Hilton trying to turn the corner, gets up to the 20, around the 23-yard line. Close to 3rd down yardage. Jim Schwartz in on the stop, number 5. And they're very close to the first down, and I think they're going to bring the chains out. Yes, sir. Tough to tell from here whether they do have it or not. Looks like they
might.
might.
Bring the sticks out. Tommy Brown's down also. I don't know if the official first called the official's timeout for that or if he brought it out strictly for the measurement. Brown's still down, and you see him to the left of the shot there before they closed in. Good shot by Dave Held, our cameraman on the sideline tonight. And you can see that Stevenson's about 3 inches short.
Very nice, David. So here we go. 3rd down situation. The ball at the 24. 5:11 left to go here in the 2nd quarter on the Comcast Game of the Week. Game number 3.
You talk about defenses bending but not breaking. We're going to talk to Terry Brown as soon as we get this play off. 3rd and inches. Stevenson unsure of what they're going to do here, and we're going to talk to Terry right now.
Ed Kraskett, 5'11", 185 senior defensive lineman for Stevenson. You're out this evening, and what is your problem?
I got left knee injury.
Was that injured just during this past week?
Yeah, 4th game.
You think you're going to be out for more than just this game this evening?
No, I'll be out for this game, but I'll be back next week. Play against Sterling Homecoming.
I know you've been a starter this season. What does it feel like to be sitting out?
It's bad because you work so hard during the summer to play artist, and it's always, not fun to be on the sidelines watching, but you gotta take it.
Well, I'm sure you'll be back with them next week. What do you think of the game so far?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Okay, good. Back up to the booth, Mark Andrews.
Okay, Terry, thank you very much.
Look at Ed
Tiburcio
Kraska there. That was Ed Kraska talking to Terry Brown there, out with a knee injury. Tiburcio did pick up the first down.
1st and 10 for Stevenson. 4:39 left to go, 2nd quarter. Stevenson with a couple wideouts at the top of your screen. Running out of that eye. Make it 3. Shattuck pitches back to Hilton on the left side. Tries to turn the corner, but he is hit just before he did by Randy Heiduck, number 27. A loss of about 3 on the play, so it'll be 2nd and 13. Nice defensive play.
Yeah, Hilton looked like he had a lot of room to run there, and instead of gaining maybe 10 or 15 like it looked like he could have, lost 3 yards on a play. Great play by Heiduck.
2nd and 13, the ball at the 22. Cool night here at Stevenson High School. They come up to the line, 2nd and 13. Greg Shattuck goes back in the pocket, looks right, fires over, incomplete, underthrown to Mark Hudson. So that'll bring up a 4th down situation now.
There's the ace, Bullet Bob Cinnamon. Oh, that's Joe Rigorello there. Look at Joe, back from Ferris State. What dedication, comes all the way down for this ball game tonight.
3rd down, 13.
Now, Shattuck certainly had his time struggling here at quarterback trying to throw the ball. They've had a great ground attack so far, and that's kept them on top of Woods Tower. We'll have to see if Shattuck can straighten out that arm.
Shattuck goes back in the pocket once again. Fires one right side, incomplete. The pass was intended for Hudson once again, but a nice hit put on by Tom Brown. Getting to Hudson.
Well, Hudson had enough for the first down, had enough time to pull the ball in. When you'll notice that Tom Brown hits him, it's after Hudson drops the ball. This is his 2nd opportunity for a pass here, and he did not have the handle. Tommy Brown was right there to make the hit. Hudson did have enough for the first down. That was a good pass by Shattuck.
Good timing. Chris Mills back to punt for Stevenson. Tom Dubinsky deep for Warren Woods Tower, standing back around the 35-yard line. Mills with not much of a rush. Ball drops at the 45, and it's going to roll dead right about that point. 45, 44-yard line, where Warren Woods Tower will take over 1st and 10 with 3:20 left to go here in the first half.
Well, once again, good field position for the Titans of Woods Tower. Look at part of the people here in the crowd. Not as big a crowd as Stevenson had here last week. Of course, last week it was against their arch rival Ford, which shares the same field. And there's a look at sometime director, sometime producer, sometime everything, Dave Johnson, running a camera tonight out in that cold wind.
This is cameraman on parade here tonight. Tom Brown calling the signals for Warren Woods Tower. Has the ball at the 44-yard line, 1st and 10.
That's got to be a
little
penalty.
movement at the line.
That's got to be a penalty. Bobby Prokrivka there, unable to stay. He would have ended up going out of bounds. He was in motion, and Brown didn't call the signals to get the play started in time. And I believe it is against Prokrivka.
So that pushes the ball back to the 44-yard line.
Well, certainly not what Woods Tower wants to get going is 1st and 15. You'll see these huddles all through the night on Stevenson sidelines. They specialize, constantly keeping the offense and the defense with their 2 coaches. Rick By there is drilling his offensive team, and they constantly get on that sideline and discuss what's going on, and it's certainly an advantage for them.
There you see the clock, 2:35 now left to go in the first half. As Woods Tower comes up to the ball. 1st and 15. Brown with a quickie over on the right side.
That's Heidick on the side. He gains about 7 there. Good timing pattern between the linebacker and the outside defensive back. You'll see it just a 2-step quick one to Heidick. He's on the far side. Gets about 7 yards. Heidick looks right away. Good catch, and he's sandwiched by 2 Stevenson defenders. One of them was Marcetti.
Down to each of the other for Stevenson. So it's now 2nd and 8 as they pick up 5. The ball at the 49-yard line of Stevenson. As Tom Brown goes back in the pocket, quarterback draw once again, gets up to the 45, down to around the 43-yard line, about a yard or 2 short of the first down.
Well, Tommy Brown on that quarterback draw again, and it's effective again. At least 7 yards they got there. It's going to be short of the first down. Right now we're looking at 3rd and a long 2 or so, and they're in 4-down territory, which means that they have really 2 running opportunities here, or, you know, they could throw the ball. We'll have to see. Tommy Brown's arm's been off a little bit tonight, possibly because of the cold weather, possibly a little bit of nerves. This is a big game for Woods Tower. They can't afford to lose a 2nd time in the conference.
Tom Brown approaches the center, checks things out on the left side. Now he checks the right. And here we go.
Mashuda.
They give to Mashuda, and he gets down to around the 45, 46 yard line, or I'm sorry, 41, 42 yard line.
Looks like he's got it, Mark, and that'll keep the drive alive. Stop the clock with 1:23 to go, and what a big possession this is. We got a Tower player down on the field, unable to get a number so far. Mishuta was the ball carrier, and he was on the bottom of the pile. It could be him. They haven't put up the first down yet. I don't know if they're going to measure, but he's very, very close.
As you see, Dennis Zabozin and the Warren Woods Tower coaching staff out on the field, attending to the injured player. I think it was Mishuta, Jack. And of course the training staff out there.
And they'll take all the time they can to make sure there's nothing seriously wrong with. We believe it is Mishuta. No for sure here yet. The fullback got very close to the first down. We're going to have to measure here also, I'm sure, before we get play underway again. The way things have gone offensively for Stevenson so far, a 7-0 game has to make Woods Tower pretty happy right now. Their defense has bent quite a bit. Broke only on the one big play to Mills on that pass down the sideline about 45 yards. And Tower being down 7-0 has to feel pretty good about their position, especially with the opportunity here to try and tie the game or cut the lead to 7-3. Randy Heidick's a good kicker. He has good range.
And they're hanging right in there, really. What some of the newspapers were calling could be a blowout really isn't being that so far tonight.
Well, looking off the performances of the last couple weeks, you had to think that, geez, you know, if Stevenson plays as well as they have been, this could be a blowout. But the way these two coaches have known each other for a long time, and Dennis Zaboz's team is never going to embarrass him. So you have to believe that they were ready to play tonight. So far, it's been a good game.
Dan Mishuta walks off the field under his own power. There you see him. And he doesn't seem to be injured that badly. So they bring the chains out now to check on the first down situation and how close they may be.
We'll get a look at the other end of the chain there to tell us how close they are. Unless we have that reverse angle camera going.
There we go.
And they are short.
There you see that little flag out there, and that's how short they are. I'd say 6 or 7 inches, maybe. So now it's fourth down with 1:23 to go. I don't see why you should try kicking at this point.
I don't either. Mishuta is out, so we'll have to see. They're going to go with one back, and that's Wilson. A couple of tight ends. Tommy Brown's a big kid. I would expect him to just quarterback sneak it for the first down.
Randy Wilson, number 22 in the backfield. And they come up to the line now, and here we go. They've got Wilson split out wide to the left. Brown on the quarterback keeper has the first down, and he gets down to around the 37, well, perhaps the 35, 34-yard line before he's run out of bounds. Tom Brown with a nice bit of running. Good second effort there, Jack.
Good second effort. The play did take a lot of time. If Stevenson was able to string it out, they could have stopped him, but he was able to get the first down. Brown faking the handoff on the inside, moving to the outside, picking it up himself, and getting out of bounds, stopping the clock. 1st and 10 for Woods Tower.
The ball is at the 34, 35-yard line. 1:05 left to go here in the second quarter. Long count by Tom Brown, goes back in the pocket, looks left, fires one over the middle, incomplete. The pass was intended for number 82, Bob Pokrivka, underthrown. So it'll be 2nd and 10 for Warren Woods Tower. There it is again.
This ball is very far underthrown. You got to wonder if this slipped out of his hand. Tom with a lot of time here, back in the pocket, as you said. Ball flutters off his hand. Pokrivka well short, about 5 yards, and nobody really had a chance to catch that ball. So Tom struggling here in the first half.
2nd and 10 for Warren Woods Tower. Have the ball on the far side of the field. Brown goes back in the pocket once again. Rushes on. And he was hit as he threw the ball. Coming close to the interception, John Marcetti. So it'll be 3rd down and 10 now for Warren Woods Tower.
Coming off the field, number 71, Brian Klochek. I believe he was the one that got to Tom Brown. We'll see it. Here's number 71 underneath. And he got belted right at the last second there, Tom Brown did.
Joe Tharrett, number 45, I think, put the hit on Brown. So it'll be 3rd down and 10, 55 seconds. There you see it. Left to go here in the first half. Stevenson, the home team. There you see they lead 7-0 over Warren Woods Tower. And an excellent high school football game here on the Comcast Game of the Week. There's a timeout on the field right now. Tower must have called it.
I would think so. They really need to try and get some points on the board here. We got the band off on the far side of the field there. Stevenson's band is an excellent band. They'll be playing at halftime. I'm sure we'll get a shot of that. There's a look at the band on the far side of the field, out on the track and waiting for their time to get into the participation of tonight's ball game.
Both coaches out with their respective teams. Dennis Zaboza now coming off the field. Rick Bai still out there.
It's Jerry Lajeunesse, defensive coordinator. Jerry Lajeunesse, been with the club a long time. Kids respect him. He's got a great sound system in the defense, and he's a very well-respected coach around the league as a defensive mind.
3rd down 10 when we get back underway for Warren Woods Tower.
You'd think they were TV timeouts. How long were they out there? Huh?
This is a big 3rd down play. Here we go. Tom Brown coming up to the line, checking things over. Goes back in the pocket immediately. The blitz is on. Decides to keep it. Gets up to around the 30, down to about the 25, close to another 1st down.
He's just short. He's just short of it. Ed Anderson was racing in. You'll see Ed Anderson at the top of your screen, blitzing from the far outside linebacker position. Wilson doesn't see him. Brown gets away and is able to split tacklers here, but he's not far enough for the 1st down. 4th and about half a yard, probably not even that much.
So they bring the chains out once again.
Wait a second, they gave him an awful good spot here.
And let's see. Well, they're short by about a yard.
Yeah. Well, they gave him a real good spot there. Dennis Sabozin, what do? You're on the road. You're on the 25. It's a 42-yard field goal. I believe he's going to go for it. Last time we saw Tom Brown on an option play on 4th and inches, and they're going to talk about it. Tom Brown asked for timeout, and Dennis, realizing what a very big moment in the ball game is coming up, is going to have to come out and talk to his force with it. That tells the story right there so far. Stevenson up 7-0 on that long pass play to Chris Mills early in the 1st quarter. And Woods Tower trying to dent the end zone here.
Well, with 45 seconds, that's a lot of time. So to go for the 3, that gives Stevenson a chance to come back and march down on the field. And we saw on their first touchdown, they can do that very quickly. Here's that play once again, the last play.
There's Ed Anderson at the top of the screen. And Brown, good running quarterback. He's able to get away from tacklers and just short. What's up Denny Zabozin's sleeve? That's what Jerry Lajeunesse is trying to figure out in the defensive huddle. He's got Smykowski and Ed Anderson over there and all the other defensive backs. Mark Provencher, longtime player for Stevenson, now over in his 2nd year playing.
9 times out of 10 I predict wrong, but I'm predicting quarterback draw this time. What do you think?
Yeah, on the inches, I don't think that'll work. Last time they gave it to Tommy Brown. Wilson's a small back, and you may see the ball just stay in Brown's hands again.
Here we go, big 4th down play from Warren Woods Tower. Movement on the line.
Well, Tommy Brown moved too. Tommy Brown moved too, and he grabbed his face mask, which was a dead giveaway to the official. We're going to take a look at it. You'll see Brown's left leg move. You also see a Stevenson lineman jump.
Yep, there it is.
So we'll have to see what the officials decide here.
Good stop action by Dave Schimmel and the gang down in the truck.
And it is against Woods Tower. Tommy Brown moving that leg. That changes the whole complexion of the play. They need at least 6 yards here. They have to make sure they have enough for the 1st down. So you're talking about a 10-yard pattern or so in a pass. And the way Stevenson's been blitzing, Tom Brown's not going to have a lot of time to do this.
4th down and 6 with 45 seconds left to go.
This is how important this game is. Channel 4 is here looking at it. Stevenson is a rated club, I believe 5th in the state in Class A.
Long count once again by Tom Brown. Back in the pocket, fires one out in the flat. Incomplete. No flag thrown. The pass was intended for number 80, Dave Sillick.
Dave Sillick was there. We'll take a look at it. Scott Smykowski playing a linebacker spot here is on Sillick, and he's on him. I mean, we could have had a definite penalty there.
Ooh,
hand
bingo.
in the middle of Sillick's back and no call by the official. Don't know if the official didn't have a good angle on it or what, but no call, and no call there was a bad call.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson, and they have 40 seconds to work with on the scoreboard. And they have it 1st and 10 at their own 30.
Here's a look at it again. You'll see Smykowski's left arm go into the 8-0 on Sillick's back. This should have been pass interference.
You bet.
Well, you got to believe they're going to either be very conservative or try to get the ball in the hands of Hilton or Mills and get them loose and see if they can produce another touchdown here late going.
Yeah, they might go up top for 6 right off the bat and then play conservatively the rest of the way. No, they're going to sit and enjoy this one.
Well, you're at home, you're playing extremely well, although Shattuck isn't throwing the ball real well in the first half. With the guns they have in the backfield, I'd like to see them try and work a play or two. Of course, they're thinking fumble, and they don't want to let Tower back in the game.
Time for one more play. It's about a 1-second differential from the time they started the play clock. And Shattuck will just go down on it once again, probably, with 9 seconds left to go.
Joe Montana did it different once.
That's the end of the first.
And once again, they might have called a delay penalty, a 5-yard penalty for a delay of game.
5-yard mark off for delay of game.
So they're going to have to do this one more time here.
Well, the official, he has the official time on the field.
He called it. I saw when he started the time, and he looked at the clock just as I did.
Well, I can't see him, so.
There we go, delay of game.
First half.
So Shattuck will probably, for all intents and purposes, just go down on it and end the first half as you see it right there. A good first half of football here at Stevenson, and it's halftime with the score, Stevenson 7, Warren Woods Tower nothing.
That's the key to the ball game right here. Stevenson's defense is playing so well right now. Woods Tower can counteract that, get a little bit of offense going, especially with throwing the ball. They could get back in this ball game and even pull an upset.
There you see the statistics at halftime, and you'll notice that Stevenson with the edge in total yards by a lot, of course, passing yards and rushing yards by a little bit, but equal on the first downs and the turnovers.
Now, 92 yards passing, of course, 43 of those coming on the one play to Mills. First downs are even, but like we say, the yardage that Woods has not been able to gain offensively has really hurt them. Once again, you take a look at the band there performing for this good-sized crowd here. Not as big as last week, like we said, when Ford was playing here. Home field for both Ford and Stevenson. But it is a good crowd. It's a little bit chillier than last week, too.
You were talking in the early part of the game, especially with Greg Shattuck. He was having problems throwing the ball. You think a little stingy fingers today?
Oh, it is cold out, like we talked about in the pregame show. We were down there, and our hands were cold just from sitting outside for about a half hour. So you got to believe that Shattuck doesn't play both ways. He only plays offense, so his hands could be a little bit on the cool side. Doesn't have a real good grip on the ball, and of course the ball's a lot harder too because it is cold.
There you see the Stevenson band down on the field. And we're going to be back to kick off the second half of this exciting game right after these messages. Andrews with Jack Crumley and Terry Brown here at Stevenson High School. They're ready to start the third quarter. Stevenson leads Warren Woods Tower 7-0. And let's go down to the sideline where Terry Brown is with Warren Woods Tower coach Dennis Zabozin. Terry?
Warren Woods Tower coach Dennis Zabozin. Dennis, at halftime down 7-0. How do you feel about that? Obviously, you'd like to be ahead.
Well, we had a half to go. Hopefully we could catch them. You know, they're a great football team.
Very good team. What do you say to your guys at halftime in a game like this?
Well, we got to play good defense again and hopefully get a break and, you know, try and capitalize on it. We're like little Bambis playing in the forest, it seems like. I didn't realize they were that big, but they are pretty good size.
Okay, Dennis, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing you after the game. Back to Mark Andrews in the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Terry. Here with Jack Crumley, and we're getting set to start the third quarter, and we were outside at halftime. It's getting a little nippy out there, my friend.
It sure is cold. And Dennis Zabozin there talking happy with the way his defense has played so far. Take that one big play away and we're in a 0-0 ball game, and that's probably how he feels. His defense has bent but not broken like we talked about, so he is very happy with the way they've played. If they can get untracked offensively, we may see a different second half.
There you see the Stevenson team in their home uniforms with the blue jerseys, white helmets. Warren Woods Tower in the white jerseys with blue numerals and silver helmets. Stevenson coming out of their locker room now, being coached by Rick By, one of the top high school coaches in the metro area.
At halftime, we were studying our Red Wing schedule here, Mark. We did have Jimmy Devellano on during the pregame show, had some candid comments about some of the new players that they had. Very optimistic they are this year. And, you know, hopefully the Wings can turn it around and get back in the playoffs again and have a good season. Good luck to them.
Well, I was up in Port Huron yesterday, met Peter Klima for the first time. Somebody said, Peter, this is Mark Andrews, used to announce our games. Good friend of the hockey club. He said, hi, Mark, I'm Peter. He didn't understand a word the guy was saying to him, and I said, nice to meet you. Welcome to Detroit. He didn't understand that either. So, but what a great hockey player this kid is. And Harry Neal was telling me yesterday that this kid has all the tools, as many as Gretzky had in his rookie year, so we'll find out.
That's great. There's a look at the one cameraman we've slighted so far. Bob Cinnamon, usually on the sideline this week. He's taking a break up in the stands, fighting with the kids and trying to keep his eye on the ball.
Looks like Bob's wearing one of those Z hats that we give away on the radio station. Okay, 7-0 is the score. Stevenson over Woods Tower as we're getting set to start the third quarter. Stevenson will be kicking off to start the third quarter. Phil Newman, a 5'10", 155-pound senior, will be kicking off for Stevenson. Deep for Warren Woods Tower, Tom Dubinsky and John Cooney, number 68.
Be nice to see one of those reverse kickoff returns, wouldn't it? Get Warren Woods Tower right back, pumped up into the game.
It would be exciting.
A la Thomas Hollywood Henderson and the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl against Pittsburgh. Newman steps off and gets ready to get us underway here in the second half. Tower down by 7, and they're going to receive the ball.
Newman gets the whistle from the official. And here we go. Newman with a high end-over-end kick is not going to make the end zone this time. Taken deep by Dubinsky. Dubinsky makes the turn, and he is nailed right around the 18-yard line. Larry Ganawea, number 28. Kem Marnin, number 25, also in on the stop, 25 and 28. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower at the 19-yard line.
Probably not the position Tower hoped to come out to in the second half here. Now they got 80 yards looking at them with a tough Stevenson defense. And as Denny said, Bambi running through the forest. And we mentioned earlier Stevenson's bigger, but I don't think they're that much bigger.
Randy Wilson gets the call. He gets up to around the 21, 22-yard line. A pickup of about 3 or 4 yards on the play.
Still no sign of Dan Mashuda back in the lineup.
I was just looking for him myself.
Yeah, Danny must be on the sideline someplace, number 33. He is on the sideline standing by backup quarterback Matt Kennedy. So Dan looks like he may not be back in the ball game.
It's 2nd and 7. Ball at the 22-yard line. Randy Heiduck bringing a play in from the sidelines from Dennis Zabosin.
I would imagine they don't have much time to get this play off here. It's been quite
Not
a
really.
while.
Tom Brown pitches back, loose on the play. Tower gets it back, and the ball went under the legs of the Woods Tower player. There might be Tom Brown back there.
The time he got the ball back. Blind pitch here. He's looking for Randy Wilson, but Wilson's out in front of him. I don't think Brown looks here and just throws the pitch. Well, in fact, Smikowski might have got a hand on it. Number 99, Big Scott Smikowski. Luckily for Tower, Tom Brown was able to get on that ball. This Woods would have been deep in a hole. They're only on their 10 right now. 3rd and very long.
3rd down, 18. The ball at the 10, as Jack mentioned. Brown calling the signals. Pitches over for Dubinsky, and he slips and falls right around the 10-yard line, bringing up a 4th down situation.
Well, all the action has been on that end of the field, and I'm sure that's not the start Woods was looking for here in the second half. Could take a little bit of the gas out of their engines here. Heidick back to punt again.
Heidick standing back in the end zone. Has a rush, but gets the kick away. Another nice punt. Picked up by number 33, Daldine, and he is reamed right around the 35-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson right around the 35-yard line. First and 10 for Stevenson as Greg Shattuck comes up to the ball. Shattuck calling the signals. The give is to Hilton, and he is hit immediately right around the 35-yard line. Good defensive line play. And Matt Suda, number 75, Sudeth rather. So it's 2nd and 10 right at the 35.
Matt got some help there from John Cooney, and they just sandwiched Tabercio there. Never had a chance to get started.
8:30 left to go, 3rd quarter, 7-0. Stevenson leads. Couple wideouts on the near side as Shattuck calls the signals.
Hudson goes in motion. No, he doesn't.
Shattuck pass underthrown, intended for number 32, Chris Mills, incomplete. So it'll bring up a 3rd and 10 situation.
Well, still both quarterbacks having a hard time throwing the football tonight. I really don't understand it. It is cold, and maybe it is the hand problem, but it's been
they've
all
been
game
pressured
so
though
far.
too, though, Jack.
Yeah, there has been a lot of good defensive plays so far tonight.
Big 3rd down play for Stevenson here. They've got Pat Hilton split out wide to the right. Hudson wide to the left. Shattuck back to throw. The rush is on. Fires one over the middle. It's intercepted by Schwartz, Jim Schwartz, number 5, and he's pulled down around the 28-yard line. So new life for Warren Woods Tower at the 28. They have it 1st and 10.
What a play by Jim Schwartz. He's only 5'10" and a senior, and he gets in front of number 81, Mark Hudson. Not only tips the ball, but comes up with it also. You see Shattuck get flushed out of the pocket, throws on the run. There's Schwartz, tips it, comes down with it. Here comes Mills from behind, makes an aggressive tackle, and Woods Tower is back to life.
1st and 10 for the Warren Woods Tower Titans as Tom Brown and company come up on the ball. Long count. Brown rolling left, decides to keep it. gets up close to first down yardage as he comes up close to the 40-yard line around the 37-38.
Well, 2nd and 1 here, and Denny Zabosa said they're looking for a big play to come out of here. A little bit of play action and a throw deep wouldn't be bad here. You'll see Tommy Brown come out, a little bit of option play here. Goes out around the outside, fakes the pitch, and gets by the first tackler. Provencher's there to bring him down. And 2nd and 1. No, they did get the first down. They gave him the first down, so Woods Tower starting to get a little bit of movement in there. Once again, Tom Brown's the catalyst, this time running.
1st and 10. They mark the ball at the 39. Ball on the far side of the field. Tommy Brown calls the signals. In motion is Dave Sillick. The give is to Wilson, Randy Wilson, number 22. Wilson gets up to about the 42, 43-yard line for a pickup of about 4 on the play. So make it 2nd and 6. Call it the 42.
Well, once again, trying the inside of that Stevenson defense, and Wilson's just too small to be able to run through there. He only weighs 150 pounds, so trying to get through that off the defensive line that Stevenson puts up there with these 200-pounders is not a job for him. With Mashuda out, though, somebody has to do it.
Ball in the middle of the field. There you see a nice shot of Tom Brown in the offensive line of Warren Woods Tower. Nice pass to Wilson. Correction, that ball,
Oliverio again.
Oliverio, okay. But he gets another first down for Warren Woods Tower. They've got it around the 47-yard line.
Good play action here. Tom Brown doesn't go too deep in the pocket. He has to get rid of it right away because there's Smikowski and Anderson. Heidick tries to help out with a block there. Oliverio, second effort, gets him the first down. And Woods Tower, for I believe the first time in the ball game, has put together back-to-back first downs.
5:53 left to go here in the third quarter. 7-0. Stevenson leads. But right now, Warren Woods Tower is on a roll. Brown on the quarterback keeper once again. On the option, decides to keep it. He gets down across the 40 to about the 35-yard line, and it looks like another first down for Warren Woods Tower, Jack.
Well, Tommy Brown running that option very effectively. He had Randy Wilson with him there on the outside, and he had enough time to either pitch it or keep it. He kept it once again and looked for room. There's Sillick in motion. Brown back a little and then out to the option. He's got Wilson as his trail back. Good block on Ed Anderson there, keeping him out of the play. And Brown picks up another first down. Woods Tower on the move offensively for the first time in the ballgame.
And they come running up to the line now. The wide out on the near side is Randy Heidick. Coming over to this side now is Bob Pokrivka. Brown once again on the quarterback keeper. Has a little trouble getting it going this time. He gets up probably to about the 33-yard line. A gain of about a yard, perhaps 2, before he's brought down.
Kenny Marnin flying in real late there, looking for a piece of the action and unable to help in the tackle. Tom Brown gaining a little bit of yardage there. Tower trying to stay away from the throwing game so far in the second half and trying to rely on the ground attack. They're only down by a touchdown. We're only in the third quarter, so there's enough time to at least play with it.
So give them 2 on the play. Call it 2nd and 8. The ball at the 35. Brown in the pocket, rolls out to his left, fires downfield, incomplete. The pass was intended for Bob Pokrivka. It looked like he had his hands on the ball too.
Pokrivka was there and he couldn't get his hands on it. Good pass by Tom Brown. He's under a lot of pressure here. You'll see Anderson come from the far side of the field trying to get Tom Brown. He can't get to him and he lofts it up down the sideline. Pokrivka's there and it's just tipped away by Mike Laratello.
So it's 3rd down and 8 for Warren Woods Tower. With the ball at the 34. Have the split backfield, as you can see. It's Tom Brown. Decides to throw one over the middle, incomplete. The pass was intended for Randy Wilson. So that'll bring up a 4th down situation now for Warren Woods Tower.
Once again, Tommy Brown under pressure here from Washaki. Comes up the middle, And Tom gets the ball deflected away, looking for Prokrifka on the far sideline. Can't come up with it. 4th down and 8. And we see a play coming in from the sideline, so they're going to go for it. A little bit far for a field goal attempt here. Would have been about a 50-yarder, so Tom Brown's going to try his luck. I would expect to see a deep drop, no play action, and just going to the air. But we get a timeout from Zabozin, maybe not sure of what he's sent in or seeing a defensive adjustment that Stevenson was going to make that may interfere with that play.
Warren Woods Tower calling that timeout with 4:09 left to go here in the third quarter.
Well, this is a very big game for both teams. Stevenson, of course, as we saw in the standings before the game, are 3-0. No divisional games yet, and this is also a non-divisional game. It's a crossover, as they call it. And Woods Tower 2-1, still haven't had a division game either. So they need to win their division to qualify for the MAC Conference. Stevenson has a game coming up with Eisenhower. They're also 3-0. And Woods Tower has to contend with Cusno, who's 3-0 right now in their division. Right now, we're going to go down on the field to Terry Brown once again.
Terry?
On the sidelines, here's Joe Malama, assistant trainer of Warren Woods Tower. Joe, how are you doing this evening? How's the team holding up through the first half?
Team's holding up real well. I think if we bring it down the field right now and score, we're going to keep it right back in this game and probably win it.
The weather like tonight, kind of crisp and cool, cut down on the injuries?
A little bit, but it's absolutely perfect football weather.
Certainly is. How many players do you have with you on your road games?
Right now about 45.
Okay, it looked like sort of a small squad this evening for some reason.
Yeah, it absolutely does with those uniforms.
All right, well, Joe, best of luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And back to Mark Andrews in the booth.
Thank you very much, Terry.
If they've got 45 players, they're counting some people in the stands.
4th down now. Big play for Warren Woods Tower as Tom Brown comes up to the line.
Look for Randy Heidick here.
There he goes. Brown back to pass. A lot of pressure. Throws one over. Incomplete. The pass was intended for Bob Prokrifka, broken up by Mike Lattarella, number 82. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson at the 35.
Here's another look. Tom Brown has a strong arm off balance. It's about the 3rd time tonight he's been able to throw that.
Nice
oh
pass.
Boy, 2 more inches, eh?
Nice
Bob
pass.
Prokrifka was there. Great play by Mike Lattarella.
Right now,
so it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson at their own 35. 4:02 left to go here in the third quarter. Greg Shattuck calling the signals at quarterback. Tiburcio, the ball carrier. He is brought down by number 44, Frank D'Angelo. So call it a pickup of about 6 on the play. Make it 2nd and 4. The ball at the 40-yard line.
Once again, Stevenson trying to keep Woods Tower honest, popping Tiburcio through the middle there. And if your fullback can get you 6 yards on 1st down, you can't ask for much more from a running play.
Stevenson with 2 wideouts on the near side. There's Shattuck. Pat Hilt, number 20, going right up the middle. He picks up a yard, perhaps 2. Matt Sudeth in on the stop, or Sudeth rather, number 75.
Good look at the Stevenson general, Greg Shattuck, waiting for the play to come in, and bringing that play in is Steve Shenton. He's switching off with number 78, Trevor Smith, bringing in the plays. Shattuck looking at a 3rd and short yardage here. We'll probably see Hilton behind Tiburcio someplace.
3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Stevenson leading Warren Woods Tower 7-0 here at Stevenson.
Tiburcio.
The give is to Tiburcio, and he is hit immediately by 3 Warren Woods Tower players, being led by Matt Sudeth, number 75 once again. So that brings up a 4th down and 1 situation. And the question becomes, do we go or not? These coaches are really, really gambling today.
Looks like they're going to kick. Rick By realizing that he has the lead and he is in control of the game. A good punt here will force Woods Tower to go another 75 or 80 yards down the field, which against his defense he believes is not going to happen.
Chris Mills back to punt for Stevenson.
And a little
Tom Dubinsky deep for Warren Woods Tower. Nice high punt. A fair catch being called by Dubinsky, and he takes it right at the 26-yard line. And that's where Warren Woods Tower is going to take over, 1st and 10, with 1:59 left to go in the 3rd quarter.
Well, 74 yards of field to go over, and Woods Tower did get their first real good offensive threat the last time they had the ball, keyed mostly by Tom Brown running the ball. So we'll have to see what they have in store now. They are starting to get to the territory where you need to concentrate on throwing the ball a little bit more. Only 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. They're still only down by a touchdown though.
1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower as they break out of the huddle. Once again, the ball is at their own 26. Brown with the long count. Carries, pitches this time. Number 20, Kenny Williams on the carry. Or I'm sorry, Tom Dubinsky, the ball carrier, number 40.
Hopefully we're going to look at it. Watch Tom Brown. He is corralled and pitches this ball underhanded with his right hand. Look
Nice
at that
pitch.
athletic ability. Dubinsky losing his feet there, but what an athletic play by Tom Brown there, being able to get rid of that ball. Woods Tower in trouble again. They might have to go to the air.
A loss of a pair on the play, 2nd and 12. The ball at the 24-yard line. Ball on the far side of the field. Pro set the offense. Brown throws, incomplete. The pass was intended for Dave Sillick. So that brings up a 3rd and 12 situation.
Once again, Woods Tower looking for one of those quick timing passes. You'll see number 80, Sillick. He's just doing a real quick 5-step out. Tom Brown with a quick drop, fires it out, and Sillick's just not ready for it. Maybe took an extra step or two. Smikowski there on the coverage.
So this is a big play for Warren Woods Tower.
Have to stay away from the turnover right here.
They come up to the line.
Come on, go!
Here goes Wilson.
Wilson with a nice run up the 40, 45, midfield.
He's got a blocker.
40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Flag
on the play.
Flag down. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
That may bring it back. We'll find out.
Well, the flag is going to, if they run it from the point of the foul, which they're not going to. Wilson was almost in the end zone when the flag was thrown by an official on the very far side of the field. I'm not sure who the wide receiver was down there trying to block, but he clipped Scott Smikowski.
Here it is again.
Wilson, he'll pop right through the middle of the line off tackle and just gets through there. Breaks a tackle right there and another one by Latarella, and he's gone.
Let's see if we can see the penalty.
He's got 2 blockers with him. Smikowski knocks down the referee, tries to get there, and I don't think that's a penalty.
No, I don't either.
I really don't think that's a penalty.
1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower.
Well, maybe we can see the replay again and see if we can pick up a penalty. I didn't see anything at all.
And here's the call
close to it.
from Ted Pizak. It's Ed.
Well, we don't have a mic on Ted.
I like how he's trying to explain it to the fans.
Well, it's a first down, Warren Woods Tower, whatever he's explaining, but here's another look at it. Wilson is the up back. Brown gives it to him through the tackle hole there.
He was on his way.
No.
No.
Well,
So it's
that's a
1st and 10 for
mystery to us.
Warren Woods Tower. The ball at the 44-yard line of Stevenson. 58 seconds left to go here in the 3rd quarter. Stevenson leads it 7-0.
That was a 27-yard run by Wilson, and
Dennis Zabozin having a discussion with the referee. Here we go.
1st and 10, clean slate.
Brown calling the signals. Back in the pocket. Throws a little screen on the right side. Incomplete. The pass was intended for Dave Sillick. So it'll be 2nd and 10 for Warren Woods Tower. The ball at the 44-yard line. 55 seconds left to go here in the third.
Here's a look at it. Ganawea is starting to bite on this now. Dave Sillick with a quick drop. If Tommy Brown runs a pump fake and Sillick goes up the field, there is no one back there for Stevenson. We're going to look for that play later on.
They've got Hajduk split out wide to the right. Second and 10. The give is Brown on the quarterback keeper. And he gets down to about the 43, 42-yard line before he's brought down there. Call it the 41. Third and 7, the ball at the 41. There you see our score with the clock moving.
Should be the last play of the third quarter unless we get an incomplete pass here, which Tom Brown probably will be doing, is throwing the ball.
Big third down play once again, Warren Woods Tower.
New receiver in Matt Kennedy at the top of the screen.
Brown looking right, firing over the middle. What do they say? Incomplete. The pass was intended for Dave Sillick. 1 second left to go. Here it is again.
Tom Brown back deep in the pocket. A lot of time here. A little bit of play fake. This is our freeze frame action that we have. It's a new tactic we put in this week. But Brown threw the ball into the dirt. Sillick tried to come up with it and could not. Here's another look at it this time. You see Brown go deep into the backfield here. A lot of time. Fires it over the middle, and Sillick just can't come up with it. Hajduk to boot it.
Hajduk kicks it away. And it's just going to roll into the end zone because it's the end of the third quarter anyway. So we've played 3 quarters with the score. Stevenson 7, Warren Woods Tower nothing. And we'll be back with the final quarter of tonight's game right after this. Ted Pizak took the first play of the fourth quarter away from you. He is the referee for this evening's game. It was just a draw play up the middle. It's 1st and 10 for Stevenson. The ball jumped up quite considerably since we last had you. Ball at the 34, 1st and 10 for Stevenson, with Greg Shattuck calling the signals. Tiburcio gets hit immediately by Matt Sudduth, number 75. If there's a gain, it's just a few inches.
Also in there was Tom Dembinski. You know, we keep saying Sudduth's name. He's so big out there. It seems like he's in on all the tackles.
Sure
keep
does.
Seeing that number 75, and he's supposed to be their best defensive player. He's shown it this week as well as last week against Eisenhower.
Stevenson coming out of the huddle now. 2nd and 9. Shattuck on the quarterback option. Pitches to Hilton on the left side. Hilton gets to the 45, the 50, and he's brought down around the 44, 43-yard line, 44-yard line. In on the stop, Tony Pecoraro. You get me with these names. That's what happens when I move to the west side.
Tony Pecoraro on the play. Boy, Jimmy Schwartz made a big mistake there and cut inside on the block and allowed Hilton to get to the outside. If Hilton could have broke that one tackle of Pecoraro, he was gone. Pat Hilton's definitely a big play player.
1st and 10 from the 45.
Mills just waved to Shattuck, and he does have single coverage here. Look out for Chris Mills.
Shattuck on the option, pitches to Hilton once again. 40, 35, 30, and he's brought down on the lateral back to the 30-yard line. Hilton brought down around the 30-yard line. So it's a 1st down for Stevenson. Here it is again.
Once again, getting to the outside, Pat Hilton. Mills is out here just to try and give him a little bit of interference. Hilton takes the pitch from Shattuck, has a lot of room to run, and he breaks about 4 tackles. There's Jimmy Schwartz with a good piece of him. Can't get him, and he's finally dragged down.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson when we get back into action.
It is Pecoraro down. He made that tackle the play before. Was one of the players that couldn't drag Hilton down there, and now he's on the field injured.
10:23 left to go in the fourth quarter. Stevenson with a 7-0 lead over Warren Woods Tower here at Stevenson.
At the concession stand. 4-3
You want to adjust the contrast on your television screen. The lighting a little poor here at Stevenson, so they've got the cameras cranked up, they tell me, in the truck. A little dark down here. We see some nice shadows on the cheerleaders.
Cheerleaders have numbers.
Yeah, I was just about to say, those are innovative uniforms, as they say. And they're gymnasts, too.
Cheerleaders do it all. They take a lot of time and effort and practice, and you got to believe that they're a strong part of the unit of football in particular. And they do a lot of work. Here, once again, Jerry Lajeunesse rallying his defensive troops and explaining what Tom Brown is doing and what Wilson is going to be doing while they're running that option play. And they practiced quite a bit on that on Wednesday. Jerry just trying to refresh the troops' memory of what they were going up against.
Good shot there by our camera on top of the press box.
If Woods has a monitor there, they're all set.
All you have to do is diagram the play for him, Jack. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson. The ball at the 31, 30-yard line. 10:23 to go here in the fourth quarter.
What do they say? A kicker's got a lonely life. There's a look at Phil Newman. He's on the sideline, sitting down, doing a little bit of yoga, and talking to his Davis football player fans there on the sideline. A couple of water boy, ball boy situations from Davis Junior High School, one of the feeder schools for Stevenson.
Well, at least he's got one fan. There you see the educated toe, as they say, doing a little repair work there. Shattuck calling the signals for Stevenson here in this first down play. The pitch is back to Mills, goes left side. Mills across the 20, and he gets down to about the 19-yard line.
Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to see this again. Watch on the outside here, the block that's made on the end, because there's a real good hold here. Oakland Raiders school of holding there. And they got away with that one.
He's finally hauled down. Second down, close to the first down yardage.
Ball just outside the Woods Tower 20-yard line.
As Shattuck comes up on it.
Halfback pass. Nope.
Shattuck, the give this time is to Mills once again. Mills crosses the 20, gets down to about the 16-yard line. Jim Schwartz on the stop.
Woods Tower bending here, and they got a first down for Stevenson inside the 20-yard line. Woods with only 9.5 minutes to go in the game and not really getting their offense going against a strong defensive club in Stevenson. Can't afford to let Stevenson score here, even a field goal.
They have two wideouts, one on each side. Running the eye. Shattuck on the option to Hilton. Hilton, 15 down to the 10. He's down to about the 8-yard line before he's brought down there.
Flag is down. We got a flag down. This time, I think they caught him holding. Here's another look at it. Shattuck again running this option extremely well. Fake inside to Tiburcio, gets it outside to Hilton. Don't see a holding in there, but they're walking it off now, and that's what we're going to have first and about 18 now. Here's a look at Pizak, and he's going to give us the call. Made up for that one they missed.
So it's a first down situation for Stevenson. 22. 9:09 left to go, fourth quarter. Shattuck pitches back to Mills once again, tries to turn the corner. And he gets down to close to the 15-yard line, call it the 16.
Back where they started.
Tom Dubinsky in on the stop.
Mills and Hilton are just so good. Look how deep he is. Gives him a lot of time to pick out what he wants to do here. Woods Tower strings this play out extremely well. Mills still picks up 8 yards. I mean, these two guys, Hilton and Mills, are just so talented.
8:30 left to go in the fourth quarter. Shattuck on the call. Once again on the quarterback option, going left side. Pitches out to Hilton. He was way over the line of scrimmage. It's not called, and they go in for the touchdown.
What a play by Shattuck. Looked like the referee was right on the play, and it looked like it could have been a forward lateral, but it was really close. Great play by Shattuck. We talked about Tom Brown pitching under pressure here. Shattuck did it to give it right back to him. Frank D'Angelo was all over Shattuck, and he still got the ball away. And a touchdown for Stevenson, which could salt this game away.
So that'll bring Phil Newman out for the extra point. McAleer holding number 8. The kick is up, and it's good. The score now, Stevenson 14, Warren Woods Tower nothing. With 8:15 to go, Jack. The ketchup's got to run out of the bottle fast here.
The road's very much uphill right now for Woods Tower. They need some big plays here. They do have the receivers and the quarterback to do it, but Stevenson knows they're going to be doing it. They're going to have a couple extra people back. They got some big people defensively. Tom Brown's got quite a task in front of him right now. Here's a look at your touchdown run. Chris Mills on the sideline.
Phil Newman will be kicking off for Stevenson. Tom Dubinsky and John Cooney deep for Warren Woods Tower. 8:15 to go, fourth quarter. 14-0 to score Stevenson over Warren Woods Tower. There you see Tom Dubinsky, number 40, standing back around his own 4-yard line. There you see the Stevenson special team. High end over end kickoff. Coming down to Cooney at the 5. Comes up, crosses the 20. He gets up to around the 25-yard line before he's brought down there. Let's go down to the sideline and Terry Brown. Terry?
We're talking to Coach Rick By before the game. He was talking about the level of intensity, and he tries to build the team up for Friday rather than having them burn out on Wednesday or Thursday. And we're right down here by the Stevenson bench, and I have never seen a team as up as these Stevenson players are for this game. Also, we got a report on Warren Woods Tower's Tony Pecoraro. He just has a twisted ankle. He'll be fine. Mark, back to you.
That's good news, Terry, as Warren Woods Tower tries a last-minute attack. Tom Brown on the keeper, loses it on the fumble, and the ball goes out of bounds, so it'll stay with Warren Woods Tower. A lucky break for the Tower boys, Jack.
What a hectic play. Tom Brown should not have pitched that ball. Wilson, it was at his feet. We're going to get a look at it here. Wilson's trailing Tom Brown to try and get this pitch. Tommy's about to get corralled here, and at the last second tries to throw it, and he throws it between the legs of Wilson. That was Smykowski, who was trying to get up with the ball, ended up batting it out of bounds and helping out Woods Tower.
Second and 20 for Warren Woods Tower.
As if they're not in a bad enough hole, now they need 20 yards to go.
Brown back in the pocket once again. Fires over the middle. The pass caught by number 85, Scott Oliverio. There it is
once again looking for that timing pattern, and Oliverio's there. Unfortunately for Tower, he falls down, and they still have a long way to go on third down.
Third down, about 15, 16 yards to go.
This isn't the best spot in the world to have to try for it on fourth down either, so they really need to try and get it all right here.
Ball is on the 20-yard line.
The way things have been going, the best thing that might happen for Woods is if Brown gets flushed out of the pocket and tries to pick it up himself.
He had great success doing that in the third quarter. There you see Tom Brown. Brown once again goes to the right, fires downfield, incomplete.
Oliverio there, he was there. He's trying to make one of those your head straight back over your shoulder catches, which are extremely tough. Brown here really on strictly a bootleg. And they had a couple receivers downfield. Tom sees he can't pick it up, decides to throw for it. And Oliverio trying to make that circus catch is unable to do it. We're going to see Randy Heidick once again.
Randy Heidick standing back about his own 5-yard line.
Well, they have to try and let Daldine catch this and hope they can force a fumble. Whoa, bad snap.
High snap.
They run into him. Flag is down. It's going to be an automatic first down. They ran into Heidick. No sense at all in doing that. They have a 2-touchdown lead. They need 15 yards for the first down. They ran into Heidick. It's going to be a first down for Woods Tower. Big mistake by Stevenson. You can't let him try and get back in a ball game like that.
So the automatic first down.
There's a look at it. 2 players were there. The outside player ran into him and ran right through Heidick. No question about the call. Good call by Pizak and the crew. And Woods Tower has life again with 6.5 to go.
Balls at the 35, 1st and 10. There you see the call by Ted Pizak. So it'll be 1st and 10. 6:19 left to go in the 4th quarter. Stevenson with a 14-0 lead.
Stevenson probably looking for a pass here. They may try that play again with Wilson to where he popped through for that could have been touchdown run. There it is, but
broken play. Randy Wilson going up the middle.
Dennis Sabozin thinking on the same lines as me. I'm a big help, huh?
You're fired, Jack. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10. Ball at the 35. 5:45 to go here in the 4th.
They really need to throw the ball so that if it is incomplete, the clock is stopped. They need to get out of bounds as many times as they can. They need 2 touchdowns to even just tie the game. So Woods Tower running under the pressure of not much time and 2 touchdowns down.
2 wideouts on the far side. One on the near side as Brown goes back to pass. Fires one. Complete to number 23.
And there is a flag there, too, for a late hit.
Or rather, Hajduk on the pass reception. Pass back in the Stevenson secondary.
Well, Brown on the mark this time. He rifles one to Randy Heidick. They're going to add 15 yards onto this. You'll see it at the end here. Heidick gets away from the first tackler, is tackled, and then a late hit. And a good call, I'd say.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower on the Stevenson 26.
Well, Woods did this last week, down 14-0 against Eisenhower and trying to get a late touchdown, and they did. Ended up trying an onside kick with only 35 seconds left. Maybe this week they started their comeback a little bit quicker. They still need to score twice, though.
Just a shade over 5 minutes to go here in the 4th. Tower in the pro set. Brown quick pass.
It's caught.
Complete to number 80, Dave Sillick. Sillick down to about the 20 for a pickup of 5 on the play.
Sillick's on the short side of the field, right up by the out-of-bounds line. Another quick timing pattern. Tom Brown throws it underneath the leaping Scott Smikowski. 6'5" plus up in the air, and Brown, a la Kenny Stabler, throwing underneath the rush.
2nd and 3.
They need to get it in the end zone right away. Well, Krifka's got single coverage way out here to the left.
Brown on the keeper. He gets down inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line, and enough for the first down.
But the clock will run as soon as they get those chains set. They got to get in and out of the huddle a lot quicker. They're wasting too much time.
First down for Warren Woods Tower.
1st and 10 for Tower.
You'll see there, you know, the play's coming in. Sillick brings it in, and they're just taking too much time in the huddle.
4 minutes, 5 seconds left to go here in the 4th quarter. Brown back to pass. Fires one over the middle, incomplete. The pass was intended for Scott Oliverio. So it'll be 2nd and 10.
This ball is tipped. Tom Brown goes back looking for Oliverio once again on a crossing pattern. It was a little behind Oliverio. In fact, he might have been the one that tipped it. Sillick was back there, and he looked open near the end zone.
3:48 left to go in the fourth quarter.
Does stop the clock, which helps Tower.
2nd and 10. The ball at the Stevenson 13. Brown, quick play action pass gets deflected at the line. So it'll be a 3rd down 10 situation for Woods Tower, and here it is again, Jack.
I was watching Dembinski. I thought he had the ball, number 40. Good play action fake right there. Ball once again batted away.
Big 3rd down play for Warren Woods Tower to keep this drive alive. They've been aided by a couple penalty flags.
Very, very big penalty flags.
A roughing the kicker and unnecessary roughness during this series. Brown back in the pocket again.
A lot of time this time.
Fires over the middle, deflected and intercepted by number 51, Mark Burnaby. Burnaby brought down around the 5-yard line. And there's an injured Warren Woods Tower player on the field.
Brown with all kinds of time here, looks to throw, doesn't see somebody coming up, and it was tipped by number 75, Chris Kundick. And Burnaby, who started a lot of games last year and was pretty much not seen so far. He made a couple of tackles, but Burnaby was there to pick off the interception and end Warren Woods Tower's really last realistic chance of getting back in this game. No idea who the Tower player is down there.
Guys, move! So we don't go to block the punt. Now that's my fault. I should have realized.
They're still attending. There's Dennis Sabozin on the left. The team physician on the right. And the trainer out there.
Looks like Jerry's chalkboard. Back in class, eh? Jerry's just about done writing, I think, for tonight.
Just telling them to tighten up and keep it tight.
Saying, way to go, Mark. Way to go, Mark.
Okay, you guys got to talk to each other, so we're not both going. You guys see him in the kicker. Okay. Marty, no. You can't right now. Tell me sit. No, you're running in there to block it, and he's running in, and you bumped into him, and he's going for in front. You're going for in front.
Yeah, I came right across with him.
You just got to communicate. Hey, okay, now. Crazy stuff. The ball's going to be up. Okay. A lot of time left. Lots of time left for them to get the quick score. Okay. How's your shoulder? Okay, you're back in next series. Hey, go! A lot of time for them to get to the go that way.
Yeah, just hearing Jerry Lajeunesse down at the sideline, checking with his players to make sure they're all doing okay, and they might be able to survive one more series of downs.
Well, it's grinded out time. Woods Tower's defense has to be a little bit down here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stevenson run out the remaining time off of here with the running backs they do possess.
The give is to Tiburcio. He goes right up the middle. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10, the ball at the 10. So there you see the clock running with less than 3 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
Stevenson's going to try and take as much time as they can and hopefully for their sake get a first down and try and keep the ball away from Woods and any possible disaster.
Shattuck on the rollout. He decides to keep it, and he is swamped under inside the 10. He probably lost a yard or two on that one, bringing up a 3rd down situation.
When Shattuck didn't pitch it, I'm sure he said to himself, man, am I stupid? Because all those guys sure came after him right there.
A loss of a yard on the play. Make it 3rd and 11.
There's a look at Shattuck deciding, well, no, I won't do it, and now he's in big trouble. Sudduth is in there along with John Deem. 3rd and 10, and Woods still a little bit of life here if they can stop him and use a timeout.
2 minutes to go. As Shattuck comes up to the line.
Hilton's deep. Look for Hudson to throw him a block. And Hilton gets
a good read
leveled.
On the run.
Matt Sudduth once again.
Sudduth jumps in.
As quick as he was, maybe he was offside.
So a loss of about 5 on that play. Call it 4th down and 15.
Paul Tabercio is a good, strong fullback, but Matt Sudduth is about 6 inches taller and 60 pounds heavier. And Paul wasn't able to help Pat Hilton at all. Sudduth took them both on and dragged them down.
The clock is rolling with 1:20 left to go here in the 4th quarter. Stevenson up by a couple touchdowns and PATs, 14-0.
Well, this certainly has to reinforce Stevenson as a strong contender for the state title. 14-0 here over Woods Tower. 4-0 now on the season after this win. They are ranked 5th in the state in Class A. They're ranked 2nd in the Metro East behind Warren De La Salle. Last year, Stevenson was very depressed that they didn't get the opportunity to play De La Salle. They feel that they do have just as good, if not better, program here. Rick Bye's been here a long time. Stevenson may get their opportunity this year, especially with the expanded playoffs.
Penalty half the distance to the goal line.
Quick kick.
Taking too much time.
Well,
and they just run out the back of the end zone for a safety. Well, at least Warren Woods Tower doesn't get shut out in this one, Jack.
They don't get shut out, and they still need to score twice to get back in the game. Stevenson taking no chances and not worried about their points given up as a team.
14-2 our score now. Stevenson leading Warren Woods Tower with 1:09 to go in the game. And now Stevenson will have to kick off from their own 20. They have their option of kicking it any way they'd like. They will place kick it. And Phil Newman will be kicking off for Stevenson.
Wade Newman's been kicking. They might as well let him do it. He's been booming them out there.
Tom Dubinsky deep for Warren Woods Tower.
Well, John Cooney and Dembinski possessing the last hope here of trying to run back this kickoff and get Woods Tower back in it as quick as possible. That's really their only hope left, is to run this back for a touchdown.
There you see Phil Newman, number 6, with the ball lined up on the 20-yard line. From the safety. Tom Dubinsky and John Cooney back around their own 30.
Fumble.
Ball goes off. Cooney gets picked up by Dave Donaher. Donaher gets up to about the 35-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Warren Woods Tower at the 36-yard line, excuse me.
Well, the old cross-school bettors from Stevenson that gave up 13 points aren't real happy with that safety.
Oh, the old spread. 1st and 10, here we go.
Might look for a trick play here, maybe a little trailer hitch play with Prokrifka and Kennedy on the outside.
Tom Brown back in the pocket, looking at he's going to throw deep.
Kennedy fell.
With Kennedy falling down, number 43, Mark Provencher.
Mark Provencher staring at a sure touchdown. And when he saw Kennedy go down and the ball coming, he said, hey, star time.
He was posing for the pictures already. Here we go.
Provencher. Well, Mark Provencher, I'm sure, is happy with the way this game's going to come out anyway, but he would have liked to be running that ball in the end zone with 35 seconds to go.
Well, he might get another chance. 2nd and 10 here. Tom Brown right back in the pocket again. Throws deep down the middle, incomplete,
yes,
and offensive pass interference will probably be the call there.
It's going to be defense. It's going to be on Latarella. He stopped and ran into Wilson. Look at it. Wilson's number 22. Lattarella, number 82, and he gets in the way of the receiver right as the ball. Wilson trying to go for the ball, and you'll see Lattarella underneath Wilson there, and the flag going into the pile. 15 yards. It's no longer where the ball was at the point of the foul.
That was your boy Dorrance Dunham making that call. First and 10 for Warren Woods Tower. The ball at the 49, 32 seconds to go. Tom Brown doing a fine job in a losing cause for Woods Tower, throwing one over the middle into traffic. It's incomplete. The ball thrown up for Dave Sillick, almost intercepted by Scott Smykowski.
Brown got hit here right at the end of the play, keeping a back in. That's Tom Dembinski looking to help out blocking, and right as Tommy was about to throw it, he got hit. And you see a receiver right in the background there. That's probably who he was trying to throw it to.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 on the Stevenson 49 with 25 seconds to go.
Two bitter losses in a row for Woods Tower against what looked like to be two of the top flight teams in the conference this year, Eisenhower and Stevenson.
Back in the pocket, Brown once again. Fires downfield. Incomplete. Once again, a little star time for Larry Ganawea. I think these kids are too busy putting it in the end zone and not making sure they catch it. Here it is again.
Yeah, Brown again with a lot of time. Stevenson's only rushing 4, but 2 kind of half-heartedly looking for that quarterback draw. Ball gets up there and Ganawea can't handle it. Wilson was right there, but Stevenson looking for the home run just has too many people deep.
So it's 3rd and 10 now.
Woods Tower can look to the fact that these are not divisional games, the 2 that they've lost, and they can still get into the MAC championship by defeating the 4 schools on their side of the ledger. Cuzno probably going to be their toughest game.
Brown on the quarterback option. Gets up to the 40.
Needs to get out of bounds.
Makes the turn. Around the 35 he goes out. So he picks up the first down with 7 seconds to go. Probably has time for one more play.
There's a look at that. We just talked about it, how the defensive linemen were really charging, looking for this, and Brown runs right up the middle behind Dembinski and decides he wants to run a little, and he says, wait a minute, let me get out of bounds and stop the clock.
First down for Warren Woods Tower.
First and 10 from the 35. Tom Brown comes up to the line for Warren Woods Tower with 7 seconds remaining. Goes back in the pocket once again, not giving up. Fires the home run ball downfield. Incomplete. The pass was intended for number 82, Bob Pokrivka. And time has run out here at Stevenson. So the final score, Stevenson 14, Warren Woods Tower 2, and we'll be back with the wrap-up right after this.
The Titans, your thoughts on the game?
Warren Woods Tower is a great team, and we felt that in our early season schedule that Warren Woods Tower was going to be really the team that we would have the biggest problem with, and it proved, I mean, everything proved right. We really got our kids well prepared for the game. Their boy Sudeth is just a tremendous player, and Tom Brown is a tremendous quarterback. Our kids, we just had a little bit more ammunition, and we had the 1 touchdown called back, but our kids played really well defensively, gave up a couple first down situations that we would have liked to have held them on, and then that one punt by that hideout kid really killed us, about an 80-yard punt. He had about an 80-yard punt against us last year too. But I'm happy. I'm happier with this victory this week than I was with the victory we had last week. We didn't play that well last week. This week I thought we really played crisp.
You commented when we were talking way back before the game about building the intensity level among the team and building it up to Friday night as opposed to burning out on Wednesday. And as I was walking behind your team at on the sidelines there, it seemed like I had never seen a team quite as psyched up for a mid-season game Your guys seem to really be high.
Well, they knew from last year that Warren Woods Tower was going to be a great team, and they knew that they had a great challenge ahead of them. Like I mentioned, the week before, our kids got so high so early in the week. We were playing the game on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and Friday night we were kind of tired. This week we stressed, let's just get ready Friday night. Let's go out after them during the week, prepare well, work hard, but let's play the game Friday night and not Wednesday night.
Okay. Coach Rick Bye, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing you next week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Back up to Mark Andrews.
Okay, Terry, thank you very much. Jack Crumley is with me. And, Jack, a pretty good ball game here tonight.
Well, as Rick was saying, we're going to take a look at the stats right now. First downs were pretty even. Total yardage a little bit on the favoritism of Sterling Heights Stevenson. 151 yards passing, which really comes to mind. Greg Shattuck had a nice game. A lot of that coming on that first touchdown play. But Rick Bye has to be happy with the way his team played, especially defensively. Just really the one offensive thrust that Woods was able to make, and that was mainly on the running of Tom Brown there in the third quarter. But Stevenson certainly sets themselves up as a favorite in Class A for the state title.
And the scoring drives tonight?
And the first quarter, on the first drive of the game, in fact, 43-yard touchdown pass from Greg Shattuck to Chris Mills, and that was with only 2 minutes and 35 seconds gone in the first quarter, and Stevenson was on top 7-0. You might have looked for Warren Woods Tower to be in a little bit of a trouble, or maybe a little bit reeling because of that quick touchdown. Woods settled down. They really tried to get their game plan underway, running the ball to the outside, throwing a little bit with Tom Brown, unable to come up with any points. In the fourth quarter, the touchdown that really salted the game away, 16-yard touchdown run by Pat Hilton on a pitch from Shattuck. Great play by Greg Shattuck. He had a real nice game offensively, probably a little bit low percentage-wise in passing, but a real good game as the general of the team. And then, of course, we had the late safety there that Stevenson took on purpose to make sure they stay out of trouble. 14-2, and an impressive win for Stevenson.
Okay, and next week, who do these teams play again?
Next week, we got Warren Woods Tower going into a cross-sectional game. I believe they're playing Cosno, and Stevenson is on the road at Romeo.
Okay, well, Jack, once again, it's been a pleasure working with you. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank Rick Bye of Stevenson and Dennis Zabozin of Woods Tower. Tonight's game has been produced and directed by David Schimmel. On the cameras tonight, great work by Joe Rigorello, Dave Johnson, Bob Cinnamon, and Dave Helt. The audio tonight by Steve Howe, graphics by Tom Matlock, the stage manager, Kurt Jacob, the videotape, Tom Specs, production assistants tonight, John Herschick and Leon Jewell. Once again, the final score of tonight's game, Stevenson 14, Warren Woods Tower 2. Now for Jack Crumley and Terry Brown, I'm Mark Andrews, hoping you'll join us next week for the Ford Falcons at Utica.
Hi everybody, I'm Mark Andrews, and welcome to the MAC Championship pregame show. We're going to be talking with both head coaches of this afternoon's game, Dennis Zabozin of Warren Woods Tower and Rick Bye of Sterling Heights Stevenson. We're also going to take a look at the current MAC standings as well as review last year's game. It's all coming up on the Comcast Game of the Week 85. But first we're going to take a look at highlights from last year's MAC Championship game, Utica Ford against Sterling Heights Stevenson.
The undefeated and third-ranked Titans put a state playoff berth on the line against unranked Ford, who had lost to Stevenson 24-6 earlier in the season. Both squads struggled offensively in a first quarter plagued by miscues and near misses. With the first 15 minutes over, the contest was a scoreless deadlock. Ford on the march in quarter two behind a passing of quarterback Bill Spinnick and the running of Brian Lombardo. After a timeout, Spinnick tosses to Lombardo for the first score of the game. After a miscue on the point after touchdown, Ford 2 leads 6-0. The Titans fought back, mixing the pass and the run to mount an impressive drive. But as in the first quarter, Mistakes and near misses threatened to stall the drive. But the Titans were not to be denied.
That's Weldon in motion. He was open. They go long and deep. It's bobbled. Touchdown as Chris Mills gathers it in. A great throw and a great catch in the end zone.
The Titans opted to go for 1 point after touchdown, and it was good, putting them on top for the first time in the game, 7-6. On the following kickoff, a fake reverse nets good yardage for the Falcons. But the drive stalls after an incomplete pass, a fumble, and a razzle-dazzle play that fizzled. The Titans fall on the ball, content to hold a narrow 7-6 lead at halftime. Stevenson kicks off to start the second half. Ford hits the field passing as Bill Spinnick hooks up with Brian Lombardo for a 25-yard gain. The vaunted Titan defense stiffens to sack Spinnick. And 2 plays later, number 24, Matt Mattingly, intercepts an underthrown pass to give the ball back to the Titan offense. Penalties kill the drive, and after this illegal procedure call, number 32, Chris Mills, is forced to kick the ball away from his own 10.
Good snap. Pressure, and Mills has it blocked, and the Falcons have it.
Ford, realizing that they must capitalize on good field position, sent number 40, Joe Abbott, deep, where he makes a fine catch at the Titan 9. On a 3rd and 4th play, Spinnick overthrows number 40, Joe Abbott, to bring up the biggest 4th down play of the year for Ford.
Spinnick throws, and it's batted down. Great play by 6'5" Jim Szymanski, the big tackle. Just played volleyball with it and sent it right back from where it came.
With the exchange of possession, the Titan offense began to roll. 2 first downs later, the Titans are on the Falcon 38, 1st and 10.
Man in motion is Adams, and the pitch goes back, halfback pass, and this is Mills looking long and deep. He's got a man in and out of the hands of Mike Adams, the split end. Garbarino pitches back, and the back that time, Hilton, is met by Dave Smith. Hudson goes in motion. Garbarino back to pass, finds somebody over the middle, and overthrows number 32, Chris Mills. Back to pass, going long and deep. Garbarino throws, and Mills can't hang on, almost picked off by Tim Gore.
Frustration of the Stevenson Titans was evident on the face of Coach Rick Bye. Again, the Titan defense holds, and the Falcons are forced to punt from their own 10, and the Titans again are given good field position on the Falcon 33. With the Titans poised for a scoring strike, the offense sputtered, and the Falcons came up with this big defensive play.
Picked off. It is picked off by Tim Gore, number 21. It was intended for Chris Mills, but Gore and Hawkins were both back there, and Tim Gore, number 21, grabs that one.
The Falcons wasted little time moving the ball out of their end as the 3rd quarter came to a close. The Titans' fearsome front line thwarted the Falcons and forced this 4th down punt.
The snap to Osborne, it's a high one, but no pressure, and he gets it off. Matt Mattingly standing back deep, and he'll let it bounce. And it takes a bounce for the Falcons, and they down at about the 5-yard line. Well, that's a calculated risk you take when you're standing back there to return a punt.
With their backs against their goal line, the fired-up Ford defense stifled the confused on 2 straight plays, facing a 3rd down.
Garbarino, the quarterback, looks him over, pitches back, and Mills does quick kick, and he has caught the Falcons, but it is a short kick and takes a bounce for the Falcons. So that is bad news. It's out to just the 24-yard line.
The Falcons had their best field position of the second half with 7:49 left on the clock. On a crucial 3rd and 11 from the Titan 25, quarterback Bill Spinnick threads the needle with this pass to number 40, Joe Abbott, at the 5. With 1st and goal situation, the Falcons go to their bread and butter man, number 42, Brian Lombardo, who carries to the 2-yard line. On the very next play, Lombardo gets the call again.
Touchdown, and Ford has taken the lead.
The point after was drilled through the uprights, and the Falcons had a 13-7 lead midway through the 4th quarter. After an exchange of possessions, the Titans convert on a crucial 3rd down and inches to keep their hopes for a Macomb Athletic Conference championship alive. But those hopes were quickly dashed as number 39, Paul Tiburcio, fumbles, and number 44, Kevin Glide, pounced on the loose pigskin, and the Titans had been turned away again. The Falcons are unable to move the ball and face a 3rd and 19 near midfield. Coach Butch Wagner calls timeout on an effort to regroup. The next play failed, however, and the Falcons are forced to punt. Number 24, Matt Mattingly, lets the ball roll into the end zone for the touchback. With only 2 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock and 80 yards to go, the Titans face the most important drive of 1984. Quarterback Tony Garbarino moves the Titans upfield by using sideline patterns to his favorite receiver, number 82, Mike Adams. With just over 2 minutes left, the Titans had a 1st and 10 from their own 44 and were on the march. Just when it looked like the Titans would not be denied, the hands of number 51, Key Lee of the Falcons, sealed the fate of the Titans.
Garbarino, back to pass, has time, throws over the middle, and it's picked off by Key Lee.
The Ford fans went crazy as their Falcons had the ball and the lead with just over a minute on the clock. The upset was complete when quarterback Bill Spinnick falls on the ball to preserve the victory and send the Titans packing for the 1984 season.
The Macomb Athletic Conference is gaining notoriety around the state as being one of the premier conferences in the state. The overall strength of the conference can be attributed to fine football programs of their member schools. And no 2 schools exemplify this more than Warren Woods Tower and Sterling Heights Stevenson. A look at the Metro East rankings can attest to the fine records of these 2 schools. Sterling Heights Stevenson won the national division of the MAC with a perfect 8-0 record. In fact, they opened up by beating Pontiac Northern 45-0. Pontiac Northern, a non-league member. Warren Woods Tower had to overcome a couple of defeats to national division schools to win the American division with a 6-2 record. The Woods Tower Titans also began their season with a 19-0 non-league victory over L'Anse Creuse North. Our Jack Crumley talked to Stevenson coach Rick Bye about today's game. Here's what he had to say.
Rick, the strength of your offense so far this season has been the running game. There's a big reason for that, and why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, our offensive line has really progressed. We don't have one player that started last year. All of our guys are kids that worked real hard in the off-season, saw the possibility to play, and went after it. And we average right around 200 pounds across the front, and there's no one real tall. They're all kind of like fire plugs, which is a good size for offensive linemen. They get under people, but they've gotten better because they're really quick. And our backs make things a lot easier too, because when you have good backs, then your blocks don't have to be sustained as long. We've rushed for almost 2,000 yards in 8 games, and we're not just an all-running team. We've thrown for almost 800 also. So we have a pretty good mixture there, and try to keep people honest.
Mm-hmm. You recently defeated Eisenhower. We've seen both teams, yourself and Eisenhower, on Comcast. Tell us a little about that game.
Well, it was a game that we went into feeling that we had to keep the ball away from their offense. They have an explosive offense, as do we. But we felt going in that if we could get up on top and then go to a ball control type offense, we could keep it away from them. We had 60 plays to their 34. And that was the key to that game, I think. They have a good team, but us, and that night particularly, our offensive line, and Tiburcio and Hilton and Mills really did a great job. And Shattuck ran some great audibles to get us some first downs, too.
Mm-hmm. Last year we talked same situation type thing. We talked about state playoffs, and you said that that's gravy. This year they've expanded them, and you definitely have a shot at getting in. Has anything changed?
No, I think that letting 4 teams in does make a difference, although we talked to our kids Monday about the feeling of going 9-0. We were 9-0 in 1980, and we've been 8-1 about 3 or 4 years. And I think that the feeling of going 9-0 and the feeling of that perfection is what our kids are really going out after. And they know that the circumstances are like last year, but maybe that's good with the circumstances like last year. Maybe our kids, if we can keep them loose, I know they'll play hard. The problem here is you get too tight and then you make mistakes, and I think last year we beat ourselves.
Okay. Let's turn our attention a little bit to defense. Defensive coordinator Jerry Lajeunesse. Jerry, so far this season, just outstanding defense by the Stevenson Titans. The one problem seems to be staying away from the big play. What are you going to do to counteract that this week?
Well, in the beginning of the season, we started 6 and 7 juniors. And as the season goes on with our drill work, they become better and better. And, we just start stressing discipline and playing your own position and not letting the team down by going somewhere you shouldn't go and giving up the big play.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, they have the opportunity for the big play. They got an outstanding quarterback. You shut down the running game the first time. What are you going to have to do?
Well, we're going to have to stay away from the situation where we can give up the big play. We'd like to get them in long yardage situations and then be able to play what we want to play defensively. But, that as the game goes on, we'll have to decide what we're going to do as we take a look at them and see how good they are at that time.
Okay. From Stevenson High School with the Brain Trust, this is Jerry Lajeunesse, Jack Crumley, and Rick Bye saying so long.
We also spoke to Woods Tower coach Dennis Zabosin. We asked him if his Titans are optimistic about playing a team that they lost 14-2 earlier in the season.
Stevenson's a real fine team, and we've had a good week of practice, and we hope we could shut them down defensively and hopefully move the ball better than we did offensively against them.
Can your offense move the ball against the Stevenson's strong defense?
Well, they are really big and strong defensively. We hope to throw the ball a little bit, and we've worked a lot on our running game this week, so we hope to control the ball a little bit more than we did in our first game with them.
Okay, rain is projected for today's game. Will it change your attack?
No, we sort of set our game plan during the week, and hopefully the rain won't affect it at all. We're going to throw the ball, but, with the new rules now, we can use as many footballs as we'd like, so I don't think that'll really be a factor.
Well, that about does it for today's pregame show. We'd like to thank Rick Bye, the coach of Sterling Heights Stevenson, and Dennis Zabosin, the coach of Warren Woods Tower. Coming up, the MAC Championship game on the Comcast Game of the Week 85.
More people go three-wheeling on a Honda because Honda makes the best three-wheelers going. And Davis Honda carries the complete line of ATCs, so everybody can enjoy the fun. Loaded with features for performance, for convenience, for pure fun. The Honda ATC keeps going when the going's tough. So stop by Davis Honda and try on the world's best three-wheelers for size. Davis Honda on Harper, just north of 13 Mile, for 2-, 3-, and 4-wheel deals. Comcast Cablevision presents the Macomb Athletic Conference Championship Game. It's the American Division champion Warren Woods Tower Titans versus the National Division winner, the Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans. Today's game is brought to you by Republic Airlines, Buff Whalen Chevrolet, and by Davis Honda.
Hello and welcome to Warren Woods Tower High School. I'm John Bell. Jack Crumley is alongside, and we're ready to bring you the MAC Championship game between Stevenson High School and the Titans of Woods Tower. Jack Crumley, these two teams have met already on Comcast this year, and Stevenson came up with a 14-2 victory. What do we see happening in this one?
Well, the defense for Stevenson was a complete control last time. Woods Tower was unable to run the ball against them. They had to go to the pass. Tom Brown didn't have a good game, and therefore Stevenson was able to win the game fairly easily. I don't know if it'll be that way this time. Tom Brown definitely has to have a good game for Woods Woods Tower to have a chance.
Looking at Stevenson, they're the visitors on the scoreboard, led by their quarterback number 7, Greg Shattuck, who is 47 completions in 91 attempts this year. But the weather here might be a little rough on his passing game.
Well, it's a little bit misty. It's not too bad out. Greg doesn't throw the ball a lot. Stevenson likes to pound it at you, but he can throw it with effectiveness. We'll have to see if they need to go to it today or not. They'll probably want us to keep the ball on the ground.
Hilton and Tiburcio, the 2 running backs for Stevenson.
Tiburcio is just such an excellent runner. He's low to the ground. He's given Woods Tower fits in the pass. He's got like a 7-yard per carry average as a fullback. That's just amazing. People forget about him because they're so worried about Hilton and Mills. And Tiburcio gets the ball and he's gone.
Other side of things, the Woods Tower Titans led by Tom Brown, as you mentioned, but he's got Wilson, Heidick in the backfield along with it.
Yeah. Well, Randy Wilson needs to have a good game today. If he doesn't, they're going to have to revert to passing the ball only. Windy day, wet day. Tommy Brown has been inconsistent this year. You have to be frank with it. He's had some really good games. He's had a couple of really bad ones. So we'll have to see what he does today. They're going to have to throw the ball to win, though.
We've got a guest with us, and I guess we'll pick up on that right now. Then. Go ahead.
Okay, Ross McDonald is joining us now, the Fraser High School coach. Ross, you were state runner-up in 1981, and you won the MAC championship 2 years ago in '83. What do you see happening today in this game?
Well, just listening to your comments, I do feel it's very important for Woods Tower to be able to run the football a little bit and also give Brown some time to throw the ball. Stevenson's got an awful strong running game and a strong defense, and if Dennis doesn't get too impatient, you can keep the game close. I think that'll be a real key.
Will the win be a big factor?
I think it could end up being a field goal in this game, and whichever team has that win at their back, it could make a difference.
Okay. Let me ask you, Russ, how important is it for these two teams in that they've played already this season so they know a little bit about each other?
I think it makes a big difference, and you know, the first game was a 14-2 game. Woods Tower couldn't really do anything, and I think Stevenson really wants to win the MAC championship. Even though they may be in the state playoffs already, I think their number one goal is to win this league championship, so they'll be ready.
Okay, do you think that'll make them a little bit more loose? Last year they had to win to qualify for the state playoffs. This year they're in, even if they do lose. Is that going to make it a little bit easier for them?
I think it'll definitely make it a little bit easier for them. There's not as much pressure. You know, some of the calls aren't quite as important, and some of the mistakes aren't quite as visible. And but I still think they want to win the championship.
Okay, Russ, thank you very much. We'll be right back with the opening kickoff right after this.
Alto Wick museum curator was so impressed with the deals at Buff Whalen Chevrolet, he bought a new car for Chi-Chi LaBoom. A part-time aerobics teacher, she told
my entire class
about the great deals at Buff Whalen Chevrolet, including Juanita Karp.
I never breathed a word of this.
Never breathed a word of this to 508 other people, including Mrs. Alto Wick, who had just one word to say.
You're dog meat, Alto.
Buff Whalen Chevrolet, where deals make the difference. Ask anybody.
Second man through is Tiburcio, and he's got enough for a first down. Needed just 2 there. While we were away, we had the kickoff, and the kickoff sent by Heidick deep in the end zone. Stevenson had a 1st and 10 in their own 20. The first play from scrimmage was a run by Hilton, good for 8. And now the second play from scrimmage, good for about 4 more for Tiburcio, the fullback. It's 1st and 10 now for Stevenson. You take a look at the 2 starting offense and defense, respectively. Stevenson led by Shattuck, the quarterback, Hilton, Mills, and Tiburcio, the 3 in the backfield. Now we've got 2 receivers split to the wide side. It's 1st and 10, Stevenson. Up the middle, Tiburcio, and he's got a yard or 2 before being stopped by the front 4, Suddeth, Cooney, Deem, and Knacker for Woods Tower.
Well, there's another look at it, and you see 3 or 4 of those names that you talked about. One key in there is Dan Mashuda, number 33, playing linebacker. He's in for the injured Tom Dembinski. Tom broke his ankle last week. That's going to be a big loss for Woods Tower. It also makes Mashuda play both ways. He's going to have to play the whole game, so we'll have to see how he goes through the end of the game here.
Mashuda, number 33 for Woods Tower in the middle on defense. 2nd down and 7 after a gain of 3, and back for his first pass is Greg Shattuck. He's got a man open. Mills gathers it in, and he is tackled, but not before a big gain on the play. In there to make the stop is Tom Brown, number 15, playing in the halfback position for Woods Tower on defense. Here's another look.
Mills splits Schwartz and Brown. The whole time Shattuck looks at him, he gets behind both of them, and he's gone there. Tom Brown makes a nice tackle from behind, but he went right between Brown and Schwartz. And the first thing that Woods Tower coach Dennis Bozen said is he wants to get him deep in a hole, and they're unable to hold him down there.
First down on the play, gain of 37. It's 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line, and Stevenson with a very good opportunity here. The give to Tiburcio straight up the middle for a yard, and that's about it. It'll be 2nd down and 9, depending on where they place it. The officials for the game, the referee is Ted Wilson, and getting help, the umpire, Pat Coffey. The linesman is John Marcinkowski. Mike Hessen, line judge, and Bill David, the back judge. Give him 2, 2nd and short 8. Football inside the 25, about the 24. Receivers to each side, Mills to the near side. That's Campbell on the far side of the field. The give is to Tiburcio, and the fullback powers his way for another yard. Not getting much in the way of running room up the middle, Jack.
Now, we talked about it in the pregame show. Paul Tiburcio has had a big effect on Woods Tower in the past. There's a look at Paul, and he's had a good season so far. Missed most of 2 games, and that's pretty good at stats for 6 games right there, 651 yards. But Tiburcio has hurt Woods Tower in the past, so we'll have to see if they can contain him.
Number 65, Shenton, brings the play in at guard, and it is now 3rd down and 6. Back to pass. Shattuck has a man open, and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, the wingback Chris Mills. Incomplete, stops the clock, but brings up 4th down. And likely a field goal attempt.
Phil Newman will be coming in. They're going to be kicking into the wind. Here's a look at it. Tom Brown falls down. He was guarding Mills, and Shattuck throws the ball short, and it would have been very close to a 1st down. I don't know if he had enough yardage. We're going to see Newman here, though.
Newman will kick from the vicinity of the 29. Make it a 39-yard attempt for number 6, a 5'10", 155 senior, Phil Newman. Ball placed down, the right-footed kick is up, but it is pulled wide to the left, no good. And so the drive goes for naught after the opening kickoff, and the ball goes over on downs to Woods Tower. We'll get a chance to take a look at their offense here.
Well, that certainly helped. You could tell by the wind there. The wind held the ball up, no question about it. That ball could have been a good field goal, but that wind is so strong coming into the face of the kicker there. There's a look at Dennis Bozen talking to Schwartz about that long pass play that made it through, and Denny didn't get the defensive effort he thought he would get on the first set of downs, but they didn't get any points, so that didn't hurt him.
1st and 10 at the 20 for Woods Tower, and they have receivers to each side of the field. Quarterback is Brown. He's got a man in motion. Brown gives to the second back, and breaking into the secondary for a little bit of running room is Wilson, number 22.
To Wilson, gain of 9.
That's funny seeing that play. I was watching films with Dennis Bozen of the earlier contest this season, and he said this play was open all day. They ran it 3 or 4 times, and Wilson got good yardage. That time he got up the middle, a little quick trap, and they were able to get loose in the center of the defense for Stevenson. 2nd and 1, a free down here for Woods Tower.
That's right. They only need 1 for the 1st down. It's a long yard, but with the backs in the eye. Brown calling the signals. He gives to the second man, and this time a little bit of running room on the outside for Wilson, but the defense comes up, and, well, we'll see if he made it or not. Latarella, the safety, came up to make the stop for Stevenson, but he gets enough for the 1st down, Jack.
As you watch the replay, Wilson has the ball in his inside arm once again. If he had had it in his outside arm, he could have taken on 34 in the backfield for Stevenson, who's Beesbrook, and he was unable to do that because he had the ball in the wrong hand.
Not for a 1st down. Gain of 3 altogether on the play, and the football out to the 30. Here's a look at the Woods Tower offense. Brown, the quarterback, Wilson, Heidick, Mashuda. We'll get the rest in a moment as we're back to live action here. Brown gives to the first man, and not much in the way of running room there. Mashuda, give him 2.
Tackle made by Marsetti.
And the tackle in there, Marsetti, number 40. Again, the offense, and we'll set them for you. Brown, the quarterback. Wilson and Mashuda are the running backs. The ends are Silic, Oliverio, and Heidick. Deem, the 1 tackle. The other is Suddeth, Petratoni, and Potemski, the guards. And Martini is the center for Woods Tower. 2nd and 8 after gain of a couple. Football about the 33, 34 in that vicinity for Woods Tower. Al Fong is the receiver on this side. The pitch, though, goes to Wilson. He's running wide to the right, finds a little bit of running room, and gains perhaps a yard to bring up 3rd down and 7. Looked for a moment, Jack, as though he would have some running room out there, but good defensive work by Stevenson.
Yeah, he had a lot of running room. He was able to get outside, but you see number 80 in the picture coming back. That's Dave Selleck trying to keep that block on the outside Latarella there. Latarella came up, made a nice play. You see in the picture there, number 21, we're going to see a lot of Dean Zelenak today, especially because Mashuta's got to play both ways. Zelenak's going to be in the backfield along with Mashuta and Wilson.
And Dean is in there at the moment, number 21. He'll be the up back ahead of Randy Wilson, number 22. 3rd down, 7. Brown back to pass. No, still looking. Fires over the middle, in and out of the hands of Oliverio, number 85. It's incompleted. Brings up 4th down punting situation for Randy Heidig.
Well, let's see if we can see Al Fong in the picture. He's number 86 on the bottom of your screen, and he was open deep down the field. Tom Brown either didn't see him or didn't think he had the time to get it to him. Tried to throw short. They would have had the 1st down, but unable to come up with it was Oliverio. But Al Fong definitely had the defense beat there.
Single safety back.
There's no safety man in there.
Ooh. And Heidig gets the kick. Mills about his own 20. He's going to let it bounce and takes it about the 16-yard line and is pulled out of bounds over there. It'll be 1st and 10. Fairly good field position at the 19-yard line for Stevenson. 5-yard return after a 34-yard kick.
Well, you saw Mills there take it on the hop. He was catching a lot of punts in practice because of that wind to make sure he was able to cope with that, and took a nice bounce for him. Otherwise, he would have just let it go. Here you see Shattuck coming in. We talked about him throwing in the pregame show there, and he hasn't thrown a lot, but his statistics sure show that he can throw it if they need him to.
Shattuck has thrown 6 touchdown passes, but he's also been picked off 6 times this year. 739 yards through the air. Back to the action. Mills goes in motion with a give is to the halfback, and a little bit of running room for Hilton straight up the middle over the right side. Give him a gain of about 3, brings up 2nd down and 7. There's a look at the stats for Greg Shattuck. Shattuck 5'11", 165, a senior quarterback for the Stevenson Titans.
Those guys never smile, do they? Even the quarterbacks want to look tough.
We are scoreless, 5:25 left, first quarter of play. 2 best teams in the MAC, at least from the American and the National. Stevenson 8-0. Woods Tower 6-2, 3-0 in the American. Hudson goes in motion, and they go to the left side, and in the secondary and breaking away is Hilton, still on his feet, down to the 40 and out of bounds about the 39-yard line. Forced out over on the far side by D'Angelo, number 60. Team leader in tackles.
There's a look at Hilton behind Tiburcio. Tiburcio gives him a good block, cuts inside. Jimmy Schwartz doesn't make the tackle. You see Sudduth trying to chase him down. Tommy Brown had the angle on him too. D'Angelo was able to knock him out of bounds. Once again, a big play for Stevenson.
37 yards on that one, and gives him great field position there into Woods Tower territory. Hilton with 120 carries this year, 817 yards and 12 touchdowns coming into this championship game. Hudson in motion to the near side. He'll lead the blocking. We've got our first flag of the day as Tiburcio gets a yard or 2.
It's going to be a legal motion, John, against Stevenson. That's going to put him 1st and 15 unless Woods Tower wants to decline it.
Was that on Hudson taking a step forward?
It may, yeah. One of the guy that was playing on the wingback. I'm not sure if that was Hudson or not, but it looked like he moved early. They had 2 or 3 different movement there. Hilton moved from the deep eye back to the side for a pro set. They gave it to Tiburcio, but it's all going to be for nothing.
Here's a look at Ted Wilson, the referee, and the procedure will move it back to 1st and 15 now. Move them out to the 47-yard line.
We should see that lead option here. You might see, I don't think they'll throw it. They're going to want to stay away from that until they can get the lead, I would imagine. We'll see Hilton around the end with Tiburcio leading him in what they call their lead option play.
Chris Mills flanked to the left, and the bottom of the screen is Campbell to the right. A fake, and now the pitch goes to Hilton, and Hilton with running room gets about 8-7. Goes out of bounds on the far side of the field. Good option play run that time. Tiburcio with a lead block.
Well, it's their two options. This one's their straight option. Tiburcio fake in the middle, and Shattuck does a nice job keeping the ball to the last second. Could have been a foul on Jimmy Schwartz there. He was at least 2 yards out of bounds when he hit Hilton, knocked him into the Stevenson bench. That's their regular option. Then they have the lead option where Tiburcio is his leading back blocking
Gain of 10 on the play. It is second down and now 5. Mills to the near side. Hudson goes in motion. And they're going that way. Hilton with Tiburcio and Hudson out in front. He needed 5, got about 3, brings up third down and 2.
They've picked that up. We saw that in the first meeting where they moved Hudson in motion and used him as a lead blocker as well as Tiburcio. This time Woods Tower defenses it well. They ran to the short side there, which was against the weaker side of Woods Tower's defense. They flip-flop and they have a strong side and a weak side defense. They're trying to run away from Sudduth. They ran at him in the first meeting, and Sudduth had a big game.
Campbell and Mills both to the wide side, the near side of the field. Again, it is third down. They need 2 for the first down. The ball at the 33. Give to Tiburcio. He bursts over the left side, more than enough for a first down there. Give him 5, but again, that all-important first down. Stops the clock for a moment with 3:54 left first quarter. We are scoreless.
Well, Dennis Sabozin said that's Paul Tiburcio's favorite play, a little dive-off tackle. He was able to get that little crease, and Paul so quick, he's able to make that move and get through the line quickly. There's Rick By coming out of the field to talk to his offense.
Dennis Zabozin calling timeout for Woods Tower. Timeout with 3:54 left to go. You know, Coach Zabozin, 5 titles in 11 years of coaching football in this area. His team, again, 6-2 overall. They've lost once already this season to Stevenson. They'd like nothing better than to beat them here in this championship contest.
You talk about their championships over the past. Here's a look at our playoff points, and this is extremely important. You see Utica Eisenhower there with 92. Now that is as of the week previous. Now Eisenhower did win last night, okay, so they do get some more points coming. They're currently 4th. They do have the danger of not qualifying, though.
I think that does count last night's game, Jack, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's no way to figure out points, though, as to who won and lost.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's so complicated, so that it's a roundabout figure. They were 4th going into the week, and there's no way of really telling whether or not they're going to qualify. What we do want to point out, though, is that the number 1 team in the region will play 4 and 2 will play 3, so we do have a chance of a Stevenson-Eisenhower rematch. Look out for Mills.
1st and 10. Mills to the near side. Shattuck looking, now fakes the pitch and decides to keep it, and he is knocked to the ground after a gain of 3.
Well, number 33 made the play. That's Mashuda. He's playing that middle linebacker spot like we talked about. There's a look at him. You'll see him in the middle. Dan Mashuda, number 33, flows down the line of scrimmage, plays off a block, and makes the tackle there. Jimmy Schwartz missed. Shattuck cut it inside. Mashuda was there to make the stop. Only a gain of 3, so they came out of that pretty good, they being Woods Tower.
2nd and 7, the ball at the 25, just inside the 25-yard line. Inside 3.5 minutes left to go, and Stevenson trying to be the first to get on the scoreboard in this one. Campbell to the near side. On the far side is Mills.
Look out for Mills in the corner here. They may throw it. There he is.
Mills over the middle, but it is thrown through his hands. In there to make a possible tackle is Tom Brown, but really the pass went right by him. 3rd down and 7.
Here's a look at it. You'll see it's just a quick cut. Mills tries to get inside. Brown's there. And
Schwartz also in there.
Schwartz comes over to make the play. There's a look at Chris Mills. Great statistics for a high school senior. That's in 8 games, 30 catches. They really count on him when they have to put the ball in the air.
Receivers now to the far side. 3rd and 7. Back to pass. Shattuck again looking, has a man open, and it's gathered in over there by Campbell. Goes out of bounds inside the 15. It's enough for a first down. Gain of 12 on that pass play, but again, the first down inside at the 13-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10.
There's a look, little mix-up there. Hilton bumps into Shattuck, but Greg's able to get the pass away, and Campbell's wide open. You know, we saw that graphic where it had Mills with 30 catches and only 47 completions on the year, so you know that they like to go to him. Campbell drew single coverage there, and he was open. They got a first down.
Campbell and Mills again this side. Campbell on the outside. Mills is in the wing. And the give to Tiburcio goes straight ahead, powers his way down to about the 10. Gain of about 3, 2nd and 7.
Every coach in the world would love a back like Paul Tiburcio. He's got no requirements at all to play offense under reckless abandon. There he goes, leaping over the line again, a gain of 4 yards. Burchell keeps those legs going. He's low to the ground. Great power fullback.
Number 78, Smith, brings in a play for Coach Rick By. 2nd and 7, and again 2 split to the near side, 2 receivers. The wingback is Mills, number 32. The give up the middle, though, and Hilton gets inside the 10 down to about the 6 before being stopped. Gain of about 3 on the play. Depends on where they mark it here.
Offensively so far today, what Stevenson has done and what they wanted to do is take Matt Sudduth out of the defensive scheme for Woods Tower. He has been unable to get to many of the plays because they are either running away from him or trying to stay far enough away so he is not a factor in the defense. He had such a big game against them the first time. They want to stay away from Matt Sudduth.
Mills to the far side, Campbell to the near side. It is 3rd down and about 5. Quarterback keeper inside the 5 and bumped out of bounds by Schwartz.
Shattuck on the keeper, bumped out of bounds on the 2-yard line by Schwartz.
They'll mark it about the 2, which should be 1st and goal after a gain of 6. Needed 5 again, got 6, so it is 1st and goal at the 2.
Well, we're seeing Greg Shattuck run the ball a lot more than normal. They usually like to keep the ball in the hands of Tiburcio and Hilton. Shattuck's been able to get loose as the quarterback. You see number 60 on the defense, Frank D'Angelo. He's taking the pitch man. That's his responsibility, and he does not try and crash down and make the tackle.
Full house backfield here. They need just 2. The give goes to Tiburcio, and he is into the end zone. It is a touchdown. So with 1:41 left in the first quarter of play, Stevenson draws first blood. They're up 6-0.
There's a look at Dennis Sabozin. Certainly didn't want to be down in this ball game. Would have been a lot better if he was the team that scored first. Unable to do that so far. And the big thing is that Stevenson did this into the wind. When Tom Brown gets the ball back, there's only a minute left in the first quarter. They're going to be going against the wind in the second quarter.
Number 6, Phil Newman, in to attempt the extra point. McAleer, number 8, will be holding. There's the snap. Pat puts it down. The kick is up by Phil, and the kick is good. So with 1:41 left to go first quarter, the score is Stevenson 7, Woods Tower nothing.
We did have a penalty on the play there, John. We're going to have a walk-off on the kickoff. I would imagine they ran into the holder and kicker. They being, I believe it was Tom Brown who ran into him. 7-0, certainly a position that Woods Tower did not want to be in. They're down now. They're going to have to try and come back and keep the score close through the rest of the first half to give themselves a chance.
That scoring drive took 1:41 off the clock. 76 yards in 12 plays. Tiburcio straight ahead burst for 2 yards for the score. Newman with a kick. Check that 4:08 in terms of time of possession, but 1:41 left to go. Now it is 7-0 Stevenson over Woods Tower.
Roughing the kicker in Woods Tower.
This is Woods Tower's first appearance in the MAC Championship game that they've had. I believe it's the 6th year. Last year, of course, we had Stevenson in the championship against Ford. Ford winning it 13-7. Stevenson
not only winning it, but knocking Stevenson out of a state playoff berth.
You know, we talked about that in the pregame show too. Stevenson does not have to win to qualify for the state playoffs, and I would imagine that takes a lot of pressure off of their players. And knowing that, you know, geez, if we lose it like we did last year, we're not going to make the playoffs either. So we'll have to see. It certainly seems like they're a lot more loose than they were last year against Ford.
Well, the roughing the kicker penalty will allow Stevenson's Phil Newman to kick off from the Woods Tower 45-yard line. And I would imagine you'll see a bouncing kick here.
Oh, it's into the wind. I don't know if he can even kick it in the end zone with the wind in his face from there.
Oh, it takes a bounce or two and goes into the end zone. So Woods Tower will have it 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line with 1:41 showing on the clock in the first.
Intelligent kick by Newman there to keep the ball away. You don't want to lose all the momentum they just gained by that good offensive drive by giving up a special teams touchdown or a long run to get Woods Tower back in the game. And kicked a low line drive, kept it out of the wind, and was able to go in. Now they get the ball to 20, 80 yards, a long way to go against a defense like Stevenson's.
Check the running backs. It is 21 Zelvanak in there, and he'll be the up back. Wilson is the halfback. Quarterback pitch back to Wilson. Finds some running room on the far side. Forced out of bounds by Marcetti. Number 40, gain of 1, brings up 2nd down and 9.
There's a look at Randy Wilson. Go back to the huddle. We're going to take a look at that replay in a second here. Tommy Brown got some good penetration by the defense on that play, and Brown had to get rid of it right away. There's a look at Randy. 101 carries, 512 yards, 1 touchdown. We remember in the game against Stevenson the first time, he had about a 70-yard run that got called back because they said he stepped out of bounds at about the 40-yard line, and that would have been a touchdown.
1:36 showing on the clock as he got out of bounds. Second down, short 9. Football just outside the 20 at the 21. Fong goes in motion to the far side, still calling the signals. Brown whirls and gives up the middle, and Zelenak has more than enough for first down. He hung on to the football. Needed 9, got about 11, maybe 12 yards. Give him 12 and call it 1st and 10 outside the 30 at the 33.
That quick little trap play there, and they run it into the middle. Zelenak, who hasn't had a lot of time at running back this year, in there for Mashuda, and he did a nice job on that play.
Speed, very, very important on a play like that. You've got to get past the line of scrimmage and into the secondary as quickly as possible. The offensive line can't hold those blocks forever, and it worked there.
Yeah, those quick traps, you have to hit the hole extremely fast. Zelenak did that on that play, and that's how they got 12.
1st and 10, the defense up on the line of scrimmage trying to prevent the same thing from happening again. Brown goes back, looking, under pressure, out of the pocket, still rolling, fires and hits Zelenak. And he is hit and dropped immediately, maybe back to the line of scrimmage, may have lost a yard on it. 45 seconds, clock running left, first quarter of play. Loss of 1, second and 11.
Al Fong was wide on the side of the field where Tom Brown was running. He was running a pattern all the way down the field, never turned around. If he turned around and came back to help his quarterback, they could have had a pretty good gain. He had single coverage. He didn't realize Brown was in trouble, and he was just going deep.
This will likely be the last play of the first quarter. 20 seconds left. There's a shot from the end zone looking at the offense. Brown takes the snap, back to pass, lofts it deep. The defense is there, in and out of the hands of Larry Gonowich, number 28. Incomplete, stops the clock, and we will have one more play here in the first quarter with 7 seconds left to go.
Good pressure on Tom Brown here. He had to get rid of the ball before he wanted to and tried to get a little touch pass here, and he didn't throw it long enough. Gonowia's there and doesn't come up with the ball. Would have been great field position right at midfield, but he dropped it. So Bozen needs to pull something out here. Only 7 seconds left. Last play with the wind at his back in the first half.
Pressure being put on Tom Brown that time by number 51, the linebacker Bernabel, 5'11" senior. He had the hands up in Tom Brown's face. Seven seconds left. Fong goes in motion to the far side of the field, and Brown gives to the second back Wilson. He's hit and dropped immediately in there by Schroeder, number 70. And that is the end of the first quarter play with a score, Stevenson 7, Woods Tower nothing. We'll be right back.
Any of you guys fly to Los Angeles? Non-stop? Well, how about San Francisco? Washington, D.C.? Boston? Phoenix? Houston?
Republic has nearly 4 times as many non-stops a day as both our closest competitors combined. It's just one of the perks you get with Republic. Republic's perks. They're making some so-called big airlines look pretty small.
We make you feel like flying. Republic Airlines.
Well, it's 4th down and 11. It'll be a punting situation here for Woods Tower. And Heidick will be kicking to number 32, Mills, who will be trying to check the yard marker about his own 40. But again, kicking into the wind.
Into the wind, yeah. There was 7 seconds left when they ran that third down play. I thought Woods Tower might call timeout so that they could kick with the wind. Now they're going to kick into the wind, which could be a major factor right here. Stevenson could get great field position off this play.
Look at John Deem, big tackle for Woods Tower on the bench at the moment. There's a look at Heidick through the goalpost as he tries to boot it into the wind. Good snap. And a short kick. It'll bounce about midfield and take a Stevenson bounce. It's down right at midfield. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Titans. A kick of just 19 yards into the wind.
Well, we talked about it in the commercial break that, boy, this really could be a big effect with that wind. And it sure is. You know, you can't tell by the field or anything. We don't have any trees to really show you, but the wind is extremely strong.
Heidick's averaged 37 yards, but again, kicking into that wind, that'll take a lot of yardage off.
That 37 yards is helped by the 70-yarder he had in the first meeting between the two teams.
Backs in the eye and a wing to the near side. The short side of the field is Mills. He steps up on the line of scrimmage, and Hudson goes in motion to the right. Hilton with a pitch, and he is necktied and a fumble right at the line of scrimmage, but I believe he got the football back.
2nd down and 12.
Loss of 2. Second down and 12.
I think it was John Cooney that made the play there. There was somebody stringing along. Well, you see the tail end of it there, the ball on the ground, a couple players diving for it. Looked like Cooney was the man that made the play there.
Trevor Smith, number 78, brings in a play, and Shenton goes out at guard for Stevenson. 2nd down and 12, and it looks like a passing situation. Campbell to the near side, and again, Chris Mills to the far side. Shattuck, plenty of time, fires, and Campbell has it, and he is dropped right at the 1st down stake. Number 27, Heidick, was there to bump him, but I think gain of about 11. I think they are just short.
Well, once again, Campbell gets open, and they go to him his 2nd catch of the game. He's right there. Heidick is there to make the coverage, but Shattuck with a good play fake to Tiburcio, able to hold the linebackers there and fired the ball right to the 1st down marker. It's going to be 3rd and very short. 2-down situation. They have 2 downs to pick this up.
Number 70, John Dean, we showed you a moment ago on the bench. He is back in there, and he'll be playing defensive tackle now for Woods Tower. Short yardage situation and plenty of running room for Tiburcio. He gets a burst of speed, needed about a yard, and got 11 on the play down inside the 30.
Well, a lot of times you see that. It reminds me of Franco Harris against Cleveland. All the time Cleveland would bunch up at the line of scrimmage, try and stop a short yardage play, and he'd run 10, 12 yards. There's Tiburcio doing the same thing. Good tackle by Schwartz there with some help from Heidick. But once again, Stevenson's on the march. They have the wind with them this time. 14-0 would be a big disadvantage for Woods Tower to try and come back.
Good work up front from Paddock, Smith that time, Millibar, Emanuel, and Agnatoski all blocking up front. Tiburcio gets the call again. This time he's wrapped up and dropped by Matt Suddeth, but we do have a flag on the play. Might be a face mask where it was, or a holding penalty. I did see a guard pull. Yeah, you mentioned that offensive line of Stevenson. What a great offensive line they've been all year. You don't get 2,000 yards rushing unless you have some people doing some work up front, and they sure did this season. They're talking to Woods Tower. Suddeth decides to take the penalty, and they'll march him back. It's a big one. Must have been a hold. Holding the call against Stevenson. Well, maybe that's why there are those big holes in the line. Somebody hanging on. Well, they must have been doing a lot of holding for 2,000 yards, I think. It's 1st now and 20 with the football at the 40-yard line. They've got the wind behind them here, and with long distance, keep an eye open for a pass. The 2 receivers, the wingback is Mills, and they are on the far side. Back to pass, fires, and it is caught by Hudson. Gets a block from Campbell and is forced out of bounds, finally inside the 15-yard line. They needed 20 again, and the pass good for way more than that. This is a great play. Mills clears out the zone here. Campbell's on the outside. Hudson comes from underneath Mills, and there's Campbell on the outside. He was doing an out, and they cleared it out for Hudson. He was there, able to make the catch and get the 1st down, all in one big play. Gain of 23. The football's now at the 17, and it's 1st and 10. There's a look at Mark Hudson, the man who made that reception. No touchdowns for him so far this season, but I tell you, one more block, he might have been in. 1st and 10 from the 17. Here's Hilton. Picks his way through a hole, gets down to the 10-yard line before being tackled by Heidick. Gain of 7. It's 2nd down and 3. What an excellent block by number 78, Trevor Smith. He pulled to the outside there and freed Hilton on the outside. Just an excellent block. Kicked out the defensive end. Trevor Smith alternating with Shenton at that guard spot, bringing in the plays for Coach Rick By. You saw that flag, and that's behind a building, and there's no way you can tell how strong that wind really is by that. Second down 3, and the football at the 10. The give up the middle to Bercio. Bursts up to the 5-yard line before being knocked down. Schwartz in there, among others, to make the stop. Cooney also, defensive tackle, got an arm in there.
Big gap in that defensive line there, and they ran right at that hole. Matt Sudduth has not been able to get into this ball game defensively because Stevenson is keeping the ball away from him.
The run up the middle by Tiburcio, good for 5, and it is first and goal. The football at the 5-yard line. Give to Tiburcio, tries the right side, finds some running room, gain of about 2, and you'll see how close he is to the dark green there. That is the end zone. Gain of 3, second and goal at the 2.
This is such an important stand here for Woods Tower. They really need to stop him or come up with a fumble. Tiburcio with a good lead block from Hilton, and he almost gets into the end zone. A touchdown here could really put Stevenson on a high note. And
also a good block from Hudson, the tight end, on that side that time to make that hole.
Hilton proving he's just not a running back, and Hudson is so big and such a good player. He's got 2 years of experience out there, too.
The receivers on this side, but not too much respect from the defense as the give goes to the right, and in for the touchdown is Tiburcio. A gain of 2, and that's exactly what he got. Needed to, I should say. Got 2, and the touchdown. That'll make it 13-0 with 7:35 left in the first half of play. And again, McAleer will be in to hold.
Here's a look at same play, right off tackle. Hilton makes a nice block on the defensive end. Tiburcio powers his way into the end zone. Stevenson playing with a lot of confidence, and they're running the ball extremely well. Tom Brown and Woods Tower is going to be throwing into the wind if they decide to throw here in the second quarter.
McAleer will hold for the extra point. Puts it down. The kick is up. And the kick is good. So the clock is stopped with 7:35 left to go in the second quarter. The score now, Stevenson 14, Woods Tower nothing.
Remember when we had the pregame show, we had Ross McDonald on, the Frazier coach, and he talked, if Dennis is patient enough, talking about his offense being able to score against this tough Stevenson defense. They need to stay away from mistakes here. They can't afford a turnover on this next drive to give Stevenson position again, and they need to get a couple first downs because once again a 20-yard punt would kill them. And you know, it's not Randy Heideg's fault. It's just that wind is so strong. Stevenson needs to get a sustained drive, hold on to the ball, keep the ball away from Stevenson.
There's a look at the television record for Woods Tower. 3-3 overall. They've lost their last 3, however. Scoring drive that time. According to statistician Joel Bell, took 7 minutes, 35 seconds. Check that, took 4:11 with 7:35 left to go, I see. 9 plays covering the 50 yards. Tiburcio with a 2-yard run and Newman the kick. Stevenson has scored 7 points in each quarter so far.
Newman should boot this into the end zone with the wind behind his back. He was kicking him 70 yards in the pregame warm-ups as we were watching, so he shouldn't have a problem getting this into the end zone.
Newman has it in the air, and it will be 5 yards deep in the end zone, and it will come out to the 20 for Woods Tower, 1st and 10 at their own 20. They trail again 14-0.
There's so many good kickers in this conference this season. We saw John Langlow kick 58-yarder, 52-yarder. A couple other players that really have range. Kevin Nickel for one. Phil Newman has been overshadowed. So many touchdowns have been scored by Stevenson. He hasn't had the opportunity to kick too many field goals. He has just as good a leg as anybody else in the league. And I'd like to. It'd be interesting to see him try a 50 or 55 yarder today with that win.
Heidick to the near side. I believe that's Sillick on the far side of the field. Back to pass, and Brown fires, and it is picked off by number 34, Beesbrook. Chris Beesbrook, the linebacker, 5'8", 148, a senior. And just like that, Stevenson gets the football back.
Just as we talked about it, John, they don't need to turn it over, and the pass is behind the receiver, picked off by Beesbrook, right place at the right time. And Tommy Brown sets Woods Tower in a deep hole now, 29 yards from the goal line. They're already in field goal range, and they're down 14-0. Woods Tower needs to come up with a big defensive play here.
I believe the intended receiver to be Al Fong, number 86, but at any rate, the turnover gives Stevenson another shot here. Hilton, the running back, tries the right side, still on his feet, whirls away. He's got enough for a first down.
He's got
15, 10, 5, and touchdown. A beautiful play.
Touchdown by Hilton.
29-yard run, and he just scampered all the way on 1st and 10, and just like that, another 6.
Well, John, once again, they ran away from Matt Sudduth. He's on the other side of the defense. Hilton just keeps those legs churning and gets to the outside. One last tackler. Jim Schwartz wasn't able to come up with it. D'Angelo tackles him into the end zone.
Number 64, Tony Terenzi, had him wrapped up right at the line and let him get away. No whistle, you got to hang on. There's a look at Pat Hilton.
Well, 12 touchdowns tells the story.
Make it another one right here. And again, McAleer has it down. Newman's kick for the extra point is up and good. And with 7:04 left to go in the second quarter, it's now 21-0. Stevenson over Woods Tower.
Well, you can feel the effect of that turnover and touchdown in 2 plays. And Woods Tower is going to have to do a lot of work here to get back into the ball game. They need to score at least once before the half. 21-0 against a team like Stevenson is almost insurmountable to begin with. And if they go in at halftime down 21-0, we'll have to see what they can do here. They really need to get their offense going.
That drive, 29 yards, 1 play. The run by Hilton. Newman with a kick, and it took just 11 seconds to put 7 more up. 21-0 Stevenson.
Well, there's not a lot of things you can say about what faces Woods Tower now. They have to throw the ball a little bit. They need to control it and keep it away from Stevenson like we talked about. And Tom Brown has to be able to hit his open receivers. That time he threw it behind Al Fong, picked off, and they just can't afford things like that.
D'Angelo is on the near side.
Well, you take a look at the crowd, John.
And
it's
that's
like
Wilson on the far side
of the MAC conference here. Everybody's here to see this game. If it was a nicer day, we'd have this place would just be packed. There's a nice crowd on hand though. People, Frazier, Ford, Utica, they're all here to see the MAC title game. Everybody wants to know what happens. That's why they play those other 4 games on Friday night.
Here's the kick in the air, and it is going to D'Angelo. Feels it right at the goal line, and he'll run it back to the 10, the 15, still on his feet at the 20. Finds some defenders from Stevenson, dropped about the 23-yard line. So a 23-yard run back that time by D'Angelo.
Run back by D'Angelo.
Ganowicza made the tackle. Well, let's see, they might give him an extra yard here depending on where they mark it out of bounds. Looks like it might be 24 yards. It is just short of the 25. Give him 24 on the run back by number 60, D'Angelo, and it's 1st and 10 now for Woods Tower, trailing by 3 touchdowns.
Well, Randy Wilson's going to get a lot of work in this drive, I believe.
Brown, a lot of pressure being put on, but scrambles away and throws an interception. Burnaby, number 51, grabs it, and again, Stevenson has the football at the 35-yard line. Well, the passing game into the wind just is not working.
Well, his primary receiver was number 27, Randy Heidick, and he was covered. Linebackers get a good deep drop, and then the reason why is because it's 21-0. They know that if they're going to run the ball, there was no play action on that play. It was straight back pass. Linebackers dropped deep. Heidick was covered. He tried to improvise and unable to come up with it. Burnaby was there to make the pickoff.
Tight end on this side, on the near side, and the 2 wide receivers flanked to the wide side, the far side. Mills is the wing back. Back to Mills. The pass by Shattuck completed. 15, 10, 5, and just like that, another touchdown.
Shattuck's pass complete to Mills for a Stevenson
well, that touchdown of 35 yards on 1 play took about another 10 seconds off the clock, and just like that, Stevenson is making this extremely one-sided.
Well, of course, Woods Tower isn't looking for a pass on this play, and Mills is such a fine receiver. All he's got to do is step into the open. Shattuck puts it right on his numbers and just runs away from. Nobody really had a good angle to get a tackle on him to get their feet set, and they chase him, and Mills is just so quick that he was able to make them all miss.
McAleer again holding. There's the snap. It's placed down. Newman's extra point attempt is perfect, and just like that, 28-0 with 6:19 left to go. Chris Mills with another touchdown.
Oh, I'm sure in Dennis Zabozin's wildest nightmares that the game wouldn't go like this in the first half, and there's not a lot you can say about what's in store for Stevenson. The fans know it. They're smelling state playoffs next week. They're in for sure. It's a matter of who they're going to be playing, and the way they look right now, they're a force to be reckoned with in the Class A state playoffs.
Dennis Zabozin talking things over with his team. Number 1, you hate to get blown out. Number 2, you hate to see it happen at home.
Well, Dennis Bosen's been around a long time. He's certainly not one that's going to panic. His players reflect that situation. We'll have to see if they have heart, I guess you'd call it, and be able to come back from this.
6:19 left to go, second quarter.
Tommy Brown has a helmet problem right now, and he doesn't look like he's going to be ready for this offensive drive. The backup quarterback is Mark Demps. We may be seeing him.
Two safeties back at the goal line to receive this kick from Newman. He approaches the ball and has it in the air, and it is back in the end zone and fielded there by Wilson. It'll come out to the 20. First and 10 for Woods Tower.
Well, there's a look at Tom Brown rushing in, see if he does have his helmet fixed or not. The problem stemming from him slamming his helmet after that last interception on the field about 3 times. Tommy's definitely frustrated, going over what they might run here. Might look for a reverse of some type or something like that, a safe play that Stevenson isn't looking for, maybe get some momentum for Woods Tower.
Oh, if I'm playing secondary for Stevenson, I'm looking for a pass right here. I want to intercept, join everybody else. They've scored, those 2 drives have taken a total of 28 seconds to score 2 touchdowns for Stevenson. They'd love to do it again here. First and 10 from the 20. Defense jumps, and we've got a whistle, and that'll cost them some yardage as Stevenson jumped offside.
As we see a defensive change for Stevenson, too, they're going to a 4-man line, which gives them an extra defensive back, which will help prevent that passing coverage. And they really can't even go to a play-action type offense because it's not going to hold anybody in. They're not worried about the run now. They're worried about the pass.
Encroachment goes against Zielinski, number 76, and that'll march him back 5, make it first down and 5 with a football now at the 25-yard line.
Penalty is offside Stevenson. First and 5.
Number 80, Sillick, brings in a play, and Heidick comes out of there.
Last time we saw these 2 teams play, Smikowski was playing a linebacker spot, a stand-up linebacker. Today he's a down lineman, defensive end. So that's a difference from last time they played.
Receiver Fong goes in motion to the near side to give up the middle and maybe a yard, but not much more than that. They needed 5, and that time Zelenak got 2, so make it third down rather at 3. Check that second down to 3 after the penalty.
That's Jimmy Schwartz there on the bench. Jim's a defensive back, and you can certainly tell he's dejected right now, wants to get things turned around a little bit for Woods Tower, and what they need to do is get a touchdown on the board here in the first half to try and get back in this game.
Heidick flanked to the near side, Fong to the far side, and the backs are in the eye. Fong comes in motion back toward the main grouping of players. They give up the middle, and Zelenak that time may be short. Depends on where they mark it here at the 30-yard line. He needs to get right
first down
to the 30. They're marking it just short, so it'll be about a yard short. Officially about, I guess, a third of a yard in reality, but officially that 1 yard.
Should see a quarterback sneak here, John. I don't think they'll try and even go backwards to make a handoff at all. They'll probably just try and rush it straight forward. There is nobody that plays head up on the center in this defense, so to get that little half yard, they can do that right here.
Linebacker Marcetti tries to stop him there, but we've got enough for a first down. Quarterback sneak that time for Tom Brown. Good for a yard and a first down to the 31. 4:57 and the clock starts to run again. 4:57 left to go in the first half of play. With Jack Crumley, I'm John Bell. Glad to have you with us here on Comcast. That's just the 3rd first down for Woods Tower.
Well, Stevenson's defense in the first game.
Stevenson has 10.
Yeah, Stevenson's defense in the first game was the obvious factor that made the difference, and they're certainly making their presence felt once again.
Heidick to the near side. Brown takes his time calling the signals. Defense moving around. The linebackers retreat a little bit, and the give on the delay, or a fake, I should say, on the delay, and the pass goes to Heidick. It is complete, and I believe enough for a first down. It is indeed, as the football comes out to the 45-yard line.
Well, we talked a little about play action that time. Play action draw, fake draw play to Dean Zelenak, number 21. Sure looked like he had the ball. Heidick's able to get underneath the linebackers and in front of the safeties. And he's right there to make that catch. A little momentum for Woods Tower. They still got a lot of time. They can get on the board here in the first half.
Zelenak that time, after running the good fake up the middle, didn't turn around and face the quarterback. If he's in trouble, he's a good receiver. 3:55 left to go. First half of play. 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line, and Brown
is
on
gone.
a quarterback keeper. He's got enough for a first down. The 40 still on his feet. 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Woods Tower on what might have been a broken play.
Well, it looked like Wilson was supposed to get the ball. Wilson would have had that same hole. Stevenson, for some reason, had 8 men on the line of scrimmage, and obviously thinking they're going to have a pass. Here's a look at it. They run a little quick trap. Wilson doesn't get the ball. Brown follows him through the hole, and he gets a couple blocks, and he got a block from an official, too, on a man that had an angle. The last guy that really had a chance, number 28, Ganowitcha, he ran into the official. Brown makes it all the way down, and Woods Tower possibly back in this ballgame. At least they're on the board.
Tom Brown tried to give off to Wilson. When he couldn't, he followed Wilson through that hole and ran it 55 yards for the touchdown. Brown will hold, and Heidick will try to boot the extra point. 28-6 at the moment. Ball is snapped. Brown has it down. Heidick, straight on kicker, puts it up and good. And the clock is stopped with 3:38 left in the second quarter. Score now Stevenson 28, Woods Tower 7.
You know, we talked to Jerry Lajeunesse in the pregame show and about his defense. He's defensive coordinator for Stevenson. Talked about his defense, and it seems that the only time people score against them are on big plays. Nobody ever takes the ball, jams it down their throat, goes all the way down the field, makes a nice drive on it. 80-yard run by Scott Wheeler we saw in the Ford game. This play here, 55-yard touchdown. It's just that every once in a while they kind of fall asleep for a second, one play, and it's a touchdown. They never really give up long drives. Of course, that's what Woods Tower is looking for in that situation. They still have a lot of time. We may see an onside kick here, John.
Time of possession was 2:51. 80-yard drive in 7 plays, and again the 55-yard run by Brown. Heidick's kick, and it is 28-7. Heidick approaches the ball here, has it into the air, into the wind. It's a short kick about the 13-yard line, gathered in, and Stevenson straight up the middle. Number 20, Hilton, finally tackled about the 32-yard line.
Pick up a 15 by Hilton.
Run back of 15 yards. And Hilton has pretty good field position for the Stevenson team.
3 minutes left in the first half, 21-point lead. No sense in Stevenson throwing the ball to give Woods Tower an opportunity to get back in this ballgame. Woods Tower needs to force a fumble right here. They need a turnover.
Tiburcio, the fullback, and the halfback is Hilton.
Option once again.
The option goes to Hilton, has running room. Tiburcio gives him a good block, and he is into open field. 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Stevenson.
One play.
A great 67-yard run on one play. Watch this block from Tiburcio.
Paul Tiburcio, number 39, around the corner. Here he comes.
67-yard run by Hilton.
A great
nobody's going
block.
to catch Pat Hilton.
Yep. The block made all the difference. Tiburcio's block sprung him for 67 yards and another touchdown.
Who would have thought that we would see, at long last, 30 points in the game, and we're already over 30, well over 30 in the first half.
Scoreboard says 24. It is 34-7, and Newman tried to make it 35. The kick is up, and the kick by Phil is good. So with 3:07 left to go, 35-7 is the score. Stevenson leading Woods Tower.
You know, at first game, 14-2, a defensive struggle by every stretch of the imagination. We have 42 points on the board. There's still 3 minutes left in the first half, and I don't think anybody expected this kind of offensive explosion. As good as Stevenson is, Woods Tower's strength of their team has been their defense, and 35 points is just amazing.
3:07 left to go in what is turning out to be a very long first half for Woods Tower.
I don't think Stevenson needs points offensively to qualify for the playoffs, do they, John?
I don't think so. They want to make sure all the parts are working, and I'll tell you, they're working in this first half.
Newman kicking Wilson.
There's number 22, Wilson. He is on the near side, D'Angelo on the far side. The television record for Stevenson. And, of course, everyone remembers last year's game where they were beaten on Comcast. Or I checked that by Utica Ford. They were beaten in the MAC title game.
You saw that other appearance last year, the week before the Ford game with Stevenson. We were here last year, about same kind of day. Saturday afternoon game. Stevenson won that one 31-20, I believe was the final score, in clinching their spot in the MAC title game, which they went on to lose to Ford. This year it's not going to happen, though.
Well, the kick by Newman goes out of bounds, and again Woods Tower has a 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line, and Tom Brown taking his time getting into the huddle. Number 15 Brown, the quarterback for Woods Tower. 35-7. He's 80 yards away from a touchdown, and he's going into the wind. Backs are split. Brown fakes it, goes back and fires it, and it's in and out of the hands of Provencher, number 43, who almost picked it off.
Brown's pass broke
He and Burnaby, among others, in there defensively.
Well, Provencher, number 43, you see him on the outside linebacker spot, makes a good drop here, gets his hand up, tips the ball, and unable to come up with it. I think if he didn't run into his own player, Marcetti, there, he probably would have caught it. Provencher has a small knee problem, and we may see him come out of the game after a little while. Stevenson, once they figure that they do have the game wrapped up, they may want to give him a rest because he does have a weak knee.
Stevenson changing up the defense. I see Latarella standing on the side, and there is a new safety. I'll tell you, Provencher almost had it there again. Stops the clock. It's incomplete, but it was almost completed to the wrong man. The defender, 2 plays in a row now, has almost picked it off.
I don't see anything here. Tom Brown must not have saw Provencher, but it's like a timing pattern. He was covered by Marcetti, too. I think it was Silic, but there was
Oliverio
no way.
was the intended receiver, but
there was no way that ball should have been thrown.
No. Yeah. 3rd and 10 again from the 20.
In fact, Marcetti probably feels that Provencher took an interception away from him because he had it covered, too.
Receivers to each side, Heidick to the near side. And I believe that's Fong on the far side. Brown in trouble, and he is sacked behind the line of scrimmage, brings up 4th down, loss of a yard or 2. Depends on if the officials, well, they do. They mark it back to the original line of scrimmage, so the sack back at the line of scrimmage, 4th and 10.
That was that quarterback draw play that they ran with a great deal of success the first time the two teams met. Rick By said, hey, look, we've done a lot of work on that play. That's not going to work against us this time. Dennis Zabosin said the same thing. I'm sure they're going to have that covered. But you always got to try plays that work well for
High snap at Heidick. Gets the kickoff. It bounces and takes a great Woods Tower bounce, the 45, and it'll be blown dead about the 42-yard line. Stevenson will get it, a 38-yard kick into the wind. It got a good bounce, and with 2:16 left in the 2nd quarter, 35-7 our score. Stevenson on the way to the state playoffs next week.
Well, once again, great field position for Stevenson. They've scored what seems like almost every play lately, especially here in the 2nd quarter. Drives of what, 1, 2, 3 plays in their last 3 drives.
1 play in each of their last 2. 1 play each. 2 minutes left to go. The pass comes to Mills, and he's got some running room. Mills forced out of bounds by Schwartz and others out of the Woods Tower defense, but not before a 1st down.
With the room that Mills had there on the sideline, they had number 41 for Woods Tower out there covering him, Tony Pecoraro. He was about 10 yards off the receiver. Mills just stood up at the line of scrimmage, and that's a very safe pass for Stevenson to try at that point. Ended up gaining about 20 yards.
Gain of 17 officially. 1st and 10, 1:54 left as the ball carrier went out of bounds to stop the clock. Backs in the eye with Tiburcio, the fullback, and Hilton, halfback, the same play to the other side. Mills goes out of bounds after a gain of about 4.
Tony Pecoraro comes up with a play there once again. Mark of a good receiver. Chris Mills catches this ball. Watch him turn to the outside where you want him to go. Catches the ball, turns to the outside and runs. There's Pecoraro. Comes up, makes a good play because they only got 3 or 4 on that play. Let's look at Tommy Brown on the sideline trying to regroup his thoughts and think about the 2nd half. Wants to forget all this right now.
2nd down and 6, and the football outside the 35 at the 36 and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. 2 receivers near side, and one of them is Hilton. Hilton playing a wing on this side, inside of Campbell. Back to pass is Shattuck.
He's
going long and deep for Mills. In and out of his hands, just off the fingertips. He had beaten Heidick back there. Just goes as an incompleted pass and brings up a 3rd down and 6. Really a free down there. I imagine that's the way they're looking at it.
35 points against a defense like this. Let's face it, Woods Tower has played some great football this season. This is really a surprise. Eisenhower only scored 14 points on him, 14 points for Stevenson. And it's just, unbelievable they have 35 points. Stevenson really has their offense working today.
A dejected Tom Brown sitting on the sidelines all by himself. Still has a half of football to play. Smith brings in a new play, and out of there goes Shetton at the guard spot for Stevenson. John Deem also being taped up. We saw him earlier on the Woods Tower bench, and he is out of there defensively. And they run straight up the middle, but not much. Yard or two. They needed 6. Give them about 3. Brings up 4th down and 3.
Well, you saw Matt Sudduth come in late on that play, and Matt Sudduth has not been in this game at all because Stevenson has kept the ball away from him defensively. He had such an outstanding game the first time these two teams met. Rick By said, I sure hope he doesn't play the game of his career like he did last time.
Light rain falling here makes things a little fuzzy for us and for you at home as well. Not much light here. There are no lights, of course, and so the darker it gets, the tougher it is to keep an eye on what's going on. But so far, 35-7 the score. It's been all Stevenson. They beat Woods Tower 14-2 earlier on Comcast, and they're just blasting them in this one. The Metro East rankings, and we see Stevenson on top with an 8-0 record, soon to be 9-0. If this is any indication, the first half any indication. Grosse Pointe North is 2nd. Eisenhower 3rd, Marysville 4th, Woods Tower 5th, and just ahead of our alma mater here, Marine City 6th, and Clintondale 7th.
I won't talk about mine. They're 0-9.
Well, I know our director is Marysville's, one of Marysville's favorites. He's directing this, Dave Schimmel. And I knew he was going to get that in because his team is ranked ahead of mine.
Notice how they were in that squiggly that you could tell the difference between their team and everybody else?
That's right. We'll get him after this telecast. 1:24 remaining. Hilton flanked wide to this side. And a shotgun, or a single wingback, I should say. Single setback is Mills, and he's got a touchdown. Mills steps away from D'Angelo into the end zone for another touchdown for Stevenson, a 34-yard scamper that time. Shattuck lined up tight, and he had one man back there. That was Chris Mills.
Here's a look at it. Mills gets one block, spins away, and he's gone. You know, the similarities between Stevenson and Eisenhower are just so remarkable. Mills and Bowman, Ryan and Tiburcio. It's just amazing the similarities that both teams have offensively. Shattuck and Kerner, both excellent quarterbacks. They don't throw a lot because the running games are so strong. If these two teams play again, it'll certainly be a treat for MAC fans.
41-7. Newman will try to make it 42. There's the snap. It's placed down. The kick is up, and the kick is perfect. 42-7 with 1:16 left to go.
You know, when we saw those rankings there, you saw the points given up and points scored. 63 points in 8 games is what Woods Tower had given up previous to this. 42 points in 1/2 is absolutely unbelievable. Here's a Class A state rankings. Henry Ford, of course, is in the same region, and they have qualified. Pioneer, the defending state champion. Traverse City, just always in the top 10. Lansing Section Trenton, always strong. Warren De La Salle will not qualify for the state playoffs. They lost to Catholic Central 9-0, and they just have no prayer at all of making it. Grosse Pointe North, number 10, they will make the state playoffs. They're 8-0. There's a look once again at John Deem on the sideline. He's getting a lot of playing time today. They miss the middle linebacking work.
The scoring drive that time, Jack, took 1 minute off the clock. 6 plays, 58 yards, and the big one, of course, Mills' 34-yard run. Newman's kick good. 42-7 is our score with 1:16 left to go. And Newman will be booting. He has 2 players back deep, and it'll come to the near side and go over the head of Randy Wilson. And so the touchback will bring it out to the 20, and Woods Tower will have it at their own 20, 1st and 10, 80 yards away, but again, 1:16 left to go.
What is it, Dennis Bozen? What am I going to call? You know, what can he call? Down by 35 points to the best team in the county, as far as I'm concerned. And Tommy Brown goes into the game, and certainly, you know, like we talked about, his wildest nightmares, this game couldn't end up or even come close to being like this.
Well, Stevenson now has the 2 defensive backs and safety in that started the game, with Marin in the middle, Ganowich on one side and Latarella on the other side. And Woods Tower will call timeout. Apparently didn't like something they saw on the defense.
Whatever the play would have been, maybe it was not going to work in the way Stevenson was lined up, and instead of chance it once again, decided to talk about it a little bit and go at him with something else.
Coming up at halftime, we'll take a look at some of the stats from this first half, and there have been a lot. Woods Tower record.
You see those 2 shutouts there. Nobody scored more than 14 points on them the whole season coming up into this game. Those 2 losses to Eisenhower and Stevenson, the 2 top teams in the other division in the conference. So by no means a sad year for Woods Tower.
You pointed out a couple of times that they have a great defense, but for some reason they haven't been able to do it in the first half here. We thought originally, with the weather the way it is and sort of a mist falling at the moment, that it might do something to the passing game, but really the running game has been all there for Stevenson, and some very big plays. Receivers, 2 to each side now for Tom Brown. See if he gets any blocking help, and the give is to number, is that 32? Or 22, I should say. Wilson, it is. Burnaby in there to make the stop. Gain to 3, 2nd and 7.
There's a look at the tremendous season Stevenson's had so far. 2 teams able to score 2 touchdowns on him, Eisenhower and Sterling Heights. Sterling Heights had Stevenson down 14-7 at halftime. Stevenson came out in the second half, scored both touchdowns. And just a fantastic year so far. They've been able to keep themselves clean. And
see, they scored 48 points against Fraser a few weeks ago, and they got 42 already in the first half. Could break that. They did have 45 in the first game of the year. Flag being thrown. They've got him hemmed in, and out of bounds goes Randy Wilson, but a flag thrown and another one thrown just now. Number 58, Anderson, the defensive end, over here to push him out of bounds.
I think the first one was a hold. Beyond that, I'm not sure what the second flag was for. Wilson just goes out of bounds here. And
it was a hold, I believe. A block and a hold maybe in that.
In the crowd, I see Bob Kelflesh, head coach at Cuzno. And I saw him play Woods Tower a week or so ago. At the end of the game, Cuzno had 5 fumbles and got a punt blocked where Woods Tower only had to go 1 yard for a touchdown. At the end of the game, Cuzno fans were just tearing up Bob Kelflesh. It was totally ridiculous. The job that he has done at Cuzno is just outstanding. He's been there 5 years and created a good program, and the fans had just no business doing that at all. It was just totally ridiculous.
Holding is the call. So Woods Tower guilty and moving back.
Holding against Woods Tower. Second down.
Football is inside the 10. And it's second down and about 18 yards. It's about the 8-yard line, and they need to get it out to the 30. Varsity in to make the stop. Wilson didn't have much of a chance there. 21 seconds left to go, first half of play.
You saw Anderson in the end zone there with the ball, pulling a little Gary Cobb action, stripped the ball, running the end zone 5 seconds after the play's over.
No gain on the play, tackle made by Varsity.
Selleck brings in a play, Heidick comes out.
Ed was certainly one of the most players that was the most loose as I went over to Stevenson, and he was there to have a good time.
There's the whistle indicating the end of the first half with a score Stevenson 42, Woods Tower 7. We'll be back to take a look at some stats for you and recap right after these messages.
When you just gotta have something special and the ordinary just won't do, then the Dairy Deli in St. Clair Shores is just the place for you. The Dairy Deli features hand-packed homemade ice cream in convenient pint and quart sizes, guaranteed to satisfy your sweet tooth. Coe's original submarine sandwiches are made to order and ready in minutes. So come to the Dairy Deli, where deciding what to eat might take you a while. The Dairy Deli on Harper, just south of 13 Mile in St. Clair Shores.
Senior, defensive
It's
back.
halftime here at Woods Tower, and at the moment it's been all Stevenson in the first half. 42-7 our score. Stevenson leading Woods Tower, and Stevenson trying to pick up that MAC title that eluded them a year ago here on Comcast. With Jack Crumley, I'm John Bell, and it might take the entire halftime to recap the scoring. There was a lot of it in that first half, 49 points in all. In the first quarter, Stevenson moved the football 76 yards on 12 plays. Paul Tabercio running in from 2 yards out. Newman's kick was good, and with 1:41 left to go in the first quarter, it was 7-0. In the second quarter, things really got going. First of all, Tabercio with a 2-yard run in a drive that took 9 plays, covered 50 yards, and 4:11 off the clock, made it 14-0 after Newman's kick. The next score by Stevenson came just a few seconds later, actually. A drive of 1 play, covered 29 yards after the interception by Beesbrook. A 29-yard run by Hilton. Newman's kick was good, and 11 seconds after the second touchdown, we had our third, 21-0. Another interception, this time by Mark Burnaby, with 3:07 left to go in the quarter. Check that, 6:19 left to go in the quarter. Turned into a touchdown as Shattuck threw to Mills for 35 yards. 1 play, 35-yard drive. Newman's kick made it 28-zip. Then Tom Brown on a 55-yard run on what could have been a mix-up in the backfield, but Brown turned it into a touchdown. A drive that took 7 plays, covered 80 yards. And the kick by Heidick was good. It made it 28-7 Stevenson. But Stevenson came right back. 1 play, 67 yards. A run by Hilton. Newman's kick, 35-7. And one more for good measure in that second quarter. A 1-minute drive, 58 yards, 6 plays, and the key being a 34-yard run by Mills. Newman's kick, 42-7, and that's where we stand at halftime, Jack. And as you look at the stats, as you might imagine, a lot of the stats pointing to Stevenson.
243 yards rushing in 1 half against a defense that gave up only 63 points all year. In comparison, 45 yards for Woods Tower. Certainly they've struggled offensively. Looking at some of the others, passing 139 yards. We're talking almost 400 yards of offense in 1 half, and that's by the team that all year long was a favorite in this conference.
Shattuck having a good day, 7 out of 12 for 2 touchdowns, and really didn't need to pass 3 quickies there on long drives. Just 14 yards for Woods Tower in the air.
Yeah, they were unable to get it going. 2 interceptions, of course. Yeah.
1 pass for 15 yards, and then they lost one on a pass.
Two interceptions certainly hurt. It was 14-0, and the first of 2 straight turnovers on the first plays of drives. And that just spelled the end, really, for what this game was all about.
First downs, very one-sided. 13 of them for Stevenson in the first half and just 5 for Woods Tower.
Woods Tower got 3 of those on 1 drive, I believe. So really, once again, the big play is what has done it for Stevenson offensively.
On the field at the moment, the Woods Tower band entertaining the crowd. And again, they're sitting through the mist and a very one-sided first half. Just a few moments ago, Jack, we had a chance to take a look at the MAC All-League selections as they were introduced to the crowd. and some very familiar faces.
Well, certainly the Stevenson and Woods Tower players were well represented. Ed Anderson, Pat Hilton, John Marcetti. Chris Mills was the MVP of the division. Scott Smikowski and Paul Tiburcio for Stevenson. For Woods Tower, Tommy Brown was the MVP for his division. John Cooney, Tom Dembinski, who is on crutches on the sidelines with that broken ankle. Big loss for Woods Tower, and I think that's hurt them more today than they thought it might have. John Deem, Randy Heidick, and Matt Sudduth, all for Woods Tower. Chippewa Valley placed 3 players on there. Chippewa Valley went 4-5, a real good year for Randy Jarmega. They pulled that upset of Cosno, as you saw 2 weeks ago, and he really has that program up and coming. Both coaches this week that I talked to, Bai and Zabosin, said that he certainly has the makings of a powerhouse out there. They have a lot of interest now. Randy's doing a great job, and they certainly have a lot of people out for football, which was a lot different than in the past. A couple other players that you want to make note of. Cosno's Ken Branson had a real nice season as a halfback for them. They went 5-4. Eisenhower, who is still alive in the playoff hope, they'll know later on this weekend, placed 6 players also. John Bowman, the wingback receiver that we saw, just an excellent player. Tim Bruce, the defensive leader in there, the linebacker. Todd Collins, probably one of the best receivers in the area. Scott Kerner, their quarterback. Kevin Nickel, the kicker. And Mike Ryan, their junior halfback. So people are going to have to contend with him again next year. Utica Ford's middle linebacker, Key Lee, was in there, and you got to mention his name. 160 pounds, 5'6" middle linebacker. Just an unbelievable heart, talent, and just a great player.
And we've seen him have some pretty good games on Comcast during his career. Again at halftime, Stevenson 42, Woods Tower 7. Stevenson number 1 in the Metro East, 8-0 going into this game, soon to be 9-0 it would appear, and ready for the state playoffs. We'll be right back with the start of the second half after these messages.
Miami Dolphin quarterback Dan Marino for Kiwanis International.
Not every young boy is able to fulfill a dream of becoming a National Football League quarterback. That's why underprivileged children are a Kiwanis concern. Take the ball today and help your local Kiwanis club uplift our underprivileged children. Build better lives through involvement in Kiwanis.
The preceding message has been a public service announcement brought to you by your local Kiwanis club.
Teams are back on the field, and we're just about set to go with the start of this third quarter. At halftime, again, 42-7 is the score. Stevenson leading Woods Tower. Who'd have thought, Jack?
Well, it's an unbelievable start to the game. 42 points in one half when they only gave up 63 in the entire 8 games previous. So, yes, it was definitely a surprise. Joining us in the booth now is Eisenhower's head coach, Bob Lancey. Bob, an 8-1 season has to be most gratifying for you. I don't know if you're yet qualified for the state playoffs. You do have an outside shot. There's a look at how it went in going into today. So, you never really know, but obviously a great season for you.
Yeah, we're very pleased with the performance by our entire squad. They've done everything that we asked of them this season, and we just hope that we get the opportunity to get in the state playoffs. It'd be a thrill, a great way to end the season being in that playoff.
If you do get into the playoffs, Bob, you're going to have to play probably the number 1 team in this area in Ford.
In Stevenson. They will, Stevenson, if they win, it looks like they will pass Detroit Henry Ford in point playoffs. So it would be that it could be Stevenson against your team once again in a game that was 17-15 in their favor early in the season. Your kids have to be excited about that prospect.
Yeah, it'll take the same type of game. We'll just have to go at them with everything that we have. We'll have to throw the ball, run, option, do anything to move the ball on them. Last time they were able to control the ball, and we'd have to try to do something defensively to make sure we don't get into that same situation the second time if we have the opportunity to play them.
Do you get the same thoughts as I do, as your team and Stevenson are very, very much alike?
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I think the main way in which we're similar is that we both can attack in all areas of offense. We have fine receivers, good running backs, quarterbacks that can really run the offense. And I think that's the way that we would be similar.
Okay, great season for you, Coach. Thanks for coming up and joining us, and good luck in the future. Hopefully you'll be in those playoffs next week.
Thank you very much.
Woods Tower will boot it away, and back to take the kick will be number 32, Mills, to the near side, and Pat Hilton to the far side, number 20. Heidick approaches the ball. We're underway in the second half of play, and it will go into the end zone as Mills lets it go. 1st and 10 now, out of the 20-yard line for Stevenson to start this second half.
Stevenson's 20-yard line.
Yeah, John, earlier you alluded to the fact that Dennis Abozen has so many titles here and there and everywhere. In 1977, of course, when it was just Warren Woods, they lost in the semis to Jackson Lumen Christi. The year after, they were state champions in Class B, defeating Grand Rapids Catholic Central. Dennis Abozen, an excellent coach. There's times like this that you have to put up with, but there's certainly going to be times on the high side of the rainbow, too.
The entire starting backfield from the first half in there again with Shattuck at quarterback, Hilton and Tiburcio, and the give goes to Hilton. He'll try the left side and hit and dropped a nice tackle over there by Woods Tower after a gain of about 2 yards. Brings up second down and 8. In there to make the stop, number 30, Doniger.
There's the lineups to refresh your memory on who we're going to be seeing here. Mashuda in for the injured Tom Dembinski, who was a all-conference selection at middle linebacker, so certainly that's hurt him so far. Warren Woods Tower is not going to sit down and play dead. They're going to come out and hit Stevenson with everything they have. It's their final game of the season.
Hudson, the tight end, now split on the far side of the field, split wide. Shattuck pitches back to Hilton. He's got Tiburcio out in front. We've got a flag thrown on the play. Still on his feet. Hit and stopped. We've got a whistle now. He is stopped at the 20-yard line.
Well,
let's investigate that flag. A loss of about 2 back to the original line of scrimmage.
Most likely they'll decline that penalty if it is against Stevenson. I think it is a holding. You'll see Matt Suttis string this out. Number 75 gets Shattuck, and he strings it out, tries to make a tackle, can't. You'll notice also that Woods Tower tries to get the ball here, trying to strip that ball. They're still thinking that they can win this football game. They want to get that ball back as quick as possible. Let's look at Jim Schwartz. He's not in the lineup there. Has, it looks like an ice wrap of some type or whatever on his arm, so he must have been hurt in that first half. We saw him on the bench earlier.
Holding is the call. Number 41, Pecoraro, is in there in place of Schwartz at the moment, along with Brown and Heidick in the defensive secondary. The linebackers are Ward, Terenzi, D'Angelo, and as you mentioned, Dan Mashuda. Knacker, Deem, Cooney, and Sudduth up front for Woods Tower. Defense hasn't backed up after the penalty. They're down to the 10-yard line. Second down. Shattuck's pass over the middle. Mills can't hang on, and he drops it incomplete. Brings up 3rd and 20. Just underway with Jack Crumley. I'm John Bell. Glad to have you with us for this MAC championship game on Comcast.
Here's a good look at it from behind the Stevenson offense. Hilton was out as a wing. You see Mills cut across the middle. He's open. Ball's right on the money. Chris Mills was thinking about something else there and just dropped the ball.
We've got some changes starting already for Stevenson.
Well, it's a great game to get some people in the ball game, give them some experience. There's a look at our halftime guest down in the bottom portion of the picture there. Bob Lancey, Mario Baracci, and Ross McDonald from Frazier. It's a great meeting place, the MAC
Number
championship.
38, Gordy Karras, is in there now at running back, replacing Hilton. Shattuck looking, still looking, has time, fires, and just throws it away. His intended receiver, Chris Mills, he was covered, and so they throw it out of bounds, brings up 4th and 20.
Well, in no way do you want to get an interception deep in your own zone. Looking for a safe pattern. Shattuck probably told, you know, if he's not open, if you're not sure, just get rid of it. He definitely throws it out of bounds here to make sure nobody but Chris Mills had any kind of a shot at all to get that. Here's a look at last year's MAC champions. I believe that's Rob Dilday here. Butch Wagner's here also.
Hard to tell. I want to know how you think you know who that is.
I can see him
From
out
his
the
own
window.
end zone, Mills gets a short kick. It's into the wind, and it bounces about the 20-yard line. Bounces ahead to the 23, and that's where it'll be 1st and 10 as Woods Tower gets their best field position, a kick of just 13.
13-yard kick by Mills.
Well, that's why they took the penalty, I guess. They're thinking a little bit better than I was. Back them up a little bit more. Hope that wind gives you a good field position. And you can't ask for much better field position than this unless you get a turnover.
Big play here, or actually a big drive, but they like the big play. 23 yards away from another score. 10:32 left in the third quarter of play, and again that score is 42-7 in favor of Stevenson.
Point out that Woods Tower has the wind right now, so they need to, if at all possible, get back in this game, get a couple of touchdowns. Big spread formation for Tower.
Looks the same as a play we saw Stevenson run, with receivers twice to each side, and back to pass is Brown. He's looking, fires it, and Prokrefka's got it, and Bob is hustled out of bounds inside the 10 at the 8. Latarella in there to make the stop.
What a difference that wind makes, huh, John? Those 2 interceptions in the first half against the wind from Tom Brown. You could see the ball just dying. That time the wind's behind him, and he throws with all the confidence in the world, puts it right on the numbers of Prokrefka.
Ball's at the 8. It's a gain of 15, and it's first and goal from the 8 for Woods Tower.
Same formation. Zelenak's in there for Wilson.
Zelenak is the lone setback behind the quarterback. 2 receivers to each side for Tom Brown, and again 8 yards away from pay dirt. The give is to Dean. He goes up the middle inside the 5 at the 4, and I believe Ganowicza checked that 25 Marin in there to make the stop for Stevenson. Gain of 4, halfway there.
Well, a quick touchdown is probably what they talked about here. They were able to back them up defensively, and now they're on the doorstep of getting the second touchdown. Only done twice this season against Stevenson. That's 2 touchdowns in 1 game. Let's see if Woods Tower can do that. There's a refresher for defense and offense.
But again, there have been some changes. Notably, number 22 Wilson out of there, and Dean Zelenak, number 21, is in. Now Zelenak and Wilson in, so that means Mashuda is out of there. 1 receiver each side. Inside the 5, at the 4. There's the snap. We've got flags thrown. I thought there was jumping, but no one wanted to take it for the officials.
No,
but
nobody
finally,
for Woods Tower moved. Looked like the ball was snapped early. It should be against Woods Tower.
it is indeed, and that'll march him back, in a bad penalty there.
Clock does stop. Sillick had single coverage. You may see him try and throw it into the corner of the end zone with number 80, Dave Sillick, on a wide side, far side of the field. Rick By has to be happy with what's happened here today. Just a great coaching record at Stevenson. They've been just a power the last 5-6 years. And he's
Randy Heidick goes
mostly
in now, and he'll be flanked to the right, and out of there comes Dave Sillick. Heidick drawing man-to-man coverage on the wide side. Prokrefka split to the left. Brown takes his time. He's back and throws it into the end zone, and it is picked off in there by Ganowicza. Now he comes to the 10, the 15, out to the 19, number 28, Larry Ganowicza, 5'10", 141, a junior defensive back, and he was all alone. If you're going to throw it away, you don't want to throw it in the vicinity of the defense.
Well, you know, it's when things go bad, they get worse, and Randy Heidick went inside. Tom Brown threw the ball outside. And when he did, Ganowicza, being able to see the ball because he was facing the quarterback, made the adjustment on his route where Heidick didn't realize what was going on, got the interception.
He got it 4 yards deep in the end zone, returned it to the 20, so a 24-yard return, and it's 1st and 10 for Stevenson. Mills is flanked to the right. I believe that's Campbell on the far side to the left. Shattuck gives, and it is fumbled, and the turnover goes indeed to Woods Tower. Tom Brown in there to smother it. And let's see who else was in there. Sudduth in there on a good defensive play.
He forced the fumble, John. Sudduth was able to make that tackle on Tiburcio, yank that ball out of there. I think Tom Brown came up with it. And here's Sudduth, plays off the block, rips it right out. So Matt Sudduth getting involved defensively. They ran at him this time, which they haven't done very often today at all.
Heidick to the far side as Woods Tower gets the football back here with 7:30 and the clock running. Left to go, third quarter play. Heidick to the far side, Prokrefka to the near side. The running backs are, again, Zelenak, and Zelenak carries. He also was in there with Wilson, but a gain of about 2. It's inside the 25 now.
Pick up a 2, 2nd and 8 for Woods Tower.
Good job by Latarella there to play off the block of the wide receiver to make sure that Zelenak went to the inside, and when he did, Marcetti was able to come across from his middle linebacker spot to make that tackle. Latarella forcing him inside. Marcetti comes over to make it.
Number 80, Dave Sillick, is in, and he'll be flanked to the right.
Sillick again.
Oliverio is the tight end, and he is also on the right. Brown throws to the left side. Prokrefka has it picked off. Taken right away from him on a fine defensive play by Mike Latarella, the safety. He had good coverage that time, just stepped in front of the receiver and picked it off.
Sure broke on the ball well, didn't he, Tom Brown? A little play action here. Timing pattern to Prokrefka, and Latarella just steps in, makes a great break on the ball. Interception once again deep in the territory. Stevenson doesn't want to give up any points.
It's at the 11. It'll be 1st and 10. Stevenson with the football, and again they come away without giving up anything to Woods Tower.
Most likely they're going to try and keep things very basic here. There are some coaches that are scouting them for the state tournament, so we're going to see some really basic plays. Got a new running back.
Karras and Tiburcio are the running backs, and they are split. Mills is the wing back, and the give is to Tiburcio. Picks his way, and Heidick has him wrapped up, still going out to the 15, the 16, and the whistle blows to stop him at the 17-yard line.
What a tough little nut he is, boy. Paul Tiburcio, 5'9" about, and just tough as a nut.
Gain of 6 on the play, 2nd and 4. Here's a look at the rankings again. We talked about those earlier. Stevenson on top and Woods Tower.
We could see those 3 top teams in the state playoffs.
Look at the points against, and again, Woods Tower has given up 63 going into this game, and they've given up 42 already. Stevenson has given up just 50 in 8 games.
Heck, Marysville and Marine City might even qualify too. That could be 5 teams from the area in the state playoffs.
Tiburcio, the ball carrier, tries to go left, and he is stacked up and dropped about the line of scrimmage. Gave him a yard, maybe 2. At any rate, brings up 3rd down.
Pickup of 2 brought down by D'Angelo.
Football was just short of the 20.
Of course, the team that's missing off that list, John, is Warren De La Salle. You see him there, number 9 in Class A. Everybody's choice, or so they say expert-wise, to win the state championship. And they were shut out by CC 9-0. CC being Redford Catholic Central.
3rd down and 2. Just short of the 20 of the 19. Shattuck pitches back, and Mills, lined up in the backfield, has a 1st down and more.
That same play they ran for a touchdown, he's going to go
again.
Here
he goes. He is being hemmed in, but steps away from a defender, and finally Brown wrestles him down about the 30-yard line. He was running man for man there with one of the linebackers, Pecoraro, number 41, and he just stutter-stepped a bit and got away from him. 49 yards on the run.
Chris Mills, so versatile in the backfield this time. He gets the same play as they ran for the touchdown the other way.
Watch this coming up here.
He stepped
out of steps away from Pecoraro. 49 yards on the run, and the football now the 30-yard line.
Well, like Zabosin said early in the week, they just have so many weapons that you can't key on anybody. It just makes them so tough to defense.
Karras is in there for Hilton, has been for this series. He and Tiburcio, and the give is to Tiburcio, and he is met but not stopped. A gain of about 2 or 3. Number 64 in there is Terenzi from the linebacker spot. He had a hold of him but couldn't slow him down.
Good play by Gary Knacker, too. Gary Knacker took on the blocker, Karras, and was able to close the play down to the inside. Tiburcio was picked up by 3 or 4 Woods Tower players.
We've had no scoring in the 3rd quarter with 4:10 left to go.
You'll see 59 Knacker forced to play inside Karras and gets a piece of the tackle. Nice job.
Back to the live action now. Shattuck calling the signals, backs in the eye. And he passes to Mills, who gathers it in, and then is gathered in by the defense. Pecoraro in there to drop him at about the 25, a gain of 5 on the play. It's at the 24-yard line. Brings up 3rd down.
Pass completed to Mills, brought down by Pecoraro after a pickup of 5.
Well, encouraging sight for Stevenson definitely is the passing of Greg Shattuck. He's been very sharp today. A lot of people say Stevenson, rushing attack, 2,000 yards. They have almost 800 yards passing going into today. He had 140 at halftime. He may reach the 1,000-yard mark in passing, and that certainly has to make teams wonder, geez, we can't just stop the running attack. This kid can throw it.
Shattuck going into the game was 47 of 91 for 739 yards and 6 TDs. Again, that's going in. Pitches back to Mills, who lined up in the backfield, and Mills uses that speed. We've got a flag thrown.
Flag on the play. Mills tackled by
Mills did get it inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line, but the flag was thrown away from the play.
It may be.
Millibar, the center, was in on it for Stevenson, and I missed the number for Woods Tower, and that's who it'll go against.
Yeah, it's
might have been
head
Terenzi.
slap of something. I believe it was
64.
Ward. There's 67, Mike Ward. There's the flag being thrown here. They were exchanging blows to the head there, and Ward getting out a little frustration, of course. It's awful tough.
So they will tack it on, the personal foul. Here's a look at Chris Mills having a good game again. Personal foul will move it down to the 5-yard line, so it'll be first and goal at the 5.
They show receptions. He's had 3 carries for about 100 yards rushing, too.
Host of new players in now for Stevenson. Try to pick up the numbers for you. The give is to the second man, Karras, and he piles ahead for a yard or 2, maybe 3.
Karras up the middle for 2 yards.
Be interesting to see when we see Pat McAleer, the backup quarterback, number 8. We've seen him holding on extra points, and here he is now.
A mind reader. I like
number 8.
Number 68, Cooney, in on the stop, by the way.
You want to get him in and get him some experience just in case, especially when you got those state playoffs coming up. He's a junior. He's in a football family. McAleer's father is a coach at Cousino now, JV coach. He was a head coach at Mott, and you never know when you might need him.
Quarterback again is McAleer, number 8. Has him set second down and 2. And they may have gotten in here, Jack.
Just short. They're trying to get Karras a touchdown. Looks like he carried the ball there, and you may see him again.
3rd down and inches.
Give him 1, so it is really about a foot. But statistically, it's 3rd and 1, and there's a fine shot of the football and the goal line.
That's not a crooked line. That's a crown on the field. They got great drainage here. You know, we did get some rain. It was misty early in the morning, but it won't affect this field. Just in super shape.
Receivers to the far side. I would imagine, though, we'll see a running play up the middle as McAleer calls the signals. 3rd down and goal to the 1. And the give is to Karras, and he is in for the touchdown. Tack on 6 more, make it 48-7, with 1:22 left to go in the 3rd quarter of play. McAleer will stay in to hold for Phil Newman, who will try to add the extra point, make it 49, a 42-point lead.
Newman in to attempt the extra point for Stevenson.
No official stats, but you got to believe that could be Karras' first touchdown as a varsity player. Newman on to tack on 7 for 7, most likely. Great kicker.
There's the snap. McAleer has it down. Newman's kick is up, and it is good. So with 1:22 showing in the 3rd, our score now Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 7.
Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 7.
Well, Woods Tower getting the ball back. Tom Brown in his senior season may want to finish the game out. We might see Mark Dempsey, a quarterback, get him a little time.
That drive took 5 minutes and 9 seconds. The ball moving 89 yards in 9 plays. Karras with a 1-yard run, Newman's kick, and again 49-7 is the score.
That big play, of course, in that drive was that long run by Chris Mills, and just showing his versatility.
Couple nice runs by Mills in that drive. 49 and 16 yards.
Just versatility, and you know, we talked to Bob Lancey about the similarities in the teams. John Bowman and Chris Mills could swap uniforms, and you probably would never know the difference.
Couple of fine football players. D'Angelo and Wilson are deep at the goal line to receive this kick, which will be into the wind. We'll see what kind of leg Newman shows here. Newman has it in the air, and the wind will push it to about the 10-yard line. It is touched over there by Woods Tower, and the run back. Was that Wilson or was that Hilton?
Wilson had the ball.
Okay.
Wilson on the run back with 15-yard pickup.
15 yards on the run back from the 10 out to the 25, and it's 1st and 10 now for Woods Tower with 1:09 showing on the clock, and it is running here in the 3rd quarter.
It is Tom Brown coming out to play. There's a look at Bob Kelflesh, talked about him, head coach at Cousino. I believe it's his 5th year there. Done a real fine job, build the program up, great weight program. Good job over at Cousino.
1st and 10, and we've got a mix-up. Players still running on the field here. That's Al Fong, finally gets set. Brown takes the snap in time and rolls back to pass. Throws over the middle, in and out of the hands of Scott Olivero. Incomplete. Tight end can't hang on.
It was on his back hip. Definitely a catchable ball. Tommy Brown put it a little bit behind him. Oliverio not able to come up with it. Brown here, a little play fake, rolls out to his left, gets a nice block, puts it on the money, but can't come up with the catch.
Had some zip on it, and the intended receiver was all by himself.
Tommy Brown's the kind of quarterback that college coaches like to take and possibly make a project out of him. He's big, he's got a strong arm, good mind, according to Coach Dennis Bozen. You know, if you get him in the right position, he could play some college ball for a long time.
Prokrafka is split to the near side, and receiver on the far side as well. And
Good
the
throw.
ball goes to him, and Sillick can't hang on. What a hit applied there by the defense.
Well, they're going to call it incomplete. I don't know if he had that or not. It looked like he caught it and took a couple steps, then got popped. Ball was right on the money there. Of course, they still are with the wind. Brown puts a rope 35 yards about, and yeah, it's a tough call, and they called it incomplete. Sillick had it and then lost it.
Messing, number 15, in on the stop for Stevenson. Goes as an incomplete, brings up 3rd and 10.
May see that quarterback draw. We do have the second team defense in here, and of course they are not as aware of it as the first team was.
Brown hangs it out there, in and out of the hands, and almost picked off as well, but in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Just could not hang on.
Pass intended for Fawn, incomplete.
So with the incomplete, brings up 4th and 10. Here's another look at the pass to Fawn.
Once again, right on the money. 3 plays in a row and unable to come up with any of the 3. All 3 of them would have been first downs, too. Just 26 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Last opportunity with the wind. Heidick's done it to Stevenson twice. Last year, a 70-yard punt. This year, a 70-yard punt. Let's see if he does it again.
We've got a whistle and a timeout called by Woods Tower. Heidick was not out there.
He was on the sideline talking to Dennis Bozen. I can't imagine why they'd run a fake punt at this point of the game, but he was on the sideline.
I think even prior
talking.
to that, though, he was not near the coach.
Probably wasn't aware of the down and situation. That's going to happen in a game like this.
50 raffle is number
26 seconds left to go, 3rd quarter play. 49-7. Stevenson over Woods Tower.
2749.
Heidick will be kicking with the wind, as you alluded to, and he has something like a 70-yarder already this year, so we'll see what happens. They're not looking for a 70-yarder here. Single setback will be just about at the 45-yard line.
Looks to be Scott Daldine. He ran some punts back early in the season, had a little bit of trouble in a game against Ford. They replaced him with Mills, and now he's going to get some time in again as returning punts. They only send back 1 player, Stevenson does.
Heidick will put his foot into the ball about the 15-yard line. Some pressure, but gets the kick away, and Daldine retreats. The 30, the 25.
58 yards.
And it'll be the 22-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 for Stevenson.
First down and 10 for
53-yard kick, no return.
Well, that's why I'm an announcer, and Joel Bell is our statistician. Does a great job, certainly makes our job a lot easier, John.
And he's been busy, especially in that first half with all those touchdowns and all those drives. That is the end of the 3rd quarter of play. The score, once again, Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 7. We'll be right back.
Tubby's Sub Shops present the American Sandwich Hall of Fame.
Here we see some old-fashioned sandwiches, the grilled cheese, the hamburger, the peanut butter, and jelly. And here's the newest nourishing sandwich favorite of Americans, the most recent addition to the Sandwich Hall of Fame, Tubby's Submarine Sandwich, made in 25 varieties. Each Tubby is a meal in itself, made fresh to order, hot or cold, with lots of meats, cheese, and vegetables. The whole family will agree, Tubby's is the best meal on a bun your money can buy.
Come eat with us at Tubby's Sub Shops today.
With Jack Crumley, I'm John Bell, just about set for the first play of that fourth quarter. Stevenson with fairly good field position again at the 22-yard line. And we have a whole raft of new players, nice clean jerseys out there.
Not for long. And McAleer is the quarterback, so he's going to get some time here, see if he can use the wind. They probably will run the ball most of the time, but we'll see what he can do here in control.
Karras is the tailback, and McAleer gives up the middle.
Cisco up the middle.
And I believe that is number 44, Kevin Cisco.
I saw Kevin Cisco against Utica Ford, I believe it was, the game that Paul Tiburcio was not able to play because of an injury to his ankle or foot it was. And Cisco just did an outstanding job in the game that he played against them. And, they don't lose anything at all with him going in there instead of Tiburcio.
5'11", 170, a junior. And the give again to the right side. And a little bit of running room, but not much for number 9, Crippy.
No gain on the play. Tackle made by Terenzi.
They mark it at the original line of scrimmage here, so it brings up 3rd down and 9. 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Stevenson with the football. Just short of the 25-yard line now. At the 24. Receivers to each side of the field for McAleer, who's back to attempt to pass. He throws, and it is caught over there on the far side, and the receiver immediately knocked out of bounds. Number 22 making the catch there for Stevenson. That is Mike Woodward.
Boy, nice pass. McAleer goes back, guns it right on the numbers. McAleer is a tall, rangy quarterback. Looks like he has a strong arm by the show of that pass right there. So next season, Stevenson looks like they may be in good hands. And their JV team, I believe, went 9-0.
Woodward picked up 11, 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Got to admire this crowd. They stayed for the entire game, although the weather isn't exactly the greatest. McAleer gives up the middle. They try the right side again, but not much running room there. Looked to be number 30, Engel, but we'll check it.
I didn't see it, John.
No gain on the play. Tackle made by Sudduth.
Sudduth and Ward in there to make the stop for Woods Tower. No gain, 2nd and 10. McAleer looks him over.
Sudduth
his pitch back, but Sudduth causing the bad pitch, and Woods Tower will recover. There's a look at number 75, Matt Sudduth, a good close-up, 6'2", 225, a senior. And watch the pressure he puts on here and recovers the fumble as well.
Matt Sudduth, the senior in his last game, obviously going to go on to a college career, and he's just an outstanding player. And he's been playing both ways much of the year because of a couple injuries. He's playing both offense and defense. He's all-league selection on defense, though.
Number 5, Schwartz, making his way off the field. Tom Brown is the quarterback. Zelenak is one of the running backs, and Wilson the other, and they're blocking. The throw is completed over here. A nice play. Completed to Sillick. And they're inside the 15 at the 13-yard line.
Sillick on the far, he's in the
11.
slot and goes down and out to the outside. Brown gets it away just before pressure gets to him. Sillick hauls it in, almost gets to the end zone. Brought down there by Messing.
Gain of 11 on the play. 1st and 10, Woods Tower. There's a look at Big David. Man in motion, Prokrefka to the near side. Brown gives up the middle of Wilson, picking his way toward the end zone. He is in for the touchdown.
No flags. Randy Wilson with a nice little scamper there into the middle, and then looked for open daylight, found it to the outside, had the ball in the right arm this time, used the Stiff arm, got into the end zone for the touchdown. There's a look. Wilson scampers into the middle. Nice little counter play there, and he gets the outside, uses that straight arm, and gets into the end zone. Randy Wilson.
13-yard run for the touchdown. 49-13 now the score, as Woods Tower takes advantage. The turnover caused by Sudduth, who recovered, and Randy Wilson.
Yeah, it looks like he just looked on the sideline, same shot. Awful happy. 5 yards a carry. That's a real nice average for him. Only one touchdown coming into the game, though.
Heidick is in now to attempt the extra point. Brown places it. Heidick's kick is up.
Heidick's attempt is good.
And it is no good, off to the right.
No good, off to the right.
So the clock is stopped on the field with a score. Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 13. 8:47 left to go in the fourth quarter. Well, the big turnover helping Woods Tower. They could have used that, Jack, in that second quarter.
Well, the second quarter was definitely the downfall. Those two quick turnovers that Stevenson turned into 14 points in what seemed like inside a minute, and it probably was, and that put the game away.
Wilson's drive capping that 25-yard, or his run, I should say, capping a three-play 25-yard drive, took less than a minute off the board. Kick was no good, though. And again, 49-13 the score. Stevenson will have another chance here. There's a look at Randy Heidick. Hasn't had a lot of work. Just 2 extra points, and he's 1 for 2 in this one. 14 for 18 on the year going into this game, and again 1 for 2 today.
Of course, you notice Heidick more in his offensive and defensive. He's on the field almost the whole time. He's both kicker and punter and plays both ways.
Heidick has the kickoff in the air. It's a short one, taken about the 16-yard line. And number 30, Engel, gets the football back to about the 27, 26, depends on where they mark it here. Mark it now the 26, so it'll be 1st and 10 there for Stevenson.
Once again, McAleer will be in there. Last time he showed some promise with his passing arm, and Sudduth, of course, the all-conference selection, making that fumble.
Well, we'll see if they try to run that same play. Sudduth is on this side. If they're going to run, I would imagine they'll go the other way. They do, and the defense is there to stop them for no gain. Ball carrier Karras, number 38 again, but maybe even a loss on the play. I think he did get back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10.
Good shot of the defensive huddle there as they're forming for Woods Tower.
Now they mark it a loss of 1, so it is 2nd down and 11.
Great job by the crew today. Jeff Myers, our sideline cameraman today, taking the place of Bob Cinnamon, who's in Hawaii. And Bullet Bob not with us, but Jeff Myers certainly doing a good job.
Are there any games over there that need doing? Maybe we could go over and join him. Ball carrier getting back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. That's number 9, Bob Crippy.
There's a look at Jeff Meyer.
No gain on the play.
Doing a nice job today, and he's certainly hasn't had us miss Bob Cinnamon too much. Of course, Bobby's one of a kind. Joe Rigiarello's here today, back in from college. Drove all the way in for the MAC championship. Out there freezing in this cold, rainy day.
Doing a fine job.
He's got to put his beard back on. Keep him
Inside
warm.
7 minutes left, fourth quarter of play. 2 receivers near side for McAleer, but he gives off to Cisco. Cisco finds a yard or 2, but that's about it.
Cisco picks up 2 yards on the play.
Brings up 4th down. And about 8.
4th and 8 for Stevenson.
There's a look at Kevin Cisco, number 44, back into the huddle.
Well, Mills is normally the punter. Let's see if he comes out or if we see somebody else. 15, I believe that is Messing. Will do the chores this time. Tommy Brown and
Messing kicking.
Normally Dembinski's deep, so it's got to be somebody else. Looks like Sillick.
It is number 80, Sillick. There are flags, and the kick with the wind is high.
Sillick on the run.
36-yard line, still on his feet, midfield, now the 45, and forced out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Well, we'll see what the flag is all about.
It's against Stevenson.
Movement against Stevenson.
So if it's a foul that can be turned down, I'm sure Woods Tower will, and they are going to. Sudduth makes a decision there.
Penalty declined, and it is first down. 26-yard kick, but a 16-yard return.
Sillick really timed that catch and run nicely. With the wind behind him, it's kind of hard to judge something like that. And he has not been bringing back punts for the season. But real nice play there by Sillick. He almost got loose. That's what the kind of play they would have needed in the second quarter to get back into it.
Inside 6 minutes left to go now. Woods Tower with a football. Brown in there at quarterback. Zelenak and Wilson are the running backs, and there are receivers to each side for Brown. Keeps it. Still on his feet, has a first down and more. Inside the 30, down to about the 27-yard line before being stopped by Stevenson.
Brown with a 15-yard pickup.
Fine run there of about 15.
Option's a very hard play to defense, and that second team defense being in there, of course, they don't see that very often. And first few times that you go against it, it usually is a big gainer. And until they make a couple adjustments to counteract that, Tom Brown might have some good running room here.
First and 10 in the football inside the 30 now for Woods Tower. Brown to pass, quick opener over the middle, and it is completed there to Olivero, the tight end, number 85.
Brown's pass complete to Scott Olivero.
That was a bang-bang play.
Yeah, you might have saw a blitz coming and audible. You see the linebackers very close to the line of scrimmage. Olivero gets away from the defensive end and makes the catch. Nice job by Tom Brown. If that wasn't audible, that was a good call.
Gain of 14. It's first and 10 with a football now, the 15-yard line. 49-13. Stevenson on the way to the 9th win of the year. 9 for 9. 9-0 on the year. Al Fong is split wide to the near side, and there is a receiver, I believe that to be Prokrefka on the far side. He slants over the middle, the halfback pass. Wilson into the end zone. Touchdown to Al Fong. Wilson to Fong, 14 yards and a touchdown.
Well, Woods Tower not worrying about who sees this play. Randy Wilson showing some nice form here. Sets up, throws the ball right on the money. Al Fong got away from everybody. Touchdown. Nice job. Certainly like to see that Woods Tower getting a couple touchdowns here.
Looks better when you look at the final
feel
score.
Good, sure.
Here's another look at it.
Zelenak faked in the line,
pitch back to Wilson. And the throw and the receiver Fong all by himself.
And somebody celebrating in the sideline corner there. This time.
Meanwhile, the kick by Heidick is good. And with 4:27 showing on the clock, the score now, Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 20.
Score is Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 20.
The drive that time took 1 minute and 34 seconds, 3 plays covering 43 yards, and the halfback pass again from Wilson to Fong for the score, and Heidick's kick was good. 14-yard pass from Wilson to Fong. Jack, you've mentioned a couple of times that a game like this allows the coaches, especially Rick Bye, to get some players in and get them some experience before the playoffs, number one, also to rest some guys who may be shaken up.
That's right. Well, they came in pretty healthy. Like we said, Provincia was the only one really that had any kind of injury. But Stevenson has something like 53, 55 players, so this is a good opportunity for him to get a lot of playing time.
Heidick's kick gathered in at the 11-yard line, and we've got a flag thrown immediately.
Seems like almost all kickoffs, especially in the pros, you see that flag. This time we're going to see it. He does have his second team kickoff receive team out there. So
Karras is the ball carrier once he gathers this in, and we'll see if we can pick up the flag.
Got to be a hold or a hit below the belt. I would believe it's probably a hit below. We're not going to see it, I don't think. We'll see the flag come out of that official's pocket, though. There it is.
Well, it's a clip on the run back, and so the football moves back to the 15-yard line.
First down and 10 from their 15.
It's 1st and 10.
Girls basketball
For Stevenson.
Parents' Day has been changed from Tuesday to Thursday of this week.
Woodward split wide, and there's a man in the slot. McAleer, the quarterback, he gives to the second man. That's number 38, Gordy Karras. And Karras back to the line of scrimmage, and we've got a flag way away from the play.
Pecoraro and
Flag on the play.
number
Karras
22
with a
for
one-yard
Stevenson. That's Washaki?
Oh, it's Mike Woodward.
Mike Woodward. And I didn't see what happened. I just saw the flag very late.
And it goes against Tony Pecoraro. He did not want to do that. Here's the reason you don't want to do it, because now the football comes out past the 30-yard line to the 33.
Yeah, it was Pecoraro. They were nowhere near the play. Woodward might have been continuing his block, and Pecoraro objecting to that. Probably threw a fist in his face mask or whatever, and Tony venting a little frustration.
First down at 33-yard line.
There have not been too many penalties in this game, actually.
In fact, I don't think we had one the whole first quarter. Two fine football teams. That's what a well-coached football teams are going to come up with, and that's very few penalties.
1st and 10 at the 33-yard line. McAleer gives off, and Cisco goes nowhere in a hurry. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. 2nd down and 10.
Carried by Cisco.
Good battles in the trenches going on right here. I see Mike Borowski getting involved with one of the Woods Tower players. Borowski's playing left tackle or left guard right now for Stevenson. And he certainly wants to get his uniform dirty. Hey, Ma, look.
Number 75, Chudnik, also is in there for Stevenson on the offensive line now. Suffice it to say, we've got a whole new cast for Stevenson.
They sure have great role models in the starting offensive line.
McAleer's pitch goes back, and Karras is upended. We've got another flag thrown here.
Well, referees felt they haven't gotten enough work in, so they're going to start tossing their hankies around.
Ted Wilson is the referee, and there's the indication.
Well, you'll see a crackdown block on the inside then, and there's D'Angelo.
There it was. You could actually see it that time.
Stevenson likes to do a lot of that crackback blocking where they bring the receiver in, cut somebody down from the inside, send a lead back or guard around the end to make a block for him.
Stevenson declined by Woods Tower.
Illegal block is declined. It's 3rd down and 13.
Clock continues to run, John. Only 2:35 left in the season for Woods Tower.
Backs on the eye for McAleer, and he's got a receiver to each side for Stevenson. 3rd down, 13, passing play, and McAleer is back looking. His receiver slips, and the pressure is on. McAleer is sacked.
Woodward covered there by Pecoraro. Nice job. The sack was
Sudduth,
and number 71 also get on there. Who's that, John? 71.
Well, Sudduth was 75.
Ken Williams was in there to help him out. We didn't have a
loss of 13 on the play.
Didn't have Kenny on our roster here.
Well, the rain really is held off for the most part. It's a little hazy, a little drizzly, but not any heavy downpour for this game, which is good for the fans.
Woods Tower blocked the punt last week. Let's see if they can do it again.
High snap over the punter's head and out of the field of play for 2 points right here. So the safety will give 2 more, make it 22 now. So it's 49-22, Woods Tower.
Safety for one Woods Tower.
It's 2 from Stevenson here, and Stevenson will have a free kick. Bad snap that time. And Messing unable to hang on to it. One minute, 31 seconds left. 49-22 is the score. Stevenson leading Woods Tower.
Newman kicking the free kick to D'Angelo and Wilson.
1 minute 31 seconds left. And the free kick this time will be a kickoff from the 20. Newman boots it. He's got the wind behind him. It's taken in and not handled by Wilson. He has to retreat to pick it up. Looking for blockers now. We got a flag thrown on the run back. Wilson on his feet, still moving at midfield. Steps out of bounds at the 46-yard line, but again, a flag, a couple of them thrown on the run back. 31-yard return by Wilson, but I believe the flag's thrown against Woods Tower. We'll take another look and see if we can pick it up, what the infraction was. Watch Wilson, takes it, unable to hang on, has to retreat. D'Angelo's back there. He's looking for blocking. And I'm afraid we couldn't see the clip, but clipping is called and a personal foul added on against Stevenson. The clip on Woods Tower and then the personal foul against Stevenson. So they'll try to sort it out here with 1 minute, 20 seconds left to go. Jack Crumley is headed down to the sidelines. Out into the rain. Meanwhile, we'll stay dry up here.
Penalties are offsetting. 1st and 10, Woods Tower.
Well, the penalties will cause them to re-kick it.
Stevenson's going to kick
It's taken a while for them to figure out what's going on, but finally Ted Wilson, the referee, says, let's do it again. So D'Angelo and Wilson will be about their own 20-yard line, and we'll see the free kick again after the safety. Stevenson, the National Division champs, as they were a year ago. A year ago on Comcast, they were beaten by Ford in this MAC championship game, but this time around they lead with 1:20 left to go, 49-22. Rick By in his 11th year, 69-29 going into the season. It's the second time that Stevenson's been on against Woods Tower. Mills and Hilton having very good games for Stevenson, and we'll recap for you when this one is over. Newman gets it high, and again Wilson can't hang on, picks it up and starts the run back. Stevenson there to make the stop. 3 tacklers in there to knock him down. Return of 14 yards, and pretty good field position for Woods Tower.
Return.
Here's a look at it again. Watch Wilson unable to hang on. Tries to take it up high, bounces off the shoulder pads, picks it up, gets a couple of blocks, then runs into 3 from Stevenson. Back to the live action. It's 1st and 10 with a football at the 40-yard line. Brown gives to Wilson. Cuts outside, picks up 4, and goes out of bounds at the 44-yard line. 2nd down and 6 with 45 seconds left, and the clock is running.
Wilson tackled by Messing.
Number 10, Scallon in there to make the stop. Messing, number 15 also. 30 seconds, another play, maybe 2. Brown pitches back, and the ball is put into the air by Sillick, and it's caught over there, and the receiver immediately dropped. Number 82, Bob Prokrefka, the junior.
Pass complete to Bob Prokrefka.
Now watch this. As the ball is pitched back, Sillick puts it in the air. Prokrefka comes back and makes the grab and is dropped immediately. 26-yard pass play. And a timeout has been called with 18 seconds left to go. 49-22 is the score. Dennis Zabozin out to talk to the players, out to talk to the offense. When this one's over, we will recap the scoring, and Jack Crumley, who has been on the sidelines now for the last minute, will talk to Rick Bye when it's all over. So stay tuned for that. 18 seconds left to go after the timeout. Zelenak and Wilson are the running backs, and Brown has plenty of time. Now steps out of the pocket and fires it long and deep. It's intended down here for number 80, Sillick, and goes incomplete. A couple of defenders back there for Stevenson. John Dempsey, number 24, and Mike Woodward, number 22 back there.
Broken up by Woodward.
As we look at it again, Brown had a lot of arm on this one, but the defenders were back there, and 24, Dempsey, was the man who was right there with him. 2nd and 10 with 11 seconds left. Brown is back to pass again. They'd love one more here. Still rolling, close to the line of scrimmage, fires it, and it is incomplete.
Brown's pass intended for Scott Oliverio.
Intended for Scott Oliverio, the tight end, number 85, but it's simply overthrown, and 2 seconds are left now. Here's another look. Brown still rolling. I'll tell you, he may have been over the line of scrimmage as we look at the replay. Messing, number 15, back defensively. 2 seconds left. Receivers to each side, 2 to the wide side and the tight end on the near side. Just one running back to protect. Brown back and throws. It is caught by Sillick. Sillick into the end zone for the touchdown. A 35-yard touchdown pass as time expires. They will have a chance for the extra point. Here's another look at it as Brown, the time running out, throws over the middle. Sillick grabs it and then wins the foot race into the end zone for the touchdown. 49-28. No more time. This one is over as soon as they attempt this extra point. And again, stay with us. Immediately following this, we'll try to get Jack Crumley chat with Rick Bye. Brown holds for Heidick. The kick is up, and the kick is good. There's your final score then. Time has expired. This one's over. The final, Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 29.
Congratulations,
a very
Stevenson Titans for being 1985 Macomb Athletic Conference champion.
A very close first quarter, but in the second quarter it was all Stevenson, and that really was the story of the game as they used turnovers to win this MAC championship. Congratulations to Stevenson, their coach Rick Bye, 9-0 on the year, and of course they will go into the state playoffs next. We'll be back with more right after these messages.
When you just gotta have something special and the ordinary just won't do, then the Dairy Deli in St. Clair Shores is just the place for you. The Dairy Deli features hand-packed homemade ice cream in convenient pint and quart sizes, guaranteed to satisfy your sweet tooth. Coe's original submarine sandwiches are made to order and ready in minutes. So come to the Dairy Deli, where deciding what to eat might take you a while. The Dairy Deli on Harper, just south of 13 Mile in St. Clair Shores.
ESPN's November fills your fall with television's best sports. Our weekends kick off the action with exclusive live Saturday night CFA excitement. Sunday is hockey night. You'll see the NHL's best teams shoot it out live. Monday means more football, featuring heroes and highlights as only the award-winning NFL films can present them. Tuesdays, AWA Wrestling and Championship Roller Derby combined for November nights packed with slams and jams. Every Wednesday, live top-ranked boxing brings you the best young fighters in the business. And Thursdays, catch our live college football specials, including a Thanksgiving Day Classic between Texas and Texas A&M. November means Fridays, filled with live international golf action, the final events in the Breeders' Crown Series, and the Great Alaska Shootout. All this, plus World Championship Bodybuilding, PKA Karate, Outdoor Life, and more. Coming in November on your #1 innovator in sports broadcasting, ESPN.
At halftime, it was 42-7. We recapped the first half for you then. We'll recap the scoring in the second half. With a lead of 42-7, Stevenson moved the football 89 yards in 9 plays. Karras with a 1-yard run. Newman the kick. It was 49-7. The key in that drive, a couple of very big runs by Chris Mills, the wingback, 49 and 16 yards. Then at 8:47 in the fourth quarter, a quick 53-second drive, 25 yards, 3 plays. Wilson with a 13-yard run. The kick didn't make it, though, but Woods Tower had 6 more, 49-13. All of that following Matt Suddeth's fumble recovery at the 25-yard line. At 4:27 in the fourth quarter, a touchdown by Woods Tower. The kick was good. Wilson to Fong, a halfback pass into the end zone of 14 yards, 49-20. And then a safety on a punt attempt. The snap went out of the end zone over the punter's head, and the final 2 points were tacked on for Woods Tower, 49-22. That wasn't all of the scoring, however, as 6 plays later, a 39-yard drive. Brown to Sillick with 1:12 left to go. The kick was good. Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 29, and that's the way it winds up. We do have some stats, but before we do those stats, let's go down to the field to Jack Crumley as he talks to the winning coach, Rick Bye.
Rick, it seems to be getting a ritual talking to you after football games. A great win for you.
Well, it's a little bit better than the one we had in the ninth gate last year when we ended up losing it to Utica Ford. And I think that game last year really helped our kids prepare for this year. And, you know, we came out and we were just not about to let anything like that happen. These kids wanted a 9-0 season more than they wanted anything.
Mm-hmm. Offense was super sharp today. Obviously, you have to be encouraged going into the playoffs with a performance like this.
Well, our quarterback's getting better. And our we've always had skilled people. Mark Hudson's catching the heck out of the ball. Marty Campbell caught a couple today. Chris Mills is running well and catching well. And our team is just getting better. Offensive line has done a great job all year long. But I think that, you know, with everything put together there, I think the key has to be Greg Shattuck has just improved through the course of the season that much. He's in full control of the offense now.
Mm-hmm. Greg's had pretty impressive stats coming into the game, threw for over 200 yards, I believe, today. So, yes, he has performed extremely well. Is he going to be a key in the playoffs?
Oh, definitely. Your quarterback is always a key in the playoffs. I don't know who we're going to play. I'm just going to try to savor this moment for a while, and we're going to go out and have to scout tonight to find out what's going on in the playoffs. But we wanted the 9-0 season. The playoffs are gravy. We've been there once, and I think that'll help us go in this time with maybe a little more, I guess, down-to-earth approach. We got so excited last time we lost to Brother Rice, but we're going to go in this time with a good approach.
Mm-hmm. Possibility of playing Eisenhower once again. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, you know, that's like I say, that could happen. You got good teams in our league. I think that would be great for our league if Eisenhower made the playoffs. We get a chance to play them again. You know, we've played them before. You know, that's just part of what would happen. You know, Henry Ford, you know, down in Detroit, Southfield, Troy Athens. There's a lot of good teams in the playoffs. You get this far and you can throw all the records away and throw everything out because it doesn't matter.
Great job by the entire squad today, Rick. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Back upstairs to John.
Okay, Jack Crumley, thank you, and congratulations again to Coach Rick Bye. 9-0 on the year. That final score, Stevenson 49, Woods Tower 29. A look at the stats. The total rushing, according to statistician Joel Bell, Stevenson with 350 yards in this game. Woods Tower had but 83. The passing much the same, but a bit closer. 156 for Stevenson, 115 for Woods Tower. So the total, 506 yards for Stevenson to 198 for Woods Tower. The turnovers, all of them interceptions for Woods Towers. They picked off 4 passes. Stevenson with 2 turnovers. First down situation, Stevenson with 15, and Woods Tower with 7. The keys in the game, well, 3 touchdowns and 3 plays within 3 minutes and 45 seconds in that second quarter. All of them for Stevenson. 2 of those resulting from interceptions I should say, Tom Brown passes by that opportunistic secondary of Stevenson. Again, a 20-point win. The game really was not that close. 49-29 the final. And that wraps it up for this one. We'd like to take an opportunity here to thank Rick Bye Stevenson, Ron Wilson, Dennis Abozen, and all of the maintenance staff here for helping us at Woods Tower. Hard to believe, but this concludes the 4th season of Comcast Game of the Week. We'd like to take an opportunity to thank those people who brought you the picture and the sounds of this season's games, the Comcast production crew. For Jack Crumley and Mark Andrews, I'm John Bell, hoping you'll join us for high school basketball starting in December on the Comcast Game of the Week 85.
Break for high ground, high as you dare.
Radio 99 DTX. This is Karen D'Alessandro saying hi to Pete and everybody counting inventory there at Camelot Music in Meadowbrook Mall. Thanks for listening to us. Here's some REO Speedwagon on 99 DTX.
I've been around for you, been up and down for you, but I just can't get any relief. I've swallowed my pride for you, lived in light for you, but you still make me feel like a thief. You got me stealing your love away, 'cause you never give it. Peeling the years away, and we can't relive it. Oh, I make you laugh, and you make me cry. I believe it's time for me to fly. You said we'd work it out. You said that you had no doubt that deep down we were really in love. Oh, but I'm tired of holding on to a feeling I know is gone. I do believe that I've had enough. I've had enough of the falseness of a worn-out relation. Enough of the jealousy and the intoleration. Oh, I make you laugh and you make me cry. I believe it's time for me to fly.